my lovely, lovely, lovely M's. How are you doing today? Yasmin DeLance, Ada Stardust, Sardonic Plague, Token Brazilian, Elk Owl, Agent Mad Hat, Aska, Kaiser K, Somniostatic, Uncle Gumball, Real Leaf Cardinal, Bromine Lucid, Little Morphine Annie, Possum, Slender Analogy, Susie Clem says BLM, Gayfesh, Dagmar, Queen Laura Cookie, JJ Candelabra, Hughberry Shortcake, Polaire, Evelyn Laundry, Paige, Punk Corpse, Joey Ravioli, JS Masochist, Kitty Kada, Falmer Flamingo, Leanne Scott, Marker 84, Mix Rainbow Goth, Justin Valcourt, Evan, LT Music, Eddie Spencer, CL Crowley, Deeply Concerned, Melkor in the Void, Leaf, Toxic Cat, Clyde 950, Kelzational. Welcome to the live chat, Kelzational. Akira, Dark Canuck, Leaf again, Maui Randall, sorry, Eskimo, Cineful, Lark Graves, HGB Guy, Hunger Master 420, Mr. Krabs, Buddy! Is that a purple mason jar? Yes, it is. It's a purple mason jar. I have a handful of mason jars that are my absolute favorites. I'm very, very partial to mason jars. I don't know why. There's just something right about them. They're just the right size and shape, and they have the right heft to them. They hold a lot of drink. You hear about the Snake Eater remake? Yes, I'm very happy about that. In fact, we've been talking about getting a PS5 for a while. So that might be the opportunity for me to play through all of the Metal Gear Solid games on stream, because I've been thinking about doing that. We already played Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, which is kind of like a spin-off game. It doesn't plug directly into the narrative of the rest of the series. I mean, it has references to it, but it's not a mainline game. But I've really wanted to play the Metal Gear Solid games on stream, especially because I haven't played all the old ones. I watched a bunch of cinematic versions of the old games. I never actually got a chance. Okay, I did play them a little bit. I played Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2 a long time ago. I didn't play them all the way through. I only played them a little bit. But anyway. Yeah, I don't want to hype it up, but 3 is so goddamn amazing. Yeah, well, you know, it'd be awesome. I'd watch the shit out of you streaming all the Metal Gear games. I'm really seriously thinking about it. It's something that I really want to do. Yeah, so can you please check out the extra information from this link about the stuff that Iilluminaughtii did? Oh, I watched, not this video. Oh, this is a new video. I watched another video about, by a commentary channel that was sent to me. Honestly, it's not the type of content that I would react to. It was edgy, let's put it that way. Edgy in a way that I don't find funny at all. But they did actually have some decent documentation of what actually happened. But I would definitely take a look. I'm open to looking at some of these other videos. The thing is, though, I don't want to get spun off into a bunch of other... Oh, yeah, this is the video. Ringman of Chaos. Ringman of Chaos did a video, The Many Fallacies of Illuminati. It was, is this new? Are we live? Live? Yeah, we're live. Live. Usually, if you're on YouTube, YouTube, it doesn't communicate it 100% clearly. If you ever hear that opening, if you ever hear me reading off names, we are live. Also, you will always be able to tell because on YouTube, it will be called a live stream and not a premiere. I know that YouTube doesn't do a great job of delineating the difference between premieres and live streams, but there is a difference, and if you look closely on the screen, you'll be able to see it. But yes, this is a live. Yes, this is brand new. This is new stuff. Nothing, not premieres like yesterday. Yesterday, we had 2 videos go live, which was the full DramaMama release of the Illuminaughtii situation. And for those of you who watched it live, the Illuminaughtii video, the original Illuminaughtii video was recorded like a week ago. Oh, yeah, it's true. That is true. I did use a thumbnail for this one, that's true. That was probably, well, it's an edited version because I thought it was pretty. Do you want to see the close-up version of these awesome thumbnails? Hold on. Like, look at this. Like, Nasty, Intentions Nasty is our new thumbnailer. And, oh my God, like, look at this. Look at these amazing, look at this beautiful thumbnail. Oh my God. It's such a banger. We have the most banger thumbnails on the entire internet. Yeah, we really do. Also, do you guys want to see a preview? I can give you a preview. I'm going to give you a sneak preview because we have a video coming out tomorrow. I want to show you I'm going to show you a preview of tomorrow's thumbnail. Look at this shit. Look at how awesome that looks. What a god tier. That's the preview for tomorrow's video. Yeah, exactly, hyperaggressive. It's because we're talking about Illuminaughtii. Yeah, it's we're talking about we're releasing the Sunny V2 video tomorrow. So be sure to catch that one if you didn't catch it live. It's a slightly older video that we've been waiting for a good day to launch, and it's a banger of a video, by the way. You guys got to see it tomorrow. I'm telling you, it's a banger. Hello, Zero Divisor. Welcome to the live chat. Everybody, welcome all of our newcomers to the live chat. Yeah, absolutely. You should be able to change it, but you know what? Here, I can change that for you real quick, Almark. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'll change that for you. Hold on. Da 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 da. You might have to re-log in after I change this, so just be ready for that. Da 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 da. All right, your name is changed. You might have to re-log for it to take effect. Just be aware of that. Zadoki says, have you seen Jesse Gender's new video? No. Is it good? Is it bad? What is it? Is Illuminaughtii really watching? I have no idea if Illuminaughtii is watching. It would certainly be interesting. By the way, if you are here, please give me those likes. I need all your likes. We need as many likes as we can get. We have a whopping 255 people here just for the warm-up segment. So the more likes that we get, I'm gonna guess we're gonna get a ton of people popping in for today's video, but only if we can get likes. So please, it only takes a second to smash the like button, and it truly would mean the world to me. I don't gotta see shit because I've seen every second of stream since you've done since like fall of 2021. True. That's because you're an OG Gay Fesh. And also, oh, I forgot to send you. By the way, I got another huge compliment. I get compliments all the time. So, I usually will file them away. Sometimes I forget to send them, but Gayfesh, people have been, I've gotten at least 2 recent compliments about the thumbnails. I always shout you out, but, or not the thumbnails, about the timestamps. People really appreciate the VOD timestamps. So, of course, many of you will know Gayfesh works with me to create the timestamps for the videos. And Gayfesh is just so good at the timestamps, and they really mean the world to all the VOD viewers, of which we have many. We have a very thriving community of VOD viewers, which makes me very happy. Yeah. Killjoy says, should I be worried that the number of Christian ads have been going up? I had 2 to 3 30+ minute ads on YouTube. Had one that was an 1.5-hour sermon about anti-trans and anti-gay. I don't know if it's because I'm not used to YouTube ads or because I'm using my TV. Well, Christian groups have always advertised on YouTube pretty aggressively. And they especially target TVs because TVs are where their ads are most likely to play for a really long time, because people are less likely to press skip. They're less likely to they're more likely to fall asleep while watching something, so the ads will play all the way through. And also, there's a lot of businesses that will autoplay videos on YouTube, so if a 30-minute ad comes up, it'll just play automatically unless they have it set to skip, and they usually don't. So yeah, unfortunately, TVs get targeted by that type of stupid shit really, really badly. And YouTube just changed the ad blocker situation, so it's a lot harder to block ads on YouTube now. Yeah. All right, let's check out this meme. We got a hot and fresh meme coming in from Mr. Krabs. Let's check it out. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Oh, you guys! I'm really good at rotating. I love rotating. I'm the greatest rotator who ever rotated. Perfect rotation. Perfect rotation. Perfect rotation.
You guys aren't fucking rotating.
I love rotating. The victory lap of rotation. Let's freaking go, man. Oh, my forearm is iron.
They weren't even rotating. They were just slightly moving. They were just like tilting slightly. Excellent meme. Excellent meme. Good job on the iron forearms. I'm only halfway through the Jesse Gender video and it's fine thus far. What is it even about? Everybody's been talking about Jesse Gender lately, and Jesse Gender has been up to some wild stuff. But honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest, I've been really, really uninterested in the stuff that people are angry at Jesse Gender about, but I've been even more uninterested in the stupid crap that Jesse Gender has been saying recently. I did see a thread by Jesse Gender that was something about how, like, leftism isn't about winning. And I just found it to be a really, like, goofy conversation topic. I don't know, like, it kind of, in a certain way, movements kind of are about winning. That's the reason why you form a movement. I read this thread that Jesse Gender put out, and I just thought it was a really pointless and boring thread. I don't know. It's all stupid to me. Can't spell leftism without L. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, is this really where we're at? I thought the stream was a video premiere for another segment, but I'm happy it's more than that, and I like the stream just now. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe I made a mistake by doing that. Maybe I should change the thumbnail now that we're live so that people will know, because now it should show the video now, right? Or is it gonna show, well, let me find out actually. What does it show when I go to my channel? Is it gonna look like it's a premiere? People should know that it's fresh, hot, and new. Oh, it does show it. Oh, it does look, oh no, it does look like it's, oh God. Oh no, maybe I should, hold on, maybe I should change it so that it says live. I should think about that. Okay, I'll change the thumbnail now. I was proud of that thumbnail. It's okay. We're going to use it for the video, I guess. Or we're going to use a slightly modified one for the final video. I guess I'll change it back to the usual one. Hold on. Now I got to get it up there. How do I boop 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 boop. But it says okay, maybe I need to get a different thumbnail, huh? Yeah, premiere, it says premiere, yeah, but it's not very good. The Jessie Gender video is just her creating more conflict. I don't get it. I don't get this conflict. I do not understand this stupid conflict. It doesn't make any sense to me. They're arguing over like whether leftism should aspire to win, or like wording about that. Like there's a conflict about whether or not like it's correct to say that leftism should be focused on winning or whatever. But honestly, I don't know. It all sounds stupid to me. It all sounds like really dumb and pointless. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so people did think that this was a video and not a live stream. Well, now it should be fixed. Now if we look at my live, it should look like it normally does, I think. Yeah, now it shows that it looks like when it's live. Okay, I didn't realize that I didn't think about that part. I thought she was talking about winning in the context of debate culture. Was that it? Marker84 says, I caught your last stream earlier today and your segment on religion was so base. Definitely going to be a popular clip VOD. Yeah, we're going to be putting that video up day after tomorrow. So the atheism video is going to drop. I have a feeling it's going to do very, very well. Because for obvious reasons, I also feel very strongly about that video that I did. Yeah. I felt very good about that. Hey, Tipster, good to see you. Tipster, you were mentioned in a video that I watched last night about Illuminaughty. Favorably, I should say. I was watching a video by Chaos Ringman of Chaos, Ringster of Chaos, something like that. And you were mentioned by name, yeah, multiple times. I thought this whole thing was a part of the anti-debate bro arc. Yeah, it is, but what the hell? Okay, guys, you guys, the anti-debate bro thing it's so dumb. It's like, it's literally the most outdated content you can imagine. Nobody has been talking about debate bro crap in who has been talking, like, this is shit that tiny streamers argued about when I had just started my channel. I just don't get it. I gotta read through these donos. I'm getting so many nice donos. I gotta read them all. Debaters are dead. Debates are dead. There's no debate scene. There's just people who sometimes argue with other people and sometimes people who don't. And I don't know if people missed out on this, but every video essay makes a fucking argument. So video essays are just debates, but they're in static form. They are a part of a debate. Every debate bro, every video essayist, they are all culture warriors. It makes no fucking sense. The conflict makes no fucking sense. It's dumb. It's literally just click fighting. It's click infighting, and it's the dumbest shit that I've ever seen. Okay? She wants the left to be small, not inclusive, and a private club of their friends. I don't know if I agree with that entirely. I don't think that's really what people want. I just think that they kind of want to find a way. I do get the feeling sometimes that certain groups of people want to just find a way to not include someone they don't like in the left. I don't really think that it goes that far, personally. Like, because I do believe that Jesse Gender and many other people think it's a good thing when people become leftists. I believe that they do. But I just think that sometimes there's so much distaste with, like, for example, Vosh. Like, there's so much bad blood between some content creators and some other content creators that that there's a desire to, like, define them out of the left. But it doesn't, but why bother? Guys, okay, hold on. I'm going to go on a tiny rant here, okay? The left is, like, such a meaningless term, okay? It is only useful in very specific contexts. When you're talking about the broadest general political trends, when you are talking about a broad ideology that tends to value anti-capitalism, that tends to value social solutions to things, then you have a way to talk about, like, the left. It's a useful concept, but, like, nobody, every time people talk about the left, they're never actually talking about the left, because if you want to talk about the left, it's so broad, you can't possibly even know about all of the people who would possibly fall under that net. Like, it's such a broad category, and lots of liberals think that they're the left too. I just think the way that people talk about the left is very frustrating and nonsensical and irrational, and I find it kind of annoying. And I'm guilty of this too, by the way. I've done this too, but usually the way that I do it is, like, I'm talking about something else, and I'm usually not trying to, like, find a way to define people out of the left or whatever. I gotta read all these. Okay, let's take a look. Hold on, I just got a bunch of super chats. First of all, Clyde950, thank you so much for joining the channel. And secondly, Destin Fox, I will never go up Drama Mountain again without the best trail guide of them all, the DramaMama. Thank you so much for your work and perspective. Hey, thank you so much. I noticed it's your first super chat, so thank you so much for being a new supporter to the channel. It seriously means the world to me. My show is viewer supported, but overall, over anything else. We do get some minor ads from, like, generic YouTube ads, but the vast majority of my channel comes directly from viewer support. So thank you all for supporting me. Let me read off the chats that we've got from the website real quick. I want to read off all of the incredibly generous donations I've received so far, which means the world to me. Let's see here. The guy who could with the tier 1 sub, we need to not have any more white names in chat. Even though my favorite emote is Pop by the lovely Mixed Dizzy, the emotes for subs are still a banger. Kaiser K with the tier 1 sub, thank you very much, says, Vosh sent me, I love your channel, your commentary is well thought out and researched. I come away from your streams with new perspectives to ponder, hashtag Vimps. Based, and thank you very much. Connor54 with the incredibly generous tier 2 sub, thank you. Found Xander Hall through Vosh, found Demon Mama through Xander Hall, and being an imp is the only worthy sub. Love your commentary. Thank you so very much, Connor54. That really does mean a lot to me. I'm super happy that you're willing to toss some money my way and that you think that my content is worthy of supporting. It really does mean the world to me. Allmark101, aka Marker85, right? Thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous tier 1 sub. Hexy72, howdy, been watching for a while and always enjoyed your content. Keep up the good work. Will do. Happy to deliver. And of course, Fefella with the incredibly generous tier 1 sub. Hey mama, I found one of the most cursed images I have ever seen. Look at your own risk. Oh, you weren't fucking kidding. Oh my God. Why would they, oh my God, why would they make this? Robot wives are coming soon. Hope feminists are happy should have stayed in the kitchen. And it's AI of Elon Musk making out with robot wives. And this one, half of his face is completely melted off. So this is probably the most realistic image of all of them. Holy shit. Jesus, that is extremely pathetic and sad. Simping does some things to your mind, it turns out, especially for someone like Elon Musk. Oh yeah, did you guys hear that Elon Musk's Neuralink got approved by the FDA? That's insane. That's absolutely insane. The thing that just a few months ago, it was reported that it was like killing tons and tons of monkeys, and now they're gonna go forward with human trials. Man, that's gonna be so bad. I genuinely, unironically, all jokes aside, all laughter about the insanity of Elon Musk, I seriously feel horrible for anyone who actually signs up to be a human trial of Neuralink, because their life is going to be ruined forever in the most horrible way you can possibly imagine. Imagine letting the guy whose cars fucking catch on fire, the guy who fucking bungled Twitter, a perfectly functional website, and turned it into a non-functional mess. Imagine letting that guy put technology, electrical technology, into your brain. Insane, deranged. Delance says, did you see that Iilluminaughtii lost her Reddit, losing subs for both of her channel and her Discord, and lost her promotion from Good Eats and or Fresh Eats? What, isn't it from, wait, is it Fresh Good Eats? It's Fresh, it's HelloFresh, right? Wasn't it HelloFresh? She was kicked off of Leftist Mafia. Oh, we're gonna be talking about all of that. Don't worry, we're gonna be talking about all of that. I wasn't gonna talk about the HelloFresh thing, but maybe we'll talk about that more later. I am gonna talk about Leftist Mafia, and I am going to be talking about the general Illuminati situation, but yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get there. We'll see how far it goes. Sirius says, remember everyone, Ex Machina is about feminism. Yeah, and it's a good movie. Gayfesh says, on the plus side, the first adopters of Neuralink will be Musk simps who no longer have functioning brains anyway. Yeah, true. Hey, Xander Hall, good to see you. I didn't see you were in chat. Hope you're doing well. Looking forward to hanging out with you this weekend. Yeah, I'm hanging out with Zan this weekend, which is going to be pretty cool. Holiday plans? Watching Star Wars movies. Because we've had a short pause after we watched all of the mainline Star Wars movies. So now we're going to start watching the spin-off movies, which is going to be an interesting journey. So, yeah. It will likely be desperate people with disabilities. No, I don't think so, actually. I think Neuralink is going to first be, it will be Musk simps who sign up for that. Yeah. Wait, I've watched this one. We watched this one already, didn't we? All right, this is your one Kinnikuman I love the alligators! Okay, the alligators in the background are awesome here, okay? Yeah, I gotta say, the people who make this game really love their wrestling animations, and it's incredibly impressive how they translate the wrestling moves into like 2D art. It's actually really impressive. That's pretty fucking cool. That's some pretty sick ass animation. I gotta say. That's impressive. It's super impressive. I am very bad at fighting games, but I gotta say, that's impressive. I am looking forward to watching Rogue One again, because I like Rogue One. It has problems. Oh, thank you. This is made by an artist known as Canis Ovis. Canis Ovis. An impressive artist whose art I love. I actually own a couple of pieces of Canis Ovis art. Rogue One is definitely a movie you can tell was heavily reshot. It has problems, but I will say the battle scene at the end is it's a very good battle scene at the end of the movie. The like dual air ground battle is fantastic. They did like, it's better than anything in the sequel movies by a long shot. It's like that, the way that they did that battle at the end of the movie is like, we're gonna get there when I review it fully, but it's super cool. Yeah, it is. My problems with Kit Foxboy says Rogue One is really good. My problems with it are pretty nitpicky. There are problems with Rogue One. Like the pacing is very weird. There is the CGI inserts are obnoxious and very, very, very long. Like, they have the fake Grand Moff Tarkin on screen way too much because he looks like shit. Literally looks like a character from Ratatouille. And we'll get there. I don't want to go too far into it, okay? I'll save it for the review. Let's not get off on Star Wars stuff. We still have a lot of other shit to do. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, apparently the FDA approval was false. They're just gonna, so is that true? I didn't see that correction. Was that site just lying then? Hold on, let's check. Let's check. Wait, it says, hold on a second. Hold on a second. This is from Reuters. Elon Musk's Neuralink received U.S. Food and Drug Administration clearing for its first in-human clinical trial, a critical milestone. FDA approval represents an important first step that will one day allow our technology to help people. It's not recruiting for the trial. More details will be available soon. The FDA acknowledged in a statement that the agency cleared Neuralink to use its brain implant and surgical robot for trials on patients, but declined to provide more details. Neuralink employees told Reuters last year that the company was rushing and botching surgeries on monkeys, pigs, and sheep, resulting in more animal deaths than necessary, as Musk was pressuring the staff to receive FDA approval. Animal experiments produced data intended to support the company's application for human trials. In one instance in 2021, the company implanted 25 out of 60 pigs with the wrong size devices. All of the pigs were subsequently killed, an error that employees said could have been easily avoided with more preparation. Wait, for real? Sirius says the person earlier was correct. The Neuralink website says it is only going to accept disabled patients for their trial, such as those with paralysis. It won't just be Musk fanboys. That's insane and the most evil thing I've ever heard. Genuinely, the plot of a 1980s like cartoon that there's an evil scientist who wants to find people who are in a wheelchair to do science experiments on. Let me just say, I have a lot of things that I feel about that, but I think that is truly villainous behavior. Sonic the Hedgehog, He-Man, the Transformers, the Power Rangers, all of those would unironically do whatever necessary to stop Elon Musk. And I think we should learn from them, honestly. This is from the Washington Post. With Musk's backing, Neuralink has brought extraordinary research and investor attention to a field known as brain-computer interface, where scientists and engineers are developing electronic implants that would decode brain activity and communicate it to computers. Such technology, which has been in the works for decades, has the potential to restore function to people with paralysis and debilitating conditions like amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Okay, but I don't see anything where... I don't see anything where it says... Hold on, let's see. Maybe it's down here. I don't see that in here. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm missing the quote here. I'll type in this quote that people are sending to me. I want to get this. I want to get the actual quote if I can. Because that's a wild thing. Let's see if it's true. Oh, here we go. It is unclear when clinical trials might begin. A patient registry on Neuralink's website indicates that only patients with certain conditions, including paralysis, blindness, deafness, or the inability to speak, are eligible to participate. Guys, that's straight here. This is Washington Post citing Neuralink's own website. Yep, that is actual, genuinely, unironically generic evil villain shit. I don't know how much more evil you can get than being like, yeah, we were just killing animals en masse to rush our FDA application for human tests, and now we just want to test on disabled people who are already in a disadvantaged position. We want to do experiments on you. Insane and evil. Welcome to fucking America. You guys, Terrible. Terrible. Zoinks, that's a red flag, Scoob. True! Hold on, I want to see if I can find this. Hold on, there's... Look, I'm gonna take a moment. Okay, that was really depressing. But I'm gonna take a moment to make us laugh. Okay? Here we go. Ready? Get ready to laugh, everybody. Here you go. Let's take a moment and laugh, okay? Here we go.
Zoinks! Zoinks! Zoinks!
That's my reaction. That's my reaction right there. Yeah! Zoinks! Zoinks! That's me when I hear anything about Neuralink, okay? There you go, everybody. That's me. That's me anytime I hear about Neuralink seeking out disabled people that they can jam a shitty piece of technology into the brains of and not face any legal repercussions. Killjoy 40k says Neuralink is literally cyberpunk shit. It's repo tier shit minus the bondage aesthetics. Yeah, it's less sexy, okay? It's significantly less sexy. Oopsie, we just downloaded your thoughts and now we need to repo your brain. Did you guys ever play, Warframe? There was this expansion in this really popular MMO called Warframe. And the expansion was called Fortuna. And you basically, the plot is you go to this island, you go to this asteroid planet, kind of like a small planetoid. And everybody there works in these horrific mining conditions. And everybody there are like these like old school looking chunky robots. And spoiler alert for like a 5-year-old expansion, massive, you know, spoiler alert. Once you complete the main story, you realize the reason that they're all chunky robots is because their heads have been severed from their body and are actually stored in their chest. They were as a part of their indentured servitude contract, their heads have to be severed in such a way that they're reliant on the technology, and the only way for their technology to keep working is if they keep working in the mines. So every single person there is a slave until they can work off their debts, but their debts keep growing and growing and growing. And yes, there's a major storyline in that expansion where they kill a bunch of people, like remotely, basically. They fry all of their brains to keep it quiet, that they're not allowing anybody, they're extending people's contracts because they have to keep buying robotic parts to replace their old robotic parts, or else they can't keep working. But those robotic parts have falsely inflated prices, so they're just forever in debt and they never can get away. Oh yeah, it also generated one of the coolest songs ever. Okay, we're gonna listen to this song because it's such a banger. Here, I'll even, you know what, we can even watch the video. Let's do it. And then we'll do the main content. By the way, before we listen to this banger song, press like. We have 460 people watching, but we have just over 200 likes. I would love your likes. Remember last time I asked for likes, we only had 250 people watching, and then everybody liked, and then now we have over 200 new people watching? That's why we press the like button. You can help the channel right now while we listen to banger music just by pressing that like button. Wait, this isn't even the one with the video. Why? Where's the video? I want the one with the video. Hold on. There's a music video one that has animations and everything. Here we go. Here's the real one. Also aesthetic as fuck. banger. Banger, 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 banger. It's times like that sometimes makes me miss playing Warframe. I don't play Warframe anymore, but that's just because Warframes took so much time, and I don't have time for MMOs anymore. I don't play any MMOs anymore. But what an absolute banger. Yeah, that expansion was legendary. I played the absolute shit out of that expansion. It was so good. And keep in mind that I just gave you the general plot. The actual writing was way better because the entire expansion had you like making friends with all of the people in town, including a trans character, and it was extremely fucking good. A beautiful game. Beautiful expansion. What was the game that had Nuclear by Mike Oldfield? Metal Gear Solid 5, also a banger. Also a banger. I'm nuclear. I was not expecting to hear Warframe talk on this stream today. I used to play Warframe really hardcore. Me and all of my partners used to play Warframe together. It was really cool. I used to get us so much platinum because what I would do is I always would play the Riven market. So what I would do is I would buy like crappy Rivens that nobody wanted. I would buy the like ones that needed to be unlocked. Then I would take a stack of Rivens that needed to be unlocked. I would go unlock them, and then I would sell the high value ones for way more than I paid for them. I made so much platinum, it wasn't even funny. I would buy us anything we wanted with platinum. It was pretty cool. I was very good at that. I also did this in WoW. As it turns out, I'm very good at playing video game markets. I'm in World of Warcraft. I would, you know, put on an audiobook. I would put on a podcast, and I would go farm plants, and I would turn them into potions and stuff like that, flasks and potions, and sell them for crazy amounts of money. And then I would pay for all of our subscriptions with in-game cash, which wasn't even that hard. Yeah. And then once I had enough money, I was able to just like buy things en masse. I would just buy out shit and then resell it. Yeah. But MMOs, they take way too much time. Yeah. Apparently Elon is doing some fash state and corpo collusion with Ron DeSantis. Meatball Ron. Oh my God. Let's take a look here real quick. DeSantis signs bill shielding Musk's SpaceX from spaceflight entity liability. The Florida governor's signature comes a day after his 2024 presidential campaign announcement on Twitter. Yeah, no, no fucking collusion there, guys. No impropriety there. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill regarding spaceflight on Thursday, just one day after he announced his presidential run with a glitch-filled interview with Elon Musk on Twitter Spaces. DeSantis signed into law CSSB 1318, the Space Flight Entity Liability, along with 27 other bills. The law exempts spaceflight entity from liability or injury to death of crew or injury to or death of a crew resulting from spaceflight activities under certain circumstances. The measure also requires a spaceflight entity to have a crew sign a specified warning statement. So this just means they can blow people up without repercussions. What a giant piece of shit. What a trash place Florida is. What a trash state of affairs our country is in. Also, holy fuck. What the fuck is wrong with Meatball Ron's face? He has more skin problems every single time we see him. I swear to God, he's becoming a meatball in real time. Jesus fucking Christ. They put too much fucking pepper on him. He's got fucking blackheads all over his nose. Disgusting, nipples protruding. Evil's bad for your complexion. Yeah, I just think Meatball Ron is a disgusting person. SpaceX had a horrible explosion in Florida just like a week ago. Was it a week ago? I thought it was a little more than that. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's just, you know, people just won't, there'll just be less and less people who are interested in becoming astronauts. It's super cool. Isn't it super cool how privatization completely ruins passion, completely destroys the scientific spirit that gets people into this type of research in the first place, that it completely destroys any safety nets that make spaceflight possible, and so ultimately we just get nothing. One guy gets crazy rich and the rest of the world gets nothing. We bankrupt all interest in science, we bankrupt all actual future for spaceflight, and one guy gets crazy rich off of a never-ending grift. And when I say never-ending, I mean never-ending in the foreseeable future. Eventually it does come to an end, of course. Debris that hit somebody's car was from the launch pad? Jesus Christ. Is Ron DeSantis going to fail miserably? Yeah, actually, let's do a quick little, well, we don't really need to. I'll just rant about it real quick and then we'll get into the heart of the main content. Because we have so much to talk about today. We got to do all the drama that I talked about. We're about to do that. But Meatball Ron is not doing well, okay? First of all, it should have been a red flag or a giant clue to everyone that Meatball Ron has no future in electoral politics as long as Donald Trump is around from the get-go, from the moment that he became known as Meatball Ron. But he also announced his presidential campaign on fucking Twitter. There were like 300,000 maximum people who showed up to his buggy, boring, completely busted Twitter announcement. And I just want you guys to think about how few that is in the big picture. There are 350 million Americans and 300,000 showed up to his gigantic announcement. The only other candidate with any chance against Donald Trump is Ron DeSantis. And let's be real, he doesn't stand a chance. Donald Trump has been polling like crazy, even with all of the criminal crap, even with all of the sexual assault crap. None of it has mattered, hasn't hurt Donald Trump at all. Ron DeSantis has one shot, okay? He has one opportunity to become the president of the United States. And that is if both Joe Biden and Donald Trump kick the bucket. If both of them die of old age, Ron DeSantis will be able to become president. And that's if he can beat whoever runs in Joe Biden's place. But I don't even know if that's going to happen because the MAGA faction of the Republican Party fucking hate his guts, and he does not have any charisma to try and win them over. He has failed to win over the MAGA people. Trump will never allow America to forget how busted. Did you guys see what Trump posted? Hold on, he posted a thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I want to see if we can find the thing that Trump posted. Trump posted this thing that was like, where was it? Hold on. I saw it. Oh, I should have saved it for stream. It was so funny. Here it is. This is the one. This is the thing that Donald Trump posted. Here we go.
Twitter space.
Hello? Is my
Hold on, here we go. I'll play it for you guys.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our Ron DeSantis Twitter space.
Hello? Is my microphone working correctly?
George, can you just wait while we...
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can all hear you, George. Can you just hold on for a second?
Hilfa, I don't think they can hear me.
I can hear you fine, George. Just speak to the
I don't think George
microphone.
knows how to use Twitter.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Can I please make my big announcement now? Everyone just...
Hello?
Just shut up, George.
Can somebody just mute George?
Dick, could you try not to cough on the...
Okay, so how are we going to take out Trump, you guys?
Guys from the FBI, this is not a private call. This is a public Twitter space. Everyone can listen in.
God damn it.
Anyway, guys, we invited everyone to this Twitter space so Governor Ron DeSantis could.
Everyone just shut the hell up so I can make my announcement, okay?
You go, girl.
Wait, the devil is gay?
So what? Everyone in this call is gay. I happen to know every single one of you has a secret gay lover hidden in your closet.
Mein Führer, ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie verbringen.
Guys, can we please just calm down?
So anyway, guys, I just wanted to announce that I'm...
Okay, I can hear the governor very well.
Shut up. Would you please shut up already? I'm running for fucking president, okay?
Yeah, we kind of already
We
knew about
already
it.
know, Governor.
Congratulations, Governor.
Well, that concludes our Twitter space for today. Thank you to all of our...
Hold your horses, Elon. The real president is going to say a few words. The devil, I'm going to kick your ass very soon. Hitler, you're already dead. Dick Cheney sounds like you'll be joining Hitler very soon. Klaus Schwab and George Soros, I'm putting both your asses in jail. And Ron DeSanctimonious can kiss my big, beautiful 2024 presidential ass. Trump 2024, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, this was posted. This was posted on Donald Trump's Truth Social. Donald Trump posted this video on Truth Social following Ron DeSantis 24. Listen, guys, of course it's fucking cringe. It's Donald Trump, but you have to understand how out-rizzed Ron DeSantis is, okay? Donald Trump has so much more charisma that even we on the left who fucking can't stand Donald Trump can laugh and say, he fucking got his ass. He fucking got his ass. Do you not think Donald Trump is not funny, huh? No, okay, the weird cringe dick sucking of Donald Trump at the end is not funny. The rest is fucking hilarious, okay? That whole, the Dick Cheney coughing, the Adolf Hitler yelling over the mic, all of it is funny, okay? But of course the ending sucks because it's just Donald Trump going, guys, I'm so good. I'm great. I'm going to be president. Of course that's fucking cringe, but the rest is fucking funny. No, Trump the guy, do you think he's funny? Most of the time, no. Most of the time, Donald Trump is not funny. Most of the time, he's really fucking boring and just self-aggrandizing. But sometimes, like when he used to tweet shit on Twitter, he was fucking funny. But yeah, the vast majority of the time, he's not funny. Yeah. Like, you have to understand, he's capable of being funny. Ron DeSantis has never made anybody laugh in his entire life except at him. Like, everybody was laughing at Ron DeSantis when the fucking Puddin' Fingers shit came out. But, okay, you can't tell me that Meatball Ron isn't a fucking hilarious name. Donald Trump can be funny. He's capable of being funny. Ron has nothing. He's got fucking nothing. Except for fascism. Alright, okay, everybody. Alright, no more fucking around, okay? No more fucking around. Okay, no more fucking around. It's time. It's time, everybody. If you are here, now's the time to press the like. We have 520 people watching, which is amazing. We only have 300 likes or so. So if you could pop down and press the like button real quick before we get started in this drama rehike, it would be fantastic and it would mean the world to me. We got some drama time. We got to dive into some drama stuff, okay? My lovely, lovely imps. As many of you know, about a week ago, we decided to hike Drama Mountain. And boy, was it a hike. It was one of the longest streams that I've done in a long time, digging in to the Iilluminaughtii drama. For those who are not caught up to date, I'm just going to do a quick summary of what happened, you should go watch my video. Just search DramaMama Illuminati and you will find my video. Very easy. It's actually 2 parts because it was very, very long. But I'm gonna do a quick summary for your benefit. Iilluminaughtii is a content creator who's been around on YouTube for a long time. At the time of making the original video, she had somewhere in the ballpark of 1.6 million followers. She has indeed lost a lot of followers on YouTube since that point. Iilluminaughtii tends to cover corporate abuse, tends to cover multi-level marketing schemes, and sometimes even dives into cults. So a lot of Illuminauti's content is centered around sort of exposing and debunking abusive behavior from corporations. However, Iilluminaughtii has recently herself been engaged in some heavily questionable and outright disgusting behavior. And we covered it all. We went through all of it in my long DramaMama. But there's actually more. So we are going to be revisiting Drama Mountain today. And we're going to be taking a slightly different path than we did last time. Thankfully, much shorter. We're going to be going through the swamps of pre-cooked HR statements and half-assed non-apologies, and that's the name of the place that we're going through, okay? Today is going to be us going through Illuminaughti's latest statement and also the statement of her current group podcast, which is known as the Leftist Mafia. Oh no, has there been something more? Okay, no, that's the thread that we're going to be talking about already. On our last hike, we went through the fact that she falsely accused her former collaborators on a podcast or on a YouTube channel / podcasting project, completely invented a narrative, utilized sock puppet fake accounts to push forward a completely falsified narrative, lied about events, going so far as to accuse one of her former colleagues of being a pedophile defender. She accused him of making a space where pedophilia could thrive on a completely manufactured narrative, and she was proven that she manufactured this narrative. And it was also proven that she was spreading it to all kinds of other people. And why did she do this? Well, she did this because this person decided to leave the project that she was working on and making money from. So basically for revenge for disobedience. It was then also revealed that she used financial contracts and her massive financial standing over a young, significantly smaller YouTuber. I'm talking he was 19 at the time that all of this happened. She roped him into a bunch of contracts, which put him in a position where she controlled nearly every aspect of his life. She controlled his car, she controlled his housing, she controlled his employment, and she actually utilized the contracts that she convinced him to sign into to take the car that was his but was not really his because it was on a contract, which also contained all of his stuff that he needed to make a living. So she basically destroyed this young YouTuber because she wanted to control him. She wanted to have somebody under her control. So that's the basic summary of what happened. Now, we go through this meticulously in the previous DramaMama video. So if you want to see all of the receipts and why I've come to that conclusion, I strongly encourage you to go watch that video. It is a long hike, but I assure you it's very interesting. There's a reason why I decided to talk about this specific drama, and also why I'm still following up on it now. When I get involved in commenting on a drama, I always try to make sure that I have the timeline, the receipts, all in a row, and I always do my absolute best to reserve judgment until we've seen all of the evidence. And what I'm telling you now is a summary for the benefit of people who, you know, maybe watched this a week ago and don't have it fresh in their minds, please don't just take my word for it. Go watch my video where we lay out all of the receipts if you want to know really in full detail what happened. But what we're going to be doing today is looking at some of the responses that have happened since the last video that I did. This drama has turned out to be one of the most messed up, twisted, horrible dramas that I've ever looked into. I'm really, really, really disappointed with some of the responses that I've seen. And I'm especially concerned about the types of responses I've seen from Iilluminaughtii herself, which we're going to see a little more. Somniostatic says, did you see Sunday listening to the Lance thing? I did catch some of that. Yes, I did catch some of that. Yep. We're going to talk about that a little bit. So Pinocchus says it was not really a podcast. It's more like they did what the Click and One Topic still do now, but they did it all together. I mean, I consider that a podcast. When a bunch of content creators get together to make a show together and they're all like sort of bouncing off each other and laughing at stuff, to me that seems like a podcast. Obviously, the definition of podcast has changed a little bit over the years. YouTube files my VODs as a podcast now, so I don't know. You know, maybe you don't define that as a podcast. I think it. They called it a podcast. Yeah, see, I thought they called it a podcast too. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. So people are talking now about Leftist Mafia. Let me give you a quick briefing on what Leftist Mafia is, which is a name you're going to hear a lot today. Leftist Mafia is a podcast that started fairly recently. I believe it was within the last 2 years or so. And Leftist Mafia is a group of friends who are all vaguely on the political left, and they talk about all kinds of issues. They react to takes on the internet that people put out. They react to videos. They talk together, and they hang out. It's generally a pretty chill vibe. It's not super, super, super serious, although they do tend to talk about some pretty serious political issues. Iilluminaughtii has been a member of the Leftist Mafia podcast for a long time. Now, a lot of people noticed that once the drama started, that Iilluminaughtii, aka Blair, you're going to, just so for people who are new to this, those are the names you're going to hear. Iilluminaughtii is also known as Blair. That's the name she goes by. Iilluminaughtii had stopped appearing on Leftist Mafia once this drama started. And a lot of people had questions about that. Now, a couple of things happened. Various members of the Leftist Mafia independently responded to the Iilluminaughtii situation. And the podcast itself, live on their show, did address it at one point. And we're going to talk about that a little more in depth because they've now formally, officially addressed the situation together as a podcast, which we are going to be reacting to and watching in just a little bit. But it's actually not the first time they've talked about it. It was a pretty big deal. Even by their own admission, their fan base was very worked up, and I completely understand why. This situation has touched a nerve with a lot of people, especially people who looked to Blair, aka Iilluminaughtii, for a honest and for an honest source on the behaviors of problematic companies and abusive multi-level marketing schemes. In my last video, I mentioned that that was going to be a big problem that Iilluminaughtii was going to have to deal with, and I think that has shown to be very true. That the fact that she has a reputation for being sort of doing exposés on abusive behavior is going to make this situation, make the scrutiny on her very high. And in my opinion, that's completely reasonable. If you cultivate a audience of, if you make content where truth is of incredible importance and it is exposed that you engaged in an incredible amount of dishonest behavior specifically to self-enrich, specifically to increase your own power over others, it totally makes sense that people are going to begin to doubt your intentions and be able to doubt your word on future subjects. It's very bad. Yeah, and it does. Exactly. Xander Turon says it brings into question the integrity of her previous content. It significantly does. And in fact, you could argue, I would even argue, that it does damage, because I used to enjoy a lot of her older videos. I've seen a lot of her anti-multi-level marketing videos, but any of her videos that hit really hard, now that she's had this absolutely horrible situation, which she responded to very poorly so far, that means that all of these groups that she's exposed have ammunition to basically say, look, our critics are full of shit. You can join our cultish bullshit. You can, yeah, come on, we're not going to abuse you. Look, she was an abuser. You can't trust her. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. And of course, a lot of people have been talking about the great irony of somebody claiming to be a leftist while engaging in small business tyranny, the likes of which we haven't seen in this space in a very long time. And I do think that people are also right to point that out as well. I do think it's very odd to sort of make being a leftist part of your identity, and then only to just like find a young person to bind into a bunch of financial contracts that enrich you. And of course, it has now been revealed that she was planning on using that young YouTuber as a ideal first tenant so that she could become a landlord, so that she could own properties and rent them to other people. Which, again, extremely ironic for somebody who's made being a leftist a large part of their identity, being as landlordism is one of the most critiqued things by leftists for obvious reasons. As it turns out, the name landlord, well, you know, it comes from monarchical times, from when there was a lord on the land that you had to swear fealty to, or else they would, you know, ruin your life. And as it turns out, that has still carried forward, that there are people who can literally own the place that you live, that you just exist there by their permission and have to pay money to them every month, no matter what they do, whether they neglect or upkeep the property. It doesn't matter, because it's not yours. You'll never own it, no matter what. Yeah, so landlording and rent seeking. Anyway, there was a lot there to download, and I just wanted to make sure that I always open these up by making sure that we have all of our information in a line. We got all of our ducks in a row before we start getting into the actual content. So let's respond in order of operations here, okay? Hold on, let me grab the link here. We are going to first react to the Leftist Mafia. Now, real quick, just so we have a quick timeline, Iilluminaughtii, the incident that sparked off this drama was Iilluminaughtii falsely accusing another large YouTuber of plagiarism. This backfired, and about a week later, she ended up issuing an apology after the backlash was very severe, because of course, she didn't have the evidence to prove plagiarism, but plagiarism is a career-ruining allegation. It's a very severe allegation, and she fired from the hip very carelessly. During that time, between the time of her accusing plagiarism and retracting the plagiarism claims, a couple of her former colleagues came out to both speak in support of the person that she was falsely accusing of plagiarism, and also to make their own stories heard. This led to the publishing of a series of Twitter threads that contained a whole bunch of information. To those Twitter threads, Iilluminaughtii made a response video that was known as Iilluminaughtii Exposed. Now, this video was a garbage fire, okay? It was very bad. It was framed as an apology video. It was not an apology video, and in the video, she made a series of heinous further accusations against her former colleagues that she used to work on a project, on a podcast project with. And in the response to this video, 2 of the content creators she alleged major allegations against ended up making response videos. Now, those videos have been out for a while. A lot of people have watched those videos and have come to the conclusion, rightfully, that Iilluminaughtii was not being honest and that Iilluminaughtii told a bunch of lies in the process of her video. In fact, one of the videos by a creator by the name of The Click contained essentially irrefutable proof. The only thing that could like debunk his video is if everything inside was literally faked. And it does not seem to be the case because a number of other people who were involved in the creation of his video came forward to say, yes, I swear by these records are correct. So there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Iilluminaughtii lied. And that brings us to now. Now we have the response from her current podcast known as the Leftist Mafia, which we are going to jump into and watch together right now. So, without any further delay, let's hear what the Leftist Mafia has to say about their former co-host, Blair.
Up yours. We'll see who cancels who.
People have been asking us more and more about the one of the co-hosts of Leftist Mafia.
Illa Divine says, hey, yes, Iilluminaughtii tweeted about this today. Yes, we will be getting to that afterwards. I'm trying to keep everything in order of occurrence so that we have a clear timeline so that things don't get confused. We're going to react to this first, and then we're going to react to that.
And, you know, because there's been a lot of... first, there were the videos calling it drama and all sorts of things, and then there were videos that came out and explained the more egregious allegations in detail. And so we came together, and basically the Leftist Mafia decided that one of our members was going to get a promotion like this. If you guys remember this scene from Goodfellas. No, basically we had to decide.
That's a scene where they kill somebody.
Whether one specific member, Blair, aka Iilluminaughtii, was going to stay with the show after these videos came out. And, you know, people have been asking us about it for weeks. And at first, I think we thought, at least this is from my perspective, I thought it was just YouTube drama. And those first videos were titled as such. And then more videos came out and more videos came out and gave us a much larger, you know, sort of view of what was really going on. And, you know, it was mixed in with some of that, like, YouTube drama stuff that we just assumed it all was at first. But it wasn't all that. Some of those, some of the issues were very serious. And
so, okay, real quick, I have something I need to say right away, which is there's a certain amount of truth. There's a certain amount of overall truth to what Matt Bender is saying here. YouTube drama has this problem of losing credibility the moment that it's called drama, because people assume that it's like stupid catty nonsense, okay? And there is a whole lot of garbage YouTube drama that doesn't mean anything and that has no impact whatsoever on anything. That's just some he said, she said nonsense. That is a very real thing, okay? However, they already responded to this before, and some of the members of the Leftist Mafia admitted that they had indeed seen what the contents of the drama was. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Mike Figueredo, this guy right up here in the corner, who had admitted that he had seen some of the videos, and he was actually trying to tell the other members of the podcast, actually, it's pretty serious, it's pretty bad, guys. I thought about watching their first response on this stream. However, I'm actually going to just do my best to try and keep it to this response, since this is their official response. I still think it's important, though, sometimes to point out that some of their members were trying to talk to other members and say, hey, actually, this is pretty serious. Also, their audience told them this. Their whole audience. They admitted in their previous video and in this video that their audience was begging them to look deeper into it. And I'm going to be completely honest, it seemed like they were very willing to sort of shrug that off. But let's watch the rest of the video.
I think we had a meeting, which is actually the first time we met when we weren't doing a show, just to let you all know how serious we took this. And I think
deadass on Saturday. On Saturday.
It was Saturday.
Yeah.
Also, I should be clear. I actually quite like every single person involved in this show. I have met Lance in real life. I really like Lance. Mike Figueredo, I've been on a show with Mike Figueredo before. I've always really liked Mike. I think he's really cool. I don't know David Dole that well, but everything that I've seen of his has been good. Matt Binder, I've watched Matt Binder's content for a really long time and a big fan of him. We just covered Olay's stuff. And I really like Olay's videos. She only just started making videos on YouTube, but her videos are really good. So I just want to be clear, like, I don't have anything personal against any of these people here, and I actually quite like almost all of their work. The only person I'm not super familiar with is David Dole. I know a little bit of his stuff, and I've seen a handful of his videos on YouTube, or on Twitter, I think. But yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to make that clear, because I have some critiques that I have to levy against these people, and I want people to understand that I actually quite like them a lot. Anyway, let's go.
And, I think we decided that the combination of how serious some of these allegations were, combined with the fact that, unfortunately, Iilluminaughtii was not addressing the more serious allegations, and also, she had mentioned that if it became too much, she would have stepped away on her own. But we decided that, yeah, it was detracting from our work and what we do, and the allegations weren't good, and we couldn't really stand by without any sort of addressing of the situation on her end. But it just wasn't happening in the weeks that we gave her the chance to do it. So as of today, the Leftist Mafia is Mike Figueredo, David Dole, Olay, Lance, and me, Matt Binder. And that's it. The five of us.
So there you have it. They have officially parted ways with Iilluminaughtii. Now, that was, in my opinion, the only decision that they could have made here that wouldn't have damaged their podcast. Not cutting ties with Iilluminaughtii after what was revealed specifically by the Clicks video would have been a genuinely insane decision that would have damaged their brand potentially permanently. What the Click revealed was that indeed Iilluminaughtii has a history and a pattern of completely falsifying serious allegations against other people to get a leg up on them. The Clicks video made that almost incontrovertible. It would require a massive revelation to undermine the Clicks video. The Clicks video was very simple, very straightforward. It was loaded with receipts, numerous people who were not targets of the drama, but who had been involved in the drama by Iilluminaughtii were brought forward. It was a absolute orbital bombardment of a video. And I don't think they really would have had any other option. However, I think it's good that they made the right decision, because keeping Iilluminaughtii on after that would have not only been dangerous to their other members, but would have completely destroyed the reputation of their podcast. Yep. They I don't know what other decision they could have made. people are a couple of people in chat have brought up, do you think that she's going to go after the leftist mafia? I do believe that's a possibility, and I think it's an unfortunate possibility. I don't believe there is a single person on this podcast who has as large of a platform as Iilluminaughtii. And that is something that we are going to have to keep in mind throughout this entire thing. As far as I know, actually, we can do a quick, let's do some quick homework here real quick. Let me just bring up everybody's channels real quick. Okay, hold on. Matt Binder, YouTube, Iilluminaughtii, David Dole. I don't know if David Dole. Rational National. Okay, so hold on a second. Let's just real quick. We're gonna go through these real quick. Okay.
Welcome to the scam economy.
No! No, I accidentally clicked on their channels and everybody's channel things are playing. Oh my God, I'm sorry. My ears also got destroyed. I didn't know that everybody's fucking trailers were gonna play automatically. Okay, hold on a second. Humanist Report has 402,000 subscribers. Matt Binder has 30,000 subscribers. Iilluminaughtii has 17,000 subscribers. Rational National has 500,000 subscribers. And Lance from the Surfs. Wait, I think there's the Surfs TV. I'm sorry about everybody's. And the Surfs has, wait, don't they have another channel? Oh, it's just the Surf Times. Has 66,000 subscribers. So altogether, let's see, 900,000, about 1 million combined. All of the other hosts combined do not have as many subscribers as Iilluminaughtii does. Okay? Yeah, so they're somewhere around 950,000 subscribers altogether. And even after this drama, Iilluminaughtii has 1.5 million subscribers. Oh, did I just miss the Surfs TV? Was I just not seeing it? Yeah, I thought the original Surfs channel got banned for some bullshit. So anyway, the point that I'm trying to say here is, one, yes, there is a risk that she does damage to these people. She has a much larger platform than the Leftist Mafia combined. And two, there is a very distinct incentive here that needs to be discussed. You cannot discuss this situation without acknowledging the fact that Iilluminaughtii was bringing an unbelievably large audience to the Leftist Mafia podcast, okay? Sub count is irrelevant. Look at her viewer counts. I don't think we can't, that would be so hard to do, okay? That would be very difficult to do. We can't cross-reference, we can only ballpark here. Regardless, there is a over 500,000 subscriber difference. That is a very significant difference. By no ifs, ands, or buts, Iilluminaughtii was the largest channel by far on the Leftist Mafia. So keep that in mind. The point is that she's very large. She was bringing an enormous audience to the Leftist Mafia podcast. And that, yes, it is possible that if she continues to double down, that she could indeed target all of these people. And we now know that she's done this in the past. Keep in mind that the people who she went really hard after have not done anything to her other than step away from the project that she wanted them to be involved with. The clique didn't, we have no evidence that the clique did anything against Iilluminaughtii except leave the project when she didn't want him to. And she took that as a personal slight and decided to destroy his career or attempt to destroy his career over that. Sirius says, I don't really buy the incentive argument that much. Leftist Mafia is not the main thing anyone on the podcast does, and as far as I know, the only person who knew her before Leftist Mafia was Lance. I'm sorry, but I think that is a little bit, no offense, I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I think that's a little bit naive. If you're on a group project and somebody comes on board who has more followers than your entire podcast combined, and you're doing a podcast where your name is on the screen all the time, there is a massive incentive. That is a huge opportunity, even as a side project, for you personally to grow your channel, because all of their subs might have fun watching that show and might decide to click your channel. Again, I just want, this is something that needs to be kept in mind because it's a real thing, okay? Anyway, point is, I do think that there's a possibility that she targets them, and I hope that's not the case. It was wise for them to part ways now before their involvement with her could get different, could get deeper. Let's get back to the actual react.
We also decided that based on how the past few weeks went, every month our audience will vote on which one of us gets kicked off the show next. And we will continue that until there's none of us left.
Just one sole survivor. Can I also add to that as well? Just on a more serious note, I do apologize to the audience for not taking this seriously. I just want you to understand from our perspective as public-facing people, every single week, if not every day, we see a bunch of drama about each other, about, oh, did you know that Lance said this, David said this? And so instinctively, I dismiss a lot of it because a lot of it is bad faith. So I do feel bad that I initially didn't look at the situation with severity. And sometimes not taking a position is taking a position. So I do feel bad that people felt like we were, I guess, inadvertently endorsing Blair's behavior here, because I absolutely, and I want to be clear about this, I unequivocally denounce what she did. And I really feel bad for Wonder and the clique. I think that her behavior was manipulative, controlling, it was deceitful, and it was downright abusive. It's something that you can't do this to people and then just not respond. Like, there needs to be accountability. There needs to be an apology. And like, I believe in restorative justice, but in my opinion, Blair has not even started to take those steps for restorative justice. She hasn't, I genuinely don't even know if she thinks that what she did is wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of respect. Once again, I have said this many times. I have a lot of respect for Mike Figueredo. He is apologizing here for not taking it seriously enough. But again, by my recollection, even in their non-official response, he was the one who was taking it the most seriously. And also, keep what he said in mind here for when we get to Blair's response from today, because I think he's right. I think he's 100% on point to say, you need to take responsibility for this. So keep that in mind, and we're going to find out together if that's what she decides to do. Let's continue.
I think I see somebody in the chat said, objectively, this sucks. I would much rather have Blair explain herself and have a conversation with all of you instead of just dropping her no potential for change. This is why the left loses. Respectfully, that's ass. That's not the case here. We've actually been incredibly to our own detriment.
Respectively, that's ass.
No, yeah, we've received an excessive amount of criticism because we gave a lot of grace in this situation, and we have given Blair ample opportunity.
DeLance says, what if she goes after me? Bring it. I have the lucky value of already being hated by anyone on the internet that she could try and make mad at me, okay? I am the villain of the internet. I'm fucking DemonMama, okay? Do you guys forget who you're watching? People already have tried to trash my reputation. My reputation stands on its own because I already spent 2 years getting shit on by a bunch of larger creators making up bullshit about me. So as a result, my reputation stands on its own. It's very hard for people to try and pull reputation games with me any further now because people already know that a bunch of fucking assholes lied about me and that I also held myself very well during that time, that I stick to the receipts, that I'm a truthful person. I have a reputation for standing strong and for sticking by the truth. And I obviously recognize that. So I'm not super concerned. The thought did cross my mind early on that this could become something that I'm targeted by. But at the end of the day, I've had gigantic content creator shoe on head fucking shit on me. I've had fucking Destiny dump crap on me, literally making up shit and writing manifestos about me. And it's fucking water off my back. I'm still here. Did it hurt? Of course it did. It would be foolish for me to argue that my channel didn't suffer as the result of people's giant channels spreading false information about me. However, that's already been done. That damage has already been done. And people now know that I have a reputation of continuing despite that shit. So there's a number of reasons, but I don't want to get into that right now. Build a dog. Anyway, let's continue.
Opportunity to explain herself. Blair has a massive YouTube channel, bigger than all of our channels. Even with the loss of subscribers, bigger than all of our channels. She is continuing to upload videos. She is choosing, for whatever her own reasons, not to address it, explain herself. And again, I made clear, and for that reason, I have seen my face on several thumbnails slandering me, because the last time we addressed it, because I said that I did speak to her, and obviously she did not share with me what the nature of this situation is, because like I said, when we addressed it on the after show, for those who've seen it, I said I didn't know. I did not watch the exposés because I was not somebody going to go out of my way. I figure this is drama. That's what I thought. We're always like, you know,
it also started way more minor too, right? It was like accusations of like little things that escalated to bigger things, escalated to bigger things.
We should make it clear that those first videos, like I really have a hard time watching videos like that based on YouTube drama. And those first videos were that. They were even titled as such. Like, I'm not even like just myself, I'm like describing it as that. Some of the videos I saw when people told me, oh, you got to watch this video, it was like the Illuminati drama explained, the controversy around Illuminati. Like, those sort of clickbait headlines don't do anyone any real justice or help. If
that's true, but everyone has to do that on YouTube. Everyone has to do that. It is true that there's lots of stupid, distracting, pointless drama, that there are channels that directly farm drama. But even if you go right now to Lance's channel, he's going to have clickbait titles like that. Even if you go to Matt Binder's content, they're going to have clickbait titles like that because that's what you have to do on YouTube. That's the rules that YouTube makes. So it's not a very, this isn't a very fair excuse for not looking into something when your audience is like, hey, this is really serious. I understand where he's coming from. I'm not saying that he's doing something really, really super wrong here, but at the same time, clickbait isn't an excuse. Like, clickbait titles aren't an excuse for not looking into very serious allegations against somebody who's on your podcast with you.
The actual, based on the headline too, but also a lot of the content was mixing in some of this basically, like, this creator doesn't like this creator and they have a beef over this sort of menial reason. Like, when you mix those things into the real issues that were focused on weeks later, I think you sort of muddy the water. That's why I was so confused at first, and I think the rest of you felt that way too.
Every week, there's 6 of us. Every week I look, someone is tangentially in their own internet controversy with some backstories and pre-existing relationships and things that I don't know about. And that just is par for the course. You know what I mean? It goes past. To me, I assumed that I assumed, yes, I thought she was in a huge scandal, but I thought it was because her platform is huge. I thought the drama is commensurate to the size of her platform, not the level of the true seriousness of like this being a thing. And I'm not somebody, like I said, I wasn't gonna go out of my way to go spend my time like watching, you know, what I assume is drama with controversy and a bunch of videos, and I just didn't really know, and I just kind of was going about my business because, to my understanding, all that had ever been presented to me on this situation or from Blair or anything was that there are people that did not like her, that she's previously known, you know what I mean, because she went and did her own thing, and jealousy. I see now that appears to be the opposite of such, right? But that was all I thought. I thought this is some whatever thing. And I've since, like I said, I've since gotten informed. The whole thing about information in this life is when you get new information, you come to an opinion, a conclusion. And I will say this, I understand why there were somebody in the
River says, so far they've just been saying excuses as to why they didn't say anything. Again, I'm going to try my best to keep it to this specific response. In their previous response, they were really laughing it off. They were really, and I got to be a little critical to Olay here. Olay was really laughing it off in the last one. And while that wasn't an official statement, I feel like they really dropped the ball on that particular part. That they didn't take the time to look into this stuff beforehand and sort of reflexively defended the largest member of their group, which there's a lot of stupid shit that gets thrown around on the internet. However, when you have a lot of people in your audience, when you have tons and tons of people reaching out to you and saying, hey, this is actually really important, I think it's valuable to at least give it a fair shake, especially if it's somebody that you're making content with. But also, I do understand where where they're coming from in saying that, God, there's so much drama all the time. People always are airing out their beefs on the internet. There is truth to that. I think the person that I'm going to have to criticize the most out of all of this is probably, unfortunately, going to have to be Lance, because Lance went really, really hard on his defense. And Lance was, if I'm not mistaken, the founding member of this podcast. Yeah, so, you know, there's varying levels of involvement in the creation of a podcast, and to be fair, to my knowledge, none of these people really went out of their way to defend Blair outside of sort of laughing it off a little bit too much in the last video that they did. Anyway, let's get back to the actual video at hand.
Audience last week, I had noted, I'd seen say, you know, we're worried about y'all. You know what I mean? Is why we're, and I was like, in my mind, in my spirit at the time, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Whatever. And then by the time I watched 15 exposés, you know, it's really an unfortunate thing to piss off excellent video essayists, because, you know, fascinating drama as a person who
or all of them.
Yeah, I understood what people were saying. I see.
True! It's also bad to piss off excellent streamers, which you are watching right now. If you are watching and enjoying this deep dive part 2, please make sure that you press subscribe down below, and please give me your likes. We currently have just over 400 likes, but we have a beautiful 700 viewers. Did you know that whenever we get a surge of likes, we also get a massive surge of new viewers? Earlier this stream, the first time I asked for likes, there was 150 likes and there was 250 viewers. Now there's 400 likes and 700 viewers. You can help support right now just by pressing that little thumbs up button. And, of course, subscribe to the channel because I'd love to have you back. Man, I've missed watching DramaMama. It's good to be back. Welcome back. You know it's good. You know it's good. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thank you for supporting me. Let's continue.
You know, what's up? I understand why y'all were like, we need to watch the videos. We need to this. Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I want to add also that, like, the only context that I had was Blair's initial response video. And at that point, when I watched that, I thought that the totality of the drama was the legal eagle stuff. Watching her video, I didn't have any additional context. I thought that it was fine. But after going through watching, recap videos, watching the Click and Wonders videos, I actually feel really disappointed in myself that I didn't watch her initial video more critically, because there were red flags.
Yes. Okay. Mike Figueredo right here. This is extremely good on his part. It's extremely good for him to admit that that he should have been more critical, because let me tell you, that video should have raised red flags for anyone. I spend a lot of time watching and reacting to people online. I spend a lot of time trying to be as good of an internet skeptic as I possibly can, and her video had so many misinformation red flags. The first time I watched the Iilluminaughtii video, now keep in mind, I watched the Iilluminaughtii video the day it came out as somebody who was a fan of Iilluminaughtii prior to this. You guys know I've watched and recommended Iilluminaughtii on this channel before. And when I watched that video, I went, what the hell is going on with this video? What the fuck is going on here? What is she saying? And I was pausing the video to look at her receipts and going, this doesn't say what she says it says. So I think that this is, I do think I got to give credit to Mike Figueredo here for saying I should have done a better job, because yes, people who watched her video really, I'm not talking about average viewers. These guys aren't your average YouTube users. These are all video makers. Some of them are news video makers. They're political video makers. They gotta be held to a higher standard. That video should have set off red flags for all of them.
I assumed, here's the thing, I watched it in a vacuum. I watched that in a vacuum. I've never seen, I don't know any of these people, I've never seen anything. I assumed, my rational mind could only assume that she must have been responding to them. You know what I mean? Like allegations they made. I never thought I would have conceived, like when I watched that it was her presenting his mental health for the first time and bringing it. I didn't look at it. I didn't see this note. I didn't, you know what I mean? In my mind, oh, she's in drama. Here's a video. This is somebody, I have a friendly enough relationship that I...
And what Olay is saying here, I also have to give credit to Olay here for being forthright with this, because what Olay is saying here is credit for admitting it. I think that Olay obviously needs to do better next time, but credit for admitting it here. That is why Blair structured her video the way that she did. Blair's video was structured so that if you didn't actually take all the time to slog through all of the files down below, if you hadn't already read the Click and Wonders thread about it, it would sound like she was responding to something, but she wasn't. She was putting forward something in the form of a response, using her reputation, using the bias that her audience has towards her, being her viewers and fans, to make them go, oh yeah, well, I assume she's responding to something that was said about her, but she wasn't. For a lot of that video, she wasn't responding to things that were said about her. It was very manipulative. It was very dirty. And it works. That type of manipulation works because it plays on biases. This is why it's important to be careful, even with content creators that you like.
I hosting whatever, whatever. I didn't know, I didn't see, I didn't whatever. Once I actually seen videos and seeing what the original tweets and all these different things are, I could see it differently, the use of the platform, but I didn't have any of that context. And I thought about it, I just did not realize. I just didn't fucking realize a month ago, this would be this. I really, like I said, this is the first time we've never met. We've done this show this whole time. This was something we did to have fun. Like Lance put us together one time for a midterm stream. Then we thought it would be fun to do the show. And we've never had a meeting ever. We go real. We just roll with it. We've never had a meeting. This was the first time we had to have a meeting. I never thought I could do a meeting. So I just didn't know.
Yeah, and I also want to address the fact that, like, when it comes to this entire situation, I also released an individual video to apologize because I did take, like, Blair's side initially when I'd seen her first video, and I didn't know this was going to continuously amplify into what it's become. It's one of those things where, like, I recorded that, I went off to go do the Tim Pool thing, you know, my editor ended up releasing it, like, days later, and then all of a sudden it's like, Lance, you have to watch, like, 8 more videos. There's, like, hours and hours and hours of things now that have come out since, and then, like, I think it's totally valid and totally, like, you know, it's a very fair criticism of both myself or I guess any other content creator who makes this kind of stuff and is like, you can't just say that stuff exists in a vacuum. You can't just, like, isolate yourself completely and be like, oh, well, this is, you know, maybe there's always going to be more to this story or something else is going to come out, you know. I think that's a totally fair critique. What I don't think is a fair critique, by the way, chat, and this is the one that I'm going to push back on, to the people who are like, Lance is doing this because he's simping. He's simping. This is the... First off, you can have friends who are women. It's okay. It's awesome, actually. It's super based. It's super awesome to have friends who are women, and also standing up for women in general.
Lance is gay. Okay, that is kind of funny that people would say that.
Doesn't immediately mean that the only reason is you want fuck. Like, yes, what, do we get to fuck now? And if you really want to push this whole kind of, like, I was being led astray to, and I know this is for internet trauma and everything, you could say the same thing about when I saw the Clicks video for the first time. I was like, oh, this is an incredibly gorgeous human being. He's very beautiful. Am I being swayed by that in and of itself? Am I not, like, going to listen to the arguments that come out right afterwards? Am I not going to hear, you know, what happens? It's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, so I have to say something here for my part. I'm glad that Lance acknowledges that it's fair to criticize him, because let me just say, Lance went really fucking hard. Now, in my original DramaMama, I did not cover Lance's response because it wasn't relevant at all. I was covering the initial situation. But now, in this addendum, Lance really goofed up on this one, okay? Lance, like, he really goofed up on this one. Lance made a video that was titled, Illuminati debunks malicious lies from fuck, what was the title? It was Illuminati debunks malicious lies from, like, something, I'm not getting it right here because the video's been deleted now, but it's something along the lines of, like, outraged former coworkers. It was something very close to that. And also he was going really hard on Twitter, saying that these were, like, spurned former coworkers, spurned former employees who were just raging at her, and that is so far from the truth. Lance really went way too hard in this situation, and Lance is gonna have to kind of deal with that, because it was a really bad look. He didn't just defend her, like, a little bit. He didn't just deflect. He didn't just, like, not take it seriously. He went so far as to join her in further slandering the people who are coming against her just out of familiarity with this person. Yeah. Hungamaster says, to be fair, the editor for the co-op made the title, not Lance. But Lance didn't take down the video for over a week. I don't think that excuse works, because Lance said the same thing in his videos. He said things as bad as the title in the video that he did. In fact, he said that they were aggrieved men going after a woman, ganging up against a woman for being successful at one point in his videos, which is just Jesus, that is very careless, incredibly careless, especially, and it looks beyond terrible, especially given the situation. Like, trying to be like, oh yeah, Wonder, who was a 19-year-old who got financially abused by Illuminati, trying to, like, frame him as, like, an aggrieved man going after, like, a more successful content creator, when she explicitly used her position of money and power to lock him into a bunch of financial contracts that she ended up, it was just terrible. So yeah, unfortunately, Lance is gonna have to take his he's gonna have to take his licks on this one. because he was way, way, way wrong. Like really, really wrong. And he went really, really hard in a way that none of his other co-hosts did. It was bad. It was really bad. Danny says, fuck that. It's your channel. If your editor fucks up, what they put out is a representation of you. If I put out something that made DramaMama look bad, I would fully expect to be let go, or at least the very least yelled at. There is a line for that. I agree with what you're saying, but in this circumstance, nothing that was done by the editor is worse than what Lance himself did. I appreciate that, and I understand where you're coming from, and I think you're right in some circumstances. But the reason why I don't think that's a good excuse in this case is because Lance said worse things about them in the video itself. The title was not the thing that was the problem here. It wasn't like the title was really super aggressive and then Lance's video was really nice to wonder and click. He was really harsh to wonder and click and was like ripping into them and accusing them of being like men ganging up on a woman. And then the title was just also bad, if that makes sense. It is definitely possible for like an editor to like do something that's out of line. Like, for example, like if an editor, like, what if my editor put a thumbnail of just like a porn thumbnail to fuck over my video? That would be a pretty shitty thing to do. It could damage the channel really bad, and that would be something that I think would be the editor's fault. But I don't think in this case it's the editor's fault. Just to be clear. Anyway. I did not see Lance's video. I did not see Lance's video on Xanderhall or Xanderhall's video on Lance. So I don't know if they talked about the Illuminaughtii drama. Maybe it would be worth looking into those videos if it's relevant. But for now, we're going to stick to this. Thank you, Nico Nerd. This is by an artist named Canis Ovis. You can find them on Etsy. Canis, C-A-N-I-S, Ovis, O-V-I-S, like wolf and sheep. And it's one of my favorite shirts. I absolutely love it. Here, I'll even show the whole thing. Bing! Look at that. It's a beautiful, beautiful shirt. Gayfish says, after you did your stream title that was just titled The R Slur, bing! I thought about working the word into every single timestamp, but after listening to your rant, I was like, actually, that sounds pretty counter to your argument, because I'm conscientious of how my actions affect others. Yeah, you do a good job. Anyway, let's get back to the video. I just wanted to be clear about that. I'm gonna have more words of critique for Lance as this goes on anyway, so.
Yeah. I see people in the chat saying for anybody who might be confused, I don't know how y'all have missed it at this point. If we're finally up to date, I don't know how y'all don't know what's up. But basically the summation is Blair has been accused, and a significant amount of evidence that has not been rebutted has been presented to show that Blair basically has a pattern of abuse. She seems vengeful. It seems like she has a pattern. She has a pattern of being vengeful towards content creators in her path. That's what it seems like.
Vengeful is definitely a way to describe it. But when we should be clear, when Olay says vengeful here, I mean she tried to ruin the careers of people who did nothing but not want to work with her anymore. They were like, we're done with this project because you yelled at us. And then she freaked out and tried to accuse them of literal criminal and morally debauched behavior with the purpose of damaging them. Redcarp98 says, with the $5, says, hey, I just wanted to say I'm glad I discovered your channel and I've been on a binge of your content. Keep up the good work. Love from Red. Will do. Thank you. I'm going to be reading all the donos as time goes on. Just that one happened to catch my eyes. Welcome to the channel, Red, and hope you'll have a really good time. Anyway, let's get into it.
That's what the accusations are. People who've worked with her. It seems like that from watching a million exposés. It seems like it seems like perceived slights lead to massive.
And there's also a power imbalance here as well. First of all, if any of you just told us that she was a landlord, she would have been gone like that. I didn't know we had a landlord in our midst, okay? That is a non-starter for me. I think that as leftists, we failed by admitting a landlord to the podcast. Finding that out was mind-blowing.
The landlord thing is the thing we find most horrifying of the things.
No, not most. No, not most. It would have got my attention.
Okay, good on Mike for saying no. It's not the most horrifying thing, but it.
Quicker. But like overall, going through
the landlord thing for
we can go through. I think it is important to go through some of it.
I don't care about. I mean, I'm not a landlord, but I don't give a shit about that. I mean, whatever.
It was the deleting. It was really, a lot of shit made my like hair stand up. Like what made me, like I said, I'm really prepared to. I said to all of y'all, I was like, oh, for the one time, I'm like, I'm really the audience was right, and that we need to look into it. I see what they were saying as far as like, yeah, right, like
bad.
This is something we need to address.
It wasn't just drama. Like it was way more than drama. And that's
it was framed to us as drama.
Not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, we are in a position where we are constantly presented with drama, and a lot of it is bad faith. So, when we're on this massive platform, when you have 6 different leftists from different spheres of the internet, I mean, you have a lot of bad faith bullshit. So we kind of have to have that baked in solidarity by default. But in this instance, their solidarity was kind of it was bad for us, and part of it is because like being in a group dynamic here like this with somebody who has very clearly had issues with groups in the past, that's why this was.
Xander Toron says, so far it kind of feels like they're tap dancing around exactly what she did. I do think that's a problem. I think they should have opened this by laying out what the allegations actually were, because they have indeed been stepping around that. And I think it would have been more effective if they opened up by laying out why the allegations matter. Instead, they're sort of relying on the audience's knowledge. But to be fair, they also did admit that their audience was their entire audience was basically revolting to tell them to address it. So I guess they're kind of correct to assume that the audience knows even more than they do, since their audience was in absolute uproar about the situation. Just to be fair.
People were especially concerned, I think, just to kind of go through. So like because it seems like a lot of my audience doesn't even know, just to give you a really quick rundown. So there was a bunch of allegations, but the biggest ones that stood out to me was there was this group called Sad Milk, and one of the members, Click, she essentially pedo-jacketed him. She smeared him. She paid people to dig up dirt on him.
She actually did worse than pedo-jacketing him. I need to be clear about this. She did worse than pedo-jacketing him. She accused him of facilitating a pedophile-friendly space. She accused him of creating a space in which children were systematically destroyed, to the degree that she was linking like resources for kids to get she was linking resources for kids to go like find help if they're being sexually abused, and specifically called him out by name and specifically said he was facilitating a dangerous place for children. It's actually worse, believe it or not. It's actually worse than accusing a single guy of being a pedophile. It's actually worse to say, no, you're actually making a space where pedophiles can find victims. By an order of magnitude. So I just want to be clear. That was, she was so unbelievably deranged in her accusation against him.
He had sock puppet accounts harass him, and think of the Jimmy Dore libtard 01 situation on steroids, exponentially worse. When it comes to Wonder, watching his full video, like I watched a bunch of recaps and then I watched Wonder's full video, and the recaps didn't do it justice. The Wonder video broke my fucking heart. I really identified with him because he was in this position where he was very young. He was 19 years old. She was his landlord. She controlled his transportation. She controlled a lot of elements of his life. And the problem with like having your employer be your landlord and control so much of your life is they can take away your entire livelihood like that. It's not just your livelihood, your housing. And basically that happened to Wonder. He lost everything, and it nearly drove him to the brink of suicide. And then she took that and she used that against him in his video when he talked about how, and this part really struck me in Wonder's video. Wonder talked about how he told Blair he was trying to unalive himself. He was looking for the keys to his dad's gun cabinet. And her response to Oz Media, and Oz is somebody who kind of covered for her and brought all the receipts, was that, well, I don't know what the reason was effectively why he did this, but I'm just concerned for myself. Not even taking into any concern his personal safety. And she kind of framed it as a wellness check when she called the police on him. Wonder shared how, you know, telling the police there's a suicidal man, that could put me in danger, you know, even though I was suicidal there. It's just, there's a lot. And again, like, to me, it's not just simple drama. This goes beyond drama. It's abuse. And it reminds me of like a textbook Darvo case, which
It truly was abuse. And again, remember that Oz Media, who was involved in that specific situation, later came forward and said that Blair did not have any intent of framing it like a wellness check, that instead she framed it as if she was fearing for her own life. So she called into the police that an armed man in a mental health crisis, a man having a mental health crisis, had access to weaponry and that she was in danger. Now, we will never know what she actually said to the police. That is something that would only ever come out if there was some sort of like massive legal case, and it might never be made public. But from what we can tell, we have no reason to believe what she said, and everyone else involved stated that she was not just doing a wellness check, that she, even in her own words, she said that she was concerned for her own safety, even though she was thousands of miles away, and he was suicidal, not homicidal.
For those of you who don't know, is an acronym for deny, attack, reverse victim offender, where instead of just owning up to something and apologizing, you flip it and you make yourself the victim and you go on the offensive. And now watching their videos and juxtaposing that with Blair's response and seeing that again, it feels more like that to me. Although I'm not a psychoanalyst, so, you know, I can't say any more, but like, this is very serious, and I feel really, really bad.
Don't say it won't be public. Yeah, but not all lawsuits just because there's a lawsuit doesn't mean that the evidence will end up being public. There could be a lawsuit. We'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to talk about that more. But just because there's a lawsuit doesn't mean we'll ever know. We will probably never know what she actually said to the police. But according to her own words, which we have evidence of, we have no reason to believe that she was calling in a wellness check. And we have every reason to believe that she was trying to further punish Wonder. Because keep in mind, this occurred after she already used the police to repossess his car, which contained all of his possessions that he needed to continue doing his job. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. She was punishing and brutally punishing him at that point. We have no reason to believe that she wasn't just continuing her punishment of him.
For the people involved, especially Wonder.
Yeah. No,
I haven't spoken much on this because you guys are saying everything I'm agreeing with. Like, this is from my perspective. I think it was said earlier. Like, I just didn't think anything of this until I saw it. Like, I think it was like we were like 3 weeks into it, and she hadn't been on the show for those weeks either. Like, she took time away. And I was seeing comments and still comments. I'm like, all right, I guess this is for real. Let me look into this. And then when I finally watched a couple of videos, I was like, oh, okay, this actually is serious. And again, we have the perspective of seeing ongoing bullshit all the time, whether it's on Twitter or wherever, about, you know, all of us at some point. So it's hard to know what to take seriously when it's about personal drama between two people, because there are other, you know, criticisms that we're trying to compare it to, like, oh, you guys went after Anna, like it's just so stupid on so many levels. Because
it's not the same.
Like, not even close to the same. That is a something that was said publicly on Twitter that on its face we could all like be just by seeing what was written that we didn't agree with. It's much different than knowing what is happening between personal relationships between individuals. Like, those are not the same at all, because we have
past Anna agrees with the take as well
sight on what is going on in those relationships, right? Meanwhile, when it comes to a public post, it's very easy to see what's going on there. So again, it took a while for
us to take this
seriously.
The Anna situation was an issue, like a issue we could discuss. There was, it's not one that, you know, I wish she had, but it's nonetheless an issue that can be discussed. Like if Illuminati had said what Anna said, she wouldn't have disappeared for 3 weeks. Would have requested she come on the show so we could have this debate about this important issue. This wouldn't have been something that would have been, oh, you know, we got to wait for it to see what happens, or, you know, you should step away. Well, she's the one who actually, really though, people should know this. You know, when this first happened, she's the one who wanted to step away. We stood by her at first from what we knew, because this stuff hadn't all come out, and it was the legal eagle stuff, and we were like, you don't need to step away. Just come on the show. What's wrong? But she was.
The scuffy audio is on their end. Yes, I saw somebody else covering this. This is in their video. That's not on our end. I apologize. It's not my audio, Hope Eternal. This is Matt Binder's mic was dying here. The quality is unbearable. Yeah, it's okay. It clears up in a little bit. It's just Matt Binder's mic was freaking out at this point.
Very insistent.
In fact, in their own chat, they're all roasting him
about stepping away.
Yeah, I want to let the record reflect. I told her to address this. Like, my behind the scenes was come on the show. My position was always that if you are running essentially, and the internet wants to address you about something and they feel like you're running away, you have a live show every Thursday, you know, they're only gonna hunt you down. You need to come address it. You know, that was always my position, and it always.
Okay, real quick, I'm gonna do a quick speculation. I think I know the reason why Iilluminaughtii is not decided to step back from the leftist mafia. On the surface, that seems like a weird thing for her to do, unless she's avoiding commenting on this any further until she can do something legal. And I think that's probably what's going to happen. And unfortunately, I think that the target is going to be almost exclusively Wonder. Mark my words. This is, of course, my calculation and my read of the situation, but I believe that she stepped back from Leftist Mafia because she knew the audience was reacting poorly, and she didn't want to constantly have questions on it because she would then be put in a position where she has to respond. I think that what she's going to do is that she is going to utilize the fact that she had Wonder sign non-disparagement clauses and non-disclosure agreements. I believe that the contracts that Wonder signed are going to put her in a position where she can wield the law against Wonder. I think Click is going to be completely ignored. I would be willing to bet that Iilluminaughtii doesn't even talk about Click anymore because the Click's case was so rock solid. However, we all watched the Wonder's video. We all watched Wonder's video, not the Wonder. I was thinking of the Click. We all watched Wonderstruck's video. And Wonderstruck's video, while heartbreaking, had some errors with it. He left himself open, and he acknowledged that there was a risk that there would be legal action taken against him. He also acknowledged that he signed a lot of contracts, which is why I believe that Iilluminaughtii is just going to conveniently ignore everything that the Click said and is going to go full bore targeting Wonder. I would be very surprised if that's not exactly how this unfolds, and I would be very surprised if that's not the reason why she stepped back from the leftist mafia, was to avoid accidentally saying things that could damage her case in the near future. Hungamaster 420 says, I think Wonder said that he and his dad and a lawyer family friend said that the car contract was not legally binding. That means nothing. Unfortunately, I understand where people are coming from, but that's wishful thinking. A lawyer friend saying that they don't think it's legally binding doesn't mean that there isn't a way that it actually is legally binding. The Click and Oz also signed NDAs. Well, they signed NDAs for a different situation. The Click and Oz signed NDAs specifically with Sad Milk, which they left before this shit started happening. So I don't actually think, I don't have any reason to believe that the Click or Oz engaged in anything that would be in violation of an NDA, even a non-disparagement clause. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but their situations were very different. Wonder made a lot of claims in his video, okay? A lot of claims in his video. And he backed them up with receipts, but a lot of those claims that he made might become problematic depending on what he signed. Also, yes, as Bluestone points out, the clique doesn't live in the United States. So yeah, good luck at Blair trying to sue somebody internationally over an internet dispute. It's not going to happen. The clique is basically there's no way that's going to happen. Just no fucking way. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
But again, I didn't have the context of what the situation was, and I want to echo a lot of the earlier sentiments. The Anna Kasparian thing y'all are doing, that's a false equivalent with the situation in its entirety, and I don't even feel like addressing it. And as far as the Blair stuff, listen, it's very frustrating because y'all have to understand we're doing a live show across a bunch of different platforms. We have to look at a bunch of live chats and comments and things that get in your head. People are literally swarming our chats. They're being it's stressful, right? And then there are a lot of people who do not and have never watched our show. Now suddenly they're watching the show, screaming at us, saying all these negative comments about us, in the audience because we haven't responded to this or blah blah blah. But they have no other context of us, no other life. It's very. We were wading through a lot, and trying to figure that out, and we're doing our best. And I think we're doing our best to be as transparent as humanly possible. I feel like a lot of other shows and places and stuff would not be having a conversation with you or anything like that.
That is true.
We are trying. I feel like y'all should give us a little bit of grace. But yeah, I want to echo what Mike said.
It's true that a lot of shows wouldn't do this, but a lot of shows wouldn't have done the previous video they did either, where they kind of laughed it off. So I think that's neither here nor there, honestly. Yeah. Also, most other shows probably would not have an audience that is as invested. This show being called the Leftist Mafia means that the audience is going to be particularly invested if one of the members is not only like a rampant abuser, a rampant liar, but also a landlord. Making your show leftism themed is probably going to get people riled up if one of your members is a giant corporate abuse, financial abuse piece of shit.
And I want to be, like I said, a few times, I want to be accountable at the audience. I think the audience was right to tell us that we should look into it. I don't think that makes us.
Case in point, they admit that their audience was going crazy at them, that their audience was demanding that they have a response to this.
Wrong for not realizing that we should have looked at it and been super involved. But I do appreciate that y'all insisted and that we took the time to go look into it, because I see that it is a much bigger thing. Because I watch a lot of videos, and I kept learning more and more information and seeing that this is largely a pattern, and seeing like I haven't had any issues with it, but what I found were very striking is of the information that have been presented to me, because I have, like I told y'all, I have talked to Blair, and since all this has happened, I talked to her. What was being given to me just did not at all present what was, you know what I mean? I felt very what the fuck? Hey, what the fuck? When the fuck did I enter the Game of Thrones? I was blown away. I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, so.
You know what this made me realize? I would be so shit at the Game of Thrones. I was like, when this was all going on, when I was watching all the videos, I was like, oh my god, I would love to think that I was going to be some fun, bisexual god king, like the Viper or some shit. No, I would get rolled. I would get so rolled. There's so many moments where I'm just like, wait, what? Because I'm too trusting. I would get fucking manipulated.
Honestly, I'm pretty good. I had everybody's reactions, everybody in Leftist Mafia pegged for how he'd respond in different situations and stuff. The thing about the Blair situation is I'm not paying attention to Blair, because Blair, has only ever served she's a triangle. We don't see her in the first place.
Right, we don't know what she looks like.
10 minutes collectively the entire show, and so she serves more moderator-ish when she's here, and she's pleasant in those interactions, so there's really no reason for me to assess her, you know what I mean, to be thinking about her on a deep level. And so, we've only.
Meanwhile, she was Littlefinger the whole time. She was
oh
playing
my god, Littlefinger, Cersei, nigga, Cersei. So I was like, what?
Okay, this is it's a bit cringe and a bit silly, but also I think Cersei is kind of a correct fit here, with one exception, which is that most of Cersei's motivation, I don't know if you guys know this, some of my new viewers might not know this. I reviewed the entire Game of Thrones show, being a gigantic super fan of A Song of Ice and Fire. I watched the entire show and reviewed it on this channel, which was a wild, wild, wild experience, especially as someone who adored the books. I am indeed a book reader. I fucking love the A Song of Ice and Fire books. And I really liked the first few seasons of the show, obviously, like most people did. Anyway, point is, I actually do think Cersei is a fairly good fit. If you're gonna make a nerdy ass Game of Thrones analogy, except Cersei did everything that she did for her kids. Sometimes it was kind of like a cover. Like, her kids were ultimately, most of the time, under her control, and so it was kind of a self-empowerment thing, but Cersei actually literally tried to bend fate, the prophecy that would, you know, against her, the prophecy against her children. She tried to bend fate in order to protect her kids, which, as much of a monstrous and manipulative piece of shit that Cersei was, there was that thing going for her, that she actually did care about her kids, that her kids were actually her primary motivation. Whereas Blair is basically doing like Cersei type behavior over shitty YouTube channels, which is pretty embarrassing, honestly. It's pretty fucking embarrassing. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue. Book Cersei is much more complex. TV Cersei is just deranged. Yeah, TV Cersei, like, she has basically no redeeming qualities. But, yeah, that's because the TV show sucks, though. The TV show sucks. Anyway, let's continue.
And I had to like go to like, cause me and Lab had pretty much been on like.
I would have been cut in season 1. I wouldn't make it past season 1.
I go to Lance on Saturday and be like,
that is definitely true, Lance. You would not make it past season 1.
Hold on, wait, wait a second. I think we were. I literally went. I said, we might. I hate it. But David Dole might be right. I was like, let me go to the chat. I think David and Bender had this.
Maybe you should give more credit to me and my chat from now on. Then I think it's what should happen.
You're beating the racism charges now.
Okay, that's mean, Gayfish. Gayfish says Lance wouldn't even make it to get Ned Starked. He'd be that butcher's kid that gets murked in the 2nd episode. That's mean. That's too mean, but it is kind of true, because I do think that Lance is a good guy. I gotta be clear. I do think that Lance is a good guy. I just think he really fucked up here in a really stupid way. And yeah, the butcher's kid didn't really do... The butcher's kid just was with his friends and got fucking murked. It is kind of true. Lance is nice. Yeah, look. I have never had a single negative experience with Lance. I really do like Lance, and I really do think that Lance is a generally good person. I just think in this case, he really goofed up. He really fucked up. And I think it was a genuine fuck up, but it was a fuck up that he has to learn from. If Lance doesn't learn from this situation, it's going to seriously come back to bite him, because no one is going to trust what he has to say about any other person in these spaces. It's going to mean that it's going to seem like he has just horrible judgment, because he went really, really hard on Blair's side, and that was a big mistake. That was a huge mistake. I just got to be clear about that. Again, I really like Lance. This is a big fuck up. This was a big fuck up.
Ourselves, but I will give you credit. I will acknowledge I did come I told y'all in our official meeting, I said, wait a second, I have a new opinion. I have a new opinion. I am totally prepared.
Sirius says, if Lance just fucked up, then why was he defending Blair even after the Clicks video came out, saying that Blair had receipts coming that would disprove all the other videos? Maybe he really was a true believer, but it seems more to me like he's switching sides cynically. I don't think so. I really don't think that he's switching sides cynically. I think that Blair told Lance that she was going to blow these guys out and that he just bought it. Like, I think it's that simple. I think Blair said, Lance, don't worry, I'm going to destroy these guys, but I can't show it to you because I have a legal case going. And Lance went, okay, yeah, I trust you. You're my friend. I've worked with you for however long. All right, I'll trust your word. Fuck these guys who are trying to fuck you over. Unironically, I think that's it. I just think that's it. Dingus Chan II with a $5 super chat. Hey, DramaMama, just paying my content tax since I got a new well-paying job. Behind on the stream, catching up and all, but do have a good night. Thank you very, very much for that incredibly generous super chat, and thank you for supporting the show. It does mean the world. All of you who contribute to the show, that's how I make my paycheck. I don't really get a whole lot of ad money from YouTube. This show is viewer supported. Like, we don't get sponsorships. We don't do that type of stuff. Viewer support is the way that we go. So any of you who can find it in you to toss a tip my way, and even if you don't, if you could press the like button, we have a whopping nearly 800 viewers right now and just around 600 likes. So if you all could smack that like button, it would mean the world to me. And you could help the channel without even paying anything. But if you've got it in your pocket to throw some money in the tip jar, it means the world to me. Thank you all very much. I hope that answers the question. We have a clip. What's this? Is this a Lance clip? What's this?
Because again, not entirely my world. I understand the responsibility of having to say that I interact with Illuminati. So yes, if there are people genuinely accusing her of some very vile stuff, and that stuff turns out to be 100% true, and she was 100% guilty for it, I agree with you. I would agree with you that yes, you should take responsibility, or at least have her talk about it if you're going to continue to have her on your show. And I have been talking to her behind the scenes about all these things that are brought up. It's not, again, I'm not in the position or to be the person who's at this moment the one, because it's not my receipts, it's not my story, it's not my thing, to be the one who's going to reveal, well, here you go, here it is, here's the pile. But again, I'll say this like I did before the first video was released, all the things that are in all of those other videos, well, guess what? There's more information coming. That's all I can tell you at this point. That's all I can tell you. Obsessed with this Bible.
You see what I'm saying? To me, he doesn't say he's seen the receipts here. He's, in fact, he specifically just says it's not my battle, but there's stuff coming. I think what happened, this is legitimately, I'm being dead serious here. I think that she said, I can't tell you this because there's an ongoing legal case, but let me tell you, I've got 1 million receipts coming and these guys are gonna get blown out. And Lance went, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, okay, yeah, great. That's my theory. And I could be wrong, but if Lance was engaging in some sort of cynical side switching, the cynical side switching should have occurred much earlier and it would have been better for him. It would have been so much better for him to side switch earlier. I can only categorize his behavior in this as a very naive stupidity that pushed into some maliciousness via stupidity. And I do think that's it. That's my theory. And again, yeah. Sorry, it's just what it is. That's just what I think it is.
To embrace humility and say when you get more information, you can come to a different conclusion. I see what's up. It's real fucking crazy. For me, it was the Wonderstruck stuff really blew my fucking mind. And I also was really like, I hated for my own self that I'm just so busy and not thinking about it that I missed it was an oversight, because if I had been paying attention, it should have immediately.
Okay, but some of you guys in chat really don't like Lance. And honestly, I think some of you gotta chill a little bit. There is a really strong really unhinged anti-Lance faction out there, and I just think it goes across the line. I don't think that most of the stuff that people bring up against Lance is not stuff like this. They think that he said something cringe or didn't represent a point very well. The truth is, I think that by and large, Lance goes out of his way to be a pretty good person, even if there's some things that he's foolish on, like this particular situation. Anyway, let's continue. Gayfesh says, I think Lance's biggest flaw is that he has poor discernment in who he associates with. Like, he streams with Thought Slime on the reg. Guys, some people are just really, really bad at parsing that type of social thing. Like, some people just do not understand that somebody who is nice to them personally might not be a good person or might be engaging in really bad behavior. Like, some people really struggle with that. Some people just aren't good at it. And yeah, other people are really cynical, but I don't think Lance has much to gain from Thought Slime. And also, I don't even think Thought Slime's channel is Thought Slime's channel even like growing? Like, isn't Thought Slime kind of like stagnant? Like, so I don't really think you can say that's like a you know, cynical ploy to grow his channel. I just think that Thought Slime has probably been really, really nice to Lance, and so Lance is friends with him and you know, doesn't care about the other stuff. See, I disagree with that, Hungamaster. Hungamaster says, I don't know, he routinely makes a fool of himself in every debate that he has, doesn't learn from his mistakes, and continues to do debates despite not doing his homework beforehand. I think he did his homework. Even in the Tim Pool one, where everyone said he should have prepared more, I think he was prepared. He tripped up, but Tim Pool was literally losing his mind. And I don't think most people would be able to keep their cool when it's a 4-on-1 with Freedom Tunes, the fucking insane Irish conservative. You have Moonlord, you have the producer, and you have Tim Pool literally getting so mad that he was spitting. You could see Tim Pool fucking spitting on the camera. I don't know. Did you see his debates with Lauren Southern? I saw his debate with Lauren Southern, and I do think he goofed that up, but I actually think that in the Lauren Southern debate, the biggest problem was his debate co-host. Anyway, enough. We're moving on.
Immediately alerted me. Why would a CEO or why would the boss be, you know, buying the car and all these different things? Like, it's so obvious once it's exposed and once the receipts, like, you know what I mean, what's happening there, but I just didn't fucking think about it like that. From my perspective, how it was being presented to me was very like, look at what I've done for this person, and this person is doing this to me, and I'm like, yeah, you know what I mean? And I also think
okay, there's the last thing I'm going to say on this. Hungamaster says, Vosh did fine in those circumstances. If you can't handle that setting, that's fine. Just don't volunteer to debate. One, Vosh was not debating with Tim Pool. Vosh was debating with Charlie Kirk, who's very different than Tim Pool, and Tim Pool had to pretend to be a moderator. Very, very different circumstance. And if you watch that conversation, Tim Pool never freaked the fuck out on Vosh. That's not me saying Vosh is a really good debater, okay? Like, debating is his main thing that he does. That was only the second one. Did he do two? I don't remember the first one then. Maybe he did get as mad. You guys can tell me honestly, if you really think that Tim Pool lost his mind at Vosh the same way that he lost his mind at Lance. I've seen quite a few Tim Pool debates, and I've never seen Tim Pool getting that mad at anybody. He was losing his fucking mind on Lance. I don't know, guys. Anyway, let's move on now. I don't want to sort this out anymore. Let's fucking move on.
You know, I wish throughout this whole, well, I don't wish, honestly, because I think everything needed to happen. Like, everything needed to happen. It seems like this has happened for a long time. This is a long whatever. And this is this is not any, I don't got no personal beef with Blair, Illuminati. I hope they figure out, I hope, not wishing any ill on them. They could do it however they want. But this is just what my objective thoughts are on the situation. If it were my client, I wouldn't take it to trial, is what I'm saying, based on that's what I've seen. You know, it seems like this has happened for a long time, and because of power, you know what I mean, and having a large platform, it hasn't been exposed in this large of a way. But it seems like Wonderstruck got the strength to come forward because the Click did, and then everybody else did with their platforms, and that's the only reason why it's like this. And I think that that situation needed to happen. And maybe if we had been paying more attention from the beginning, it wouldn't have, because if I'd been paying more attention, I would have told her never to tweet the illegal stuff. But I wasn't paying attention then. You know, like when that happened. No, Binder won. Binder said, yeah, but I couldn't. Here's what you have to understand. If you're not in this world of like this kind of, I don't know people who do things like this. I couldn't even conceive that someone's doing shit like this.
I don't understand what that was there. I don't understand what that was about there. The legal thing was bad in and of itself, guys. Okay, a lot of people had downplayed the legal situation because by comparison it seems less bad, but making a massive allegation of plagiarism on your public platform out of the blue against a random other content creator when you have no evidence is really fucking bad. It's really bad. I just need you guys to be clear. The legal situation in and of itself was a fucking disaster, and Blair was completely in the wrong. Iilluminaughtii completely in the wrong with the legal situation.
Like, I literally went to the group chat. We went like, hold on, this is scary. I see why they're telling us we should be concerned. But I couldn't conceive of that. So I just, yo, I was fucking shocked. Okay, I didn't fucking know.
Yeah, blindsided. We were blindsided.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, it sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and I just want to say that, like,
supportive. I was trying to be like very supportive to them. I'm a defense attorney, right? You know, I just find like okay, people are fucking with, you know, that's what I assume.
Oh, hello, Iilluminaughtii. Lay, it's good to see you. Binder was saying he told her not to tweet the legal stuff. Like, he told her it didn't appear to be plagiarism from the jump. Dan, that was very smart of Binder then. Thanks for coming by. I've been, as you can tell, I've been covering this drama for some time. Glad to have you here. Mad respect to you and all of your content. And honestly, I gotta say, I don't know how long you've been watching, but I shouted out both you and Mike for sort of owning up to the initial situation, because I do appreciate that. Honestly, everyone here has pretty much sort of owned up to the fact that the initial situation did warrant more investigation. But anyway, yeah. Good to know. Thank you for that clarification. That was very smart on Matt Binder's part, because the legal situation she was so in the wrong. Accusing him of plagiarism was ridiculous.
Blah blah blah. But once I seen, I said, all right, cool. And hey,
you can't like unsee it. You know, yeah. One thing that Lance said that resonated with me in his apology video is that, like, he kind of...
Alace from YouTube chat says, yeah, I want to reiterate to everyone that I see the magnitude of what happened now. It wasn't drama. It was a pattern of abuse of power. Yeah, absolutely. I think you're 100% right. And thank you for reiterating that to the chat, because it definitely was. As my audience can tell you, when I do drama, I tend to do what I call a DramaMama. A DramaMama being a deep dive where I get all of the receipts in order in advance, and I reserve judgment until I've, to the best of my ability. You know, I'm still just a YouTuber at the end of the day. I'm not anything fancy. I'm not like a news channel, but I get all the receipts in order, and then we try to come to a conclusion. And I also try to reserve DramaMamas for dramas that I think are actually impactful. If you look at the history of my DramaMamas, most of them have been not even in this space. Most of the DramaMamas tend to be major accusations. They tend to be, I mean, I did one on like the allegations of racism at the DC, you know, like the comic book movie studio, which we dove really deep into that. I did a DramaMama covering the back when Donald Trump had that, God, what was her name? I can't even remember her name now. Donald Trump's former press secretary, the whole child abuse situation there. Most of my drama mamas tend to be very focused on things that that are not minor. And this was one of them where I'm like, this definitely raised to drama mama situation, which is why it took me so long to put out my video, because I was waiting myself to decide whether I thought this was something that I actually wanted to take time on stream, so much time on stream to cover. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
Kind of puts too much trust in people that he's like friendly with, and I absolutely do the same thing. It really
Thank you. Gayfesh says it was Kellyanne Conway. Yeah, I have a drama mama out there on Kellyanne Conway and the whole situation of her using the police to help her fucking abuse her kid.
Resonated with me because, like, you know, all throughout the years I've had these shitty connections that I had to sever. You know, Jimmy Dore, H.A. Goodman from the very start of my career as a YouTube commentator. So it's just part of the process. But like it's so difficult to differentiate good faith from bad faith criticism. And I think that's why a lot of creators end up becoming really hard-headed and doubling down. But like, we're not those types of creators. We actually do absorb criticism, even if it is difficult sometimes, even if I admittedly felt cognitive dissonance, but we're trying to learn and grow, and just going forward, you know, we
oh yeah, and being accountable, like we need to normalize this idea. Like I am so for, especially people with large platforms, you know, coming out being like, I was wrong, or I fucked up, or hey, by the way, I also deeply believe in restorative justice. So it's like anything else. I think like this idea of, hey, on the one end, you have been like credibly accused of something versus.
Now keep this in mind as well. What Lance is saying here. Both Mike and Lance have brought up the need to take responsibility when you're wrong. And we have not yet watched, we have not yet dove into what Iilluminaughtii said today. Excuse me, oh my goodness. 1 second, goodness. Sorry about that. We have not dived into Illuminauti's response yet, but we're going to, which came out today. So also, just for clarity for everyone who's trying to keep track of the timeline here, the reason why we're watching this first and we're doing Illuminauti's response second is because Iilluminaughtii posted her response this morning, and that's after this video. So we're keeping everything in the correct order of occurrence.
Well, why does the public like response have to be so calculated and then meticulous and then start this entirely new like drama cycle and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, it's one of those situations where sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
and that's the thing. Like I said, on one hand, I feel a little bit like, damn, like, you know, I knew it didn't make sense, and there were certain conversations we were having like that. So I'm like, wait, what? You know, I kept insisting like, I don't feel like this is the route. Why are you so insistent on this route? But I get it. It's consistent with this larger vengeful Cersei Lannister shit. And like I said, if I'd been paying more attention from the beginning, I think we would have probably put a stop to. I didn't realize that they would ever, even if they thought like the legal thing, I didn't realize that like not jumping in and stopping them from thinking that would lead them to go on a Twitter thread and do all that stuff. Like, because there are lots of things that happen, or you think things, or you talk about other people or content creators amongst other people, but you don't go and make a Twitter thread. Like, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't think like not jumping in and being like, hey, this absolutely doesn't appear to be plagiarism. I swear to God, it doesn't seem to be. Needed to happen in order to stop a Twitter thread. You know what I mean? And then by the time Lance was telling me like, hey, big Illuminaughtii drama's happening in my mind.
Oh, another thing real quick to commentate on this, on the Legal Eagle situation. One of the things that Blair did that was really dirty, that was very, very hard to spot, even to people who were being very skeptical, which I pointed out, is that the email that she showed, you would actually have to blow up the email and look at the attachments to tell. But the email that she showed wasn't even the same effect that she was accusing Legal Eagle's team of stealing. So that was something that fooled a lot of people, and that I don't really blame a lot of people for getting fooled by that. It also just speaks to the level of dishonesty that Blair was engaging in that situation. That like she went so far as to like, she was so brazen that she posted the evidence that didn't even correspond to the narrative she was building, because she knows that evidence often makes people, just the presence of evidence, whether the evidence says what you say it says or not, is enough to make a lot of people just sort of side with their favorite content creator. It was wild that she went that far to do that. Yeah, if you go and look at it, I in my original DramaMama on this topic, I showed this on the screen. The email that she shows is a NFL, like an NFL text effect, but the one that she was accusing them of stealing was a totally different highlighter and ripped paper effect. It was really, really dirty, very, very sneaky sleight of hand. Honestly, the behavior of a practiced liar, in my opinion. Yeah. What did Legal Eagle ever do to her anyway? Nothing. She just wanted, I don't know. I don't understand it. Little Joel also saw that? Yeah, he did. Well, again, Little Joel is a very practiced skeptic. Little Joel's entire thing is like digging into little details like that. The average person looking at that is not going to catch that, obviously, and I don't blame them for that. Most people don't have the time to like dig that deep. Anyway, let's continue.
In my mind, she said somebody copied a style in a video.
Mm-hmm.
However serious could the drama and the fallout from this be? That's what I'm thinking. And so then, I'm like, the way it's presented to me was like, there was this just pre-existing drama with a few people that you're like friends with that needed to dress. And that's what I thought was happening. I thought they were doing all these other horrific, horrible things. And like, if I had seen their videos, if I'd seen their things, her video would have seemed nuts to me from the jump, because I would have realized she's not even saying shit in it for real, other than just disparage. Nothing that they said was ever addressed or blah, 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 blah. And like I said, I've been I was nice to Blair behind the scenes about all of this. And I wouldn't have gone and cussed her out, but I would have told her, hey, nigga, you seem dead wrong, guilty, so you should apologize. Like, I would have said that, you know what I mean? I would have been like,
oh my goodness, Blitzkrieg with the unbelievably generous $50 super chat. Brand new subscriber, very disappointed in Blair. I followed her for years. So much wasted talent. Thanks for your thorough coverage of this mess. You are very, very welcome. Thank you for supporting me. Again, this is a viewer-supported show, so your support means everything to the future of this show. Thank you so very much for that support, and you're very welcome for this. I try to put a lot of work into these Drama Mamas, and I feel rather proud of them. So I'm really happy to see that it's resonating with people. Thank you so very much.
You should do that, my guy. You should like address that and take that route. But I didn't know anything about it to address from that level. I could only go based on the information I had. And I didn't know that, like, again, I didn't know I was in the Game of Thrones like that. I'm sorry. So
well, and to be fair to you, Ole, like since the beginning of our show, when we announced our show, you were presented with a bunch of like dirt on us. Oh, well, did you hear about the Humanist Report and Rational National? They're fake.
They're libs. The shit libs. All of them are shit libs.
To navigate that from the very beginning. People hate the fuck out of us. So and you didn't have any context because you were in a different internet space than we were. So like it's been constant.
So yeah, exactly. And that's what I thought. It's like from the minute we announced the show, which to me is like, this is just supposed to be a pleasant, fun time, blend these different, areas of the leftist spectrum of platforms and stuff. It was always negativity and people being like, I can't believe Ole is with such and such. I can't believe Ole is with this one.
She sold out fast.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
think Ole's taking the wrong message here. I think she's got to get on YouTube and search up David Dole controversy explained, the real dirt on Mike Figueredo. Everything you need to know about the Lance drama. I mean, that's the stuff's out there. You gotta dig in now.
Yeah, I just was like, I honestly was,
time to do your due diligence.
Have you heard what I said about Tulsi Gabbard in 2020?
Listen,
you changed, man. You changed, man.
In my mind, I've always tried to some level, I treat everything that I do like these are projects. and they are not like, I treat my own platform like Illuminati, my shit. And I heard somebody in the chat be like, oh, Lay modeled her name after. You might be new to me, but like Illuminati is the name of my Substack and my stuff that I've had for years.
Okay, yeah, that is the funny. I have actually seen. I have actually seen. I have actually seen commenters try to imply that Olay got her name from Illuminati, which is just so stupid. Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Like, the concept of the Illuminati was like originally invented in like the late 1800s, I think. Illuminati. The original Illuminati. No, oh, sorry. It was originally 1776 was when the Illuminati Secret Society was founded. Fucking, I was wrong. It was the 1700s, the late 1700s. That name's been around forever. Come on.
In my brand before I knew Blair existed. So respectfully, she didn't come up, and she didn't come up with Illuminati. I know you know that.
Right?
So, you know, I'm like, but I treat my own platform as something I have to be responsible for. There's a reason why I don't like stream Leftist Mafia. That is my show. Like, you know, obviously this is all of our show and I feel that or whatever, but it's not the way my show, I consider that where I'm responsible for. That's why I have a pre-written show. I don't live stream. I don't do those things. I like to create a little like universe that I could be responsible with for in the four walls, and I try to not take this on.
Olay does this show on the DL. She doesn't want her audience to know that she does it.
On the sly? You're ashamed of this?
Yeah, so like basically though, I was like, that was basically no shit to be fully candid with y'all. Lance came to me about this like, this is bad. This is affecting all of us. I was like, speak for yourselves. Speak for yourselves. My audience. Think about this. I literally thought, I was like, I'm feeling a little siloed from the problem lands.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like the more you like, everyone kept saying that, and correctly, by the way, like, go watch this video. Go watch this video. My Reddit was like flooded with a whole bunch of things where it's like, please watch this. Please watch this. And yeah, it does take a long time.
Dan, they should have sent my video. They should have sent my video. Maybe some. Well, obviously, some of the Leftist Mafia watched my video, which is great.
It's one of the reasons why I think everyone here wanted to wait, obviously, to like, you know, give a very fair opportunity to Blair. I don't have any personal like super negative experiences at all, having worked with her. So allowing
not to interrupt, Uncle Gumbald says it's funny how Demon Mama covered the Irish conspiracy one time and we've heard nothing about it since. They must have got to her. You know, I was actually considering doing Conspiracy Mama later tonight. So depending on how long we take discussing all this, we might actually do some Conspiracy Mama. For all of you who don't know what Conspiracy Mama is, it's so much fun. Conspiracy Mama is when we go to random conspiracy channels and we react, discuss, debunk, question mark, conspiracy videos that we find. And let me tell you, it has been wild in the past. So if you haven't seen it, we will probably do that after we're done talking about all this. So stick around for that. Just wanted to... Have I done spirit science? No, actually, I have not covered spirit science because I only just started doing Conspiracy Mama. We've only done Conspiracy Mama 2 or 3 times. So, maybe we'll do spirit science. Spirit science would be fun. Anyway, that's just teaser for what we're going to do later. Let's get back to this.
Time to go by for her to either make a statement or come back or whatever it's going to be, right? I think
like
there was a pretty long grace period in between that, and then yeah, here we are.
Yeah, I mean, we should, you know, we to be completely open and honest, like, you know, we had that discussion. Lance told her what we were thinking, and she accepted the news. She was the one who, you know, did, I think she was the original, like, Discord creator of the Leftist Mafia Discord. She handed that over, no problem. We had no issue, personally, the 5 of us, with her, even when the split happened. So, you know, we can't...
I would say be very cautious if you have shared moderators with Illuminati in your Discord. Not saying to like get all like Stalin level paranoid. However, as the click showed, Illuminaughtii has been very willing to strong arm her mutual moderators into leaking information and disseminating misinformation. So be very careful about that.
We can't add to, there'll be no, like, the drama between Leftist Mafia and Illuminaughtii explained videos, because it was a fine split, just to be completely open and honest with everybody and transparent here.
Yeah, she's never did anything to us. I mean, other than me and Lance. I mean, other than lying.
Yeah, it was one of those breakups where it's like, it's you, not me, you know.
I just feel a little bit like I will say, I was talking to my friend about this in the park on the weekend, right? Because I was really explaining the magnitude. Because again, I had to change my flight from Puerto Rico to come back for this.
That's how serious that she's taking this. That we're all taking this.
Because even still, people are still not pleased. You know, like I'm reading the chat and I'm like, bro, I swear to God, I'm taking this serious as I could. Like I delayed all my shit this weekend. We spent so much time on this. Like David has a child. Bender has a child. They had to go get.
They have families.
Watch videos.
Let's have weekend meetings where we discuss like watch hours and hours of this video. You gotta catch up.
Because my parents were coming over. Like,
I just want to point out that, as I said, there won't be any like explaining the Illuminaughtii issue. As I said that, I'm looking at each of your titles, and Mike Figueredo has the most live stream viewers, and that's because he titled this episode addressing the Illuminaughtii situation.
No way.
Wise.
I didn't check.
Unironically, that's a wise move from Mike. Seriously, a genuinely wise move. If you're going to address a situation like this, you want to get as many eyes on it as possible. Always. Especially if it's a situation this sensitive. So, wise move there.
Usually David Dole has the most, and I'm usually shocked that me and Mike are close in number because he has so many more subscribers. To be fair, I usually live stream. He usually uploads videos, so that could be the discrepancy there. But I'm looking over at Mike's video and I'm like, holy shit, he's almost got 1,000 viewers. And it's because he's the only one of us who put addressing the Illuminaughtii situation.
Get it.
Listen, after weeks of people in the chat saying, hey, you need to talk about this, like, I want it to be clear. We're fucking talking about it.
Yeah.
Finally, please understand this is what's happening.
Yeah, so back to what I was saying, and I was talking to my friend in the park and I was like, you know, as a defense attorney, if my client is guilty, that's not a problem. I'm going to represent them in the same way. So back to they have to tell me, though, because that changes how I represent them. You know what I mean? Because if your client is, you can't go up in court talking about, woo, my client is in.
Alay says in YouTube chat, I did actually change my flight. I didn't want the audience to think I didn't care or wasn't in total agreement with the decision to remove Blair, and I wanted to own that the fans were right. Well, credit to you for doing that. I think that was a good move. I think it was a wise move for yourself, for the show, and for your audience, and just generally respectable in general. Good move. And I imagine your audience does appreciate that. I get the feeling that the audience that the Leftist Mafia has accrued, has generated, is actually cares about this stuff quite a lot, which is a good thing.
Innocent, my client is a wronged man, and they have a video of your client doing the shit. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, I think what was boggling for me was the magnitude of innocence that had been being, you know, pled. Like if it had just been like, hey, I'm Cersei, I'm Cersei, and people who fuck with me, they get Cersei. You know what I mean? Like then I would have known that's what's happening. But people were pleading a whole lot of innocence, and I told Lance, I was like, bro, I've never seen so much discovery in my life. Like I've never seen so many. Like I went to Lance, like, listen to me, Lance. Listen, Lance. There are receipts. Like there are lots and lots of receipts. So I just hate that I'm like, you know, you put me, I would have like at least tell us, my God, like it could let us know that this meteor was heading our fucking way. You know, I just didn't. It wasn't presented to us at any point like, hey, this shit is some shit that's so serious it's going to be imputed to y'all. This is not just
and again, I gotta be a little harsh on Lance here. I say this with as much love as possible, but Lance kind of did a disservice to the rest of the team here by going so hard in defending Blair. I do think it was a big mistake on Lance's part, even though I think my personal belief is that it was a mistake. That again, I truly do believe that Lance was just sort of had a compromise in judgment and trusted his friend in a knee-jerk way. But I do think that it caused a lot of problems. It caused a lot of problems for him. It caused a lot of problems, and it did a disservice to the people who were harmed by Blair as well. I just think it needs to be said, even though I don't think that he did so out of malice. That's my belief.
Dual drama I have going on or whatever. I wish I would have liked a fucking heads up. You know what I mean? But
I mean, we were all weekend, like we were sending each other resources. Me and LA were going back and forth. Like, did you hear about this shit? And she's like, no, I saw this video. And she sent me, and I'm like, no, I watched that one too. Like, this is so, like, it's
you were so
it's
caught
genuinely overwhelming. Yeah, it's overwhelming. You know, I spent like the entire weekend watching this and getting educated because you all said it was serious, and holy fuck, you weren't wrong. And it's not,
and it is an overwhelming situation. Again, you guys remember how I talked about my DramaMama on this, which was, you know, I was sort of jokingly framing it as a brutal mountain hike, because that's what I mean, this was a lot. I watched these videos as they came out, and there was so much deceit going on. There was so many receipts. There was so many claims being made. And Blair's first video made so many allegations right out the gate that it was just like, oh, this is destined to be an absolute mess. And it was. And I don't blame a lot of people for getting lost in that part of it, because there was just a absolute fuckload of shit. To be, you know, to word it in a professional manner.
like I did do some research beforehand, but not as extensive as I did last weekend, to where I was like genuinely like getting caught up, watching the actual videos, not just the recaps. And yeah, it was mind blowing. It was.
I'm polling my my audience right now in chat because I'm just curious. I asked, did you know about the Illuminati drama before we addressed it just now?
Yeah.
So far, yes is winning 60% to 40%. So, because I was just curious, because like,
I'm curious too.
This is something that, if you're a casual watcher, if you don't like read the chat, you just like watch, you know, one of us. You don't know that side of the internet where, you know, Illuminati is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you know about what the hell's going on unless you're reading the chat and really engaged in, you know, her content? So, but it appears that a lot of people were aware. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Honestly, you know, I see there are people in the chat frustrated that we're talking about this, but honestly, we're in trouble already for not talking about it already. You know, we don't have a choice. We have to address it.
We have to be open and honest.
Regardless of what we're
doing. I agree with that.
I feel like honest
to like I said at the beginning, addressing it was the only move. It was the only move here. Addressing it and parting ways with Illuminati is the only rational move here. There was no other real path forward, and that's good that they decided to make the rational one, because not to spoil, but we might see some responses we might see a response in a little bit that is not the correct response.
Honesty is the best policy, so this is something that we're addressing, and then we're going to move on with the show. But you know, we have to.
Which, by the way, I'm sure maybe soon we can move on. But I do want to get to at some point Trump's reaction to Ron DeSantis announcing, because I watched one video and I just laughed my ass off. And there's like 4 videos, so I want to see what else he said.
What was really shocking to me was that, you know, I listened to that Ron DeSantis space and he didn't address the Illuminati situation once. Couldn't believe it.
Is deafening on that.
Could not believe it.
Responsibility.
Speaking of, I watched some guy.
Listen, everybody, we all know that I'm a winner. But you know who's not a winner? Illuminati. Illuminati, now that's just a situation I cannot stand by. Meatball Ron will never stand by Illuminati. I'm sorry, that's just not okay. It is not good. It's no good. I gotta say, thank you Elon Musk for having me on today so I could denounce Illuminati once and for all.
Cover our reaction to it. talking shit, and they wwere like, any comments on like because when I jump in and I'm like, oh, I don't know, and I don't know nothing about this, and Mike is like, because I was like, I don't know where, and Mike was like, Olay didn't even know Ben Shapiro and this person, and he's like, oh, how are you gonna be a political commentator? And I'm like, nigga, you don't watch this show. You show it up. You literally admit you're only here because of the seriousness that is fucking Illuminati. Give me a fucking break, you self-righteous bitch. Because I like Ben Shapiro's not the staple of my political fucking focus. Like,
I'm sorry that you have to apologize for having a life, Olay, okay, not knowing Ben Shapiro. How dare you?
I was like, they were like, I was like, oh my god, this chat is. I was like, this is way worse than David Dole's chat ever could be. I ran over to restaurant.
Oh, Olay dunking on the chat now. Olay dunking on David Dole's chat.
My chat loves you, but I don't know. They're gonna start turning at this point.
No, I love.
Hey, only one of the people in this room, only one of our chats made a beautiful emote of Olay in animated Dragon Ball form.
Yes, that's
only one. And
that's called simping. All right, Matt, simping over there.
Yes, that's absolute facts. All right, so I see there are people in our chat that somehow feel like we haven't. I felt like we apologized. Like I like a million.
Oh my God, are you
first things we did?
Okay, they gotta be effing around at this point, right?
Yeah, y'all are okay. Yeah, we did our best.
We're 45 minutes into this podcast. This is all we talked about.
Yeah, and I told you I did research. I changed the flight. I came here, making a whole announcement, apology. Like I don't know what else I could do other than
we have to finish it off with a blood sacrifice.
I said I had it wrong. Okay, I didn't, or I didn't fucking know. All right, all right, at the very least, because I didn't have a position for real. I just didn't fucking know. I'm like, y'all had it right. Okay, got you. I told you.
Yeah,
there you go.
You had it right.
None of us are prepared for like being a like public personality. It just happens. So like we're not PR or media trained. Like we're human beings and we kind of roll with the punches. And we just, sometimes you take an L, you eat shit, you apologize, you move on. That's part of the game. So we're addressing it. We're severing ties, and going forward, we're not going to be a part of that shit. So
and deleting. Oh. I want to add. I just gonna say the crime of deleting YouTube videos was nuts. I don't know if y'all saw that, of logging into Old Boy's channel and deleting videos. That right there, I was
yes, yeah,
I would have been out for blood.
This is what Olay is talking about here is a separate situation, which is the one that I mentioned earlier on, but I don't think we're gonna really cover it but I guess I'll mention it. Iilluminaughtii, in a previous conflict with another content creator, actually used her access to their shared to his YouTube channel. He owned the YouTube channel, but he had given Iilluminaughtii access to the channel as like an editor or as a co-creator, and Iilluminaughtii went in and deleted, which is permanent, by the way. YouTube cannot restore videos once they've been deleted. Went in and deleted a ton of videos over, I don't even know. She got mad at him because he made a joke or something. He made a joke that she felt was off color. I think he made like a fat joke or something, not about her, about some random other content creator. And then she just went in and deleted a ton of his videos, which is devastating, by the way. To any channel, to lose videos that you made, that you did a lot of work on. That also damages the channel, because it deleted videos lose their view counts. It removes the view counts from your channel total. So that did permanent damage to that person's channel, and she did it without even talking to him. And she actually sent there is proof of her actually sending a pseudo anonymous Twitch donation that basically said, yeah, good luck, you're fucked. That's not literally what it said. It said something along those lines, as a anonymous account that said like, the name of the account was like, content creator name sucks, and then it said like, good luck, you're screwed. And then somebody later revealed that it was her who sent that. She like sent a video of her sending that veiled threat to this person in private. It was a genuinely messed up situation. Now, this is a few years old drama at this point, and I'm not going to get into that one. We're not going to do a deep dive on that, but that's what Olay is referencing here. It is very fucked up.
So yeah. All right.
And yeah, I just want to also add that, like, I think everyone here takes the responsibility very seriously. I totally agree with every single person who's like, you have platforms, you know, what you say and do is important and matters. And like, I completely accept that. In addition to that, I don't think anyone here was intentionally in any way trying to ignore anyone's, like, you know, comments or criticisms or all that kind of stuff. I think everyone was basically trying to take in as much information as possible, wait to make an appropriate response, and give a large window of kind of like, you know, good faith in the opposite direction, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if I were in a position where I was undergoing drama, I would hope that everyone here would give me like some time to prepare receipts and respond to it and not just like jump the gun. So we're trying to be courteous of somebody who was a colleague, you know, so hopefully you all can understand that.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable situation. It sucks all around. Like, you know, we had to take shit because we were, you know, associated with Blair, but hopefully you can understand that, like, you know, we weren't afraid to call it out or condemn it. It was never about that, you know. So just
yeah, we just didn't understand the magnitude of what there was to condemn. You know
right.
What I mean? Yeah. So yeah, we got y'all. Like I said, we appreciate the audience. I wanted to start. We acknowledge, we love our audience, the ones who have been watching the whole time, not y'all new niggas who just came in here to give us fucking shit.
I don't care about those people at all. The ones that came in, hey, I'm just here for the Illuminati drama. How dare you not denounce her? Like,
that's so crazy. They literally like, this is my first time ever watching, but you owe us a sweetie.
All the regular viewers are like, move on. Why the fuck are you still talking about this?
We're like, I'm like, if that's your position, you should be here, okay? What's you telling me this Olay person leave? You don't watch this show.
Right.
Like, fuck you.
See how we get gaslit, regular audience, by non-audience members? And listen, one last thing before we end this, just to show you how committed we are to, you know, not associating with terrible people. This is the last episode with Matt Binder. We've all agreed collectively.
Finally. Oh, it's so freeing. It's so freeing to say that.
We love Matt.
Yeah, Binder. No, I do think it's really, really funny. Binder acknowledged when Lance spoke to Blair for us, but for a second we were like, you saw Binder spoke for the court tonight. For a second we were like, I mean, Binder, you could do it. Binder was like, yeah.
It's bend over. No. Oh.
Fine to address the audience, but I think I've never talked to.
Well, yeah, I've never talked. How weird would it have been if my first conversation with her in private was like,
no
hey,
kidding.
I mean, yeah, Lance got us in this mess. It's Lance to get us out.
Unfortunately, it is true that Lance did get them in this mess. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Lance was the one who recruited Blair, and Lance is also the one who defended Blair. Oof.
It's fair.
No, I saw some kid's video. It didn't have on it. It was like a video about like fuck me and Lance, like our face.
Star Siren with the $5 says, please keep up the wonderful and thorough updates. It really helps when trying to catch up on this situation. I will. Don't you worry. We still have more update to do.
On it, and I was like, look at what has happened. Like, look at my face on videos I did not make.
If you search for your channel name on YouTube, it's a horrifying experience. Bro. After you get past your own channel.
Yeah.
Like, it's horrifying.
No, it's not healthy. It's not healthy at all.
Okay, guys, that is so true. How many of you are here remember when I name searched my own channel on YouTube and discovered that there was like a washout commentary channel that had done like 15 videos on me and I didn't even know. Does anybody? Some of you were here for that. Some of you were definitely here for that. That was a long time ago, but that was one of the funniest experiences I ever had, was just name searching and finding out that some channel had like seethingly was just like, they were like mad, just making like 50. I'm talking like literally, like, I don't know if it was literally 15. It was like more than 5 probably more than 8 videos that were like, Demon Mama's the stupidest bitch ever. Stupid idiot moron, Demon Mama, blah, 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 blah. It was so fun. I was just dying. It was so fucking funny.
People
you know whether or not they like you or dislike you based on the picture they choose to make the thumbnail. Like, I'm like,
yeah.
Wasn't it a 10 viewer, Andy? No, unfortunately, this channel is like, they actually have like a fairly large amount of, they have a decent amount of followers. They've just been like sort of stagnating forever. It's some alt-right channel.
Respectful bitch ass. Like, hey,
to be fair, I do the same thing though. When I make videos about right-wing ghouls, I'm like, get that perfect freeze frame where like one of the eyes is half closed and they look like super silly. Yeah.
See, that don't even be my brand of disrespect on the thumbnail. I spend my entire episode disrespecting them. But like,
the content speaks for itself. You don't need to be petty. I'm petty.
Yeah, I do that too.
Oh yeah, and the time that I had also the time that Minecraft YouTuber made a video about me, but I found out about that one. Someone sent that one to me. This Minecraft YouTuber got super triggered at me. We actually ended up having a debate. That one was funny.
We'll talk about Trump and DeSantis, and I'm gonna.
Yeah. So I feel like we've addressed that, and we can all move on with our lives.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
How did I trigger a Minecraft YouTuber? I triggered a Minecraft YouTuber because what was he mad about? Oh, he was mad that I was mad. Oh, it's actually really funny. He was mad that I correctly criticized Anna Kasparian on her dog shit take, which is funny because interestingly, Anna Kasparian was having a fucking meltdown about Olay, who was just in the video that we were just watching. Yeah. Which was definitely, which dog shit take? Oh, the dog shit trans take. I made a very simple video about how Anna Kasparian was wrong. Wait, no, wait a second. Hold on a minute. Was it that one? Hold on, let me see. I think it was that one, right? It was, oh no, wait, it was on, oh wait a second, no wait, it wasn't actually about that. That was, he was mad about me talking about neopronouns. That's right, he was mad about neopronouns. Also, here's my video of my debate with him. Look at that thumbnail, what a banger thumbnail. Oh, that was a fun one. That was fun. Okay, so here's the real deal, okay? Real quick. I have to use the restroom. None of you are going anywhere, and the reason you're not gonna go anywhere, not one of you is gonna click off this video, and that's because I need to give my overall thoughts on this video from Leftist Mafia, and then we have to look at Blair's newest response. That's right, there is a new response from Blair that we have to talk about. And yes, I will be playing the bathroom song, and while I'm gone, you will talk to each other in chat, and you will consider pressing like. So I'll be right back in just a brief moment, and then we're gonna continue. So let me play the bathroom song with no further ado. Why is it so low? Whoa.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
You all thought you were gonna get to laugh, but you guys forgot I turned off the loop so I could tell if it loops, and you guys can't gaslight me by saying that it looped. All right, everybody, it's time. Let me give you my thoughts on the Leftist Mafia response. Honestly, I think that they were very wise to respond now instead of waiting. I think that they were good to be upfront with the fact that they didn't take it seriously enough early on. As I mentioned early on in this video, I did see their original response, and I do feel like they went... they laughed it off a little too much in their initial response. However, I can't be all that hard on them because they weren't really, that wasn't like an official response, and they did conclude that they were going to look deeper into it, and then they did look deeper into it. So while I think the initial response probably indicated a little bit too much frivolity with the seriousness of the accusations, I also don't think it was that bad. It was like that big of a fuck up, with one exception, which is, of course, Lance. Lance really goofed up in this situation, and I'm glad that he owned up to it in this video. It probably would behoove Lance on his own time to make a video apology going through where he was wrong and explicitly, you know, apologizing to, you know, Wonder and the Clique, who he was very harsh to, and he was harsh to them. He accused them of ganging up on a woman for cynical reasons. He accused them of lying maliciously when neither of them lied. There's no evidence that either of them lied at all. I do believe that it would be wise for Lance to make his own apology video, and I think that would not only increase my respect for Lance, it would increase his respect with his audience, and it would make right what he did wrong. Lance did a disservice to his team, and he did a disservice to his audience, and he did a disservice to the audience of the Leftist Mafia, and he also did a disservice to the victims of Illuminaughtii. Now, There were parts that I wish that they went a little bit harder in this video. My biggest criticism of the Leftist Mafia's response is that they didn't start the video by doing a summary of the allegations, and the summary that they did do was very bare bones. I do think, given that they did make the decision to part ways with Blair, opening the video with what the allegations were, why they consider them to be factual, and denouncing those actions would have been a much better move. However, I respect that basically every single member, specifically Mike Figueroa and Olay, both of them specifically spoke up to acknowledge that they were correct, that the audience was correct, and that they could have done a better job being more skeptical in the first pass. And I think both of those, I have most respect for Mike and Olay out of this situation. I don't think Matt Binder, David Dole, Olay, or Mike really have to do anything else in this situation as far as I'm concerned. From my outsider's perspective, I think that their statements were enough here. Lance, however, I think owes his audience a proper apology video and not just deleting the video that he did. Yeah, so all in all, and not a perfect response, but relatively good, given that they parted ways with Blair, which was a good and wise move. They acknowledged where they messed up, which is good and wise. The summary would have been very valuable to the audience and to the historical record. That's the other part I should be clear about. It's valuable to the historical record, so to say, in these spaces to make a summary easily available at the beginning of the video, especially in a situation where there is so much misinformation going on. Because not addressing the lies that were put forward by Iilluminaughtii actually allows them to perpetuate. They're not contributing to the lies, but it helps them perpetuate, which is part of the reason why in this video I opened with a summary as well. Yeah, because Iilluminaughtii has a huge advantage in pushing these lies right now. Iilluminaughtii has a huge platform, had the advantage of sort of jumping the gun and firing all of these allegations off at her former coworkers, and the record needs to be corrected. As somebody who has been severely slandered by other larger creators, having content creators who discover the truth, set the record straight in understandable ways, is one of the only ways you can repair the damage that is done from a situation like that. So I do think, that would be very valuable, personally. Anyway, I think that's basically all I have to say about the Leftist Mafia video. Which brings us to chapter 2 of this particular Drama Mountain hike. I told you that we were taking a different path on Drama Mountain today. We're not going through Razor Ridge or any of that other things. Instead, we are marching through the apologies and corrections swamp. And oh boy, do we have some swamp to go through. We were going through the sort of wetland meadows. There were some mosquitoes and whatnot, but now we are going into the depths of the swamp. Because it's about to get goofy. Okay, everybody? All right. So this morning at about 9:30 PST, somewhere around that time, I believe, actually, let me see if I can get the, oh yeah, it was slightly earlier on the Discord. This morning, Iilluminaughtii sent a message to at everyone. So everyone on her Discord got this message. And then Iilluminaughtii followed up by posting a identical message to Twitter. We are going to now read that message. Yeah, a ping. She has a big Discord, actually. Yeah, her Discord is very large. So let's read this response And we're going to talk about this and analyze this a bit. Because, well, you'll understand in a minute. Let's do this. This is the official Illuminaughtii account. Now, the first thing I want you to notice, this was posted at 9:32 this morning. It has 411,000 views, okay? Illuminaughtii has 47, oh my God. Illuminaughtii had this morning over 50,000 followers, but now has 47,000 followers. And this video, or this response, has 374 quote tweets and only 326 likes. That right there is what we call a ratio, okay? When you have as many quote tweets, more quote tweets than you have likes, that is a very ratio, okay? That is a painful, you done fucked up ratio, okay? So let's see if it's true that Illuminaughtii done fucked up. Hey everyone, I am fully aware of the recent false allegations that have surfaced. I want to take a moment to publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously and am committed to rectifying this situation promptly and appropriately. I understand the concerns and potential impact that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are actively working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. I am committed to transparency and accountability throughout this process. Rest assured, I am taking decisive action to address this situation. I will provide updates and communicate any necessary actions as soon as possible. Thank you to those who are standing by me during this challenging time. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. I appreciate your patience and understanding during this challenging time. I am dedicating to upholding my channel's values and delivering on our commitments. I am confident that the truth will prevail. Sincerely, Blair Zahn. Now, I just got to be 100% real with you. When I read this, my first instinct was to wonder if this was purchased off of LegalZoom. Because, my God, is this a stock letter response if I have ever seen one in my entire life. Does not address anything, does not apologize, only doubles down, speaks only in the most vague terms imaginable, sort of repeatedly hammers down a narrative. And I want to go through this step by step, what I'm talking about specifically with regard to hammering down a narrative. I am aware of the recent false allegations. I publicly state that I am taking these allegations seriously. I understand the concerns that these false allegations have caused. My team and I are working behind the scenes to gather all relevant facts. Rest assured, I am taking a decisive action to address this situation. I am not going to allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice. So first of all, no one has silenced Illuminaughtii's voice ever, at all. Not even once in this entire situation has Illuminaughtii's voice ever been silenced. Not even once. And in fact, if we go right now, we can go right now to Illuminaughtii's initial response video. Exposed, that's what it's called. Let me just bring it up here real quick. The Illuminaughtii exposed video, which is right here. I'm just going to show you so you can see it with your own eyes. 1,030,000 views. So I wonder, out of curiosity, maybe we can compare this. The Clicks video also has 1 million views, but let's see what Wonder's video has. I want to see what Wonder's video. It's, what's the video? Wonder response. God damn it. Wonderstruck? Guy, right? Is that the name of the account? Is Wonderstruck Guy? Yeah. Now, in comparison, Wonder's video has 300,000 views. Illuminaughtii, 1.03 million views. Wonder, 300,000 views. And yet, in this statement, Illuminaughtii is saying that she is not going to allow her channel to be, her voice to be silenced. Well, the good news is she's already decided to play the cancellation card. And the second thing I want to point out here, of course, is what I already sort of illustrated, is that how many times she repeats false allegations. This is the sort of thing that you would expect a politician to do, where when a politician is lying, they will repeat the lie in very specific words over and over and over again, so that the one thing that any onlooker takes away is the core narrative message. Allegations are false. Allegations are false. Allegations are repeated into ad nauseum. Now, I want to be clear that Illuminaughtii was the one who made the allegations. There were a very limited amount of allegations that were made initially by Click and Wonderstruck. Both of them made very limited allegations. We went through this step by step in my original DramaMama video, which of course, just look up DramaMama Illuminaughtii and you'll find the original video if you want to be up to speed, and I mean fully up to speed on this video, on what we're talking about here. We went in depth into this, into the allegations that were made by Wonderstruck and the Click initially. And their allegations were very controlled. Their allegations were functionally that she used her platform and to slander other people. The Click provided incontrovertible, as far as I'm concerned, evidence that this indeed was true. That Illuminaughtii did indeed use her platform and others' platforms to wrongfully accuse her former co-workers of various things to damage their reputation. That was basically all of the allegations that were brought forward before Illuminauti's video. Illuminaughti's video went absolutely ham. Now, earlier on, I told you guys to remember a couple of things from the Leftist Mafia video about taking accountability, about apologizing where people were wrong, and about Darvo. Do you guys remember when I told you guys to remember that stuff? Because this right here does not take any accountability. It does not offer any apologies. It does not own up to anything. And I believe very firmly that this is another perfect example of Illuminaughtii engaging in Darvo behavior. Now, for those who are unfamiliar with the acronym Darvo, it means deny attack, reverse victim and offender. Deny, attack, reverse victim and offender. And it refers to a tactic by serial abusers that allows them to essentially get away with their abuse. You start off by denying that you did nothing wrong. You then move to the attack. You immediately start slinging things at other people. You accuse them of actually being the abuser. And that spins into reverse victim and offender, which means, no, actually, I didn't abuse anybody. You were actually the abuser all along. And if you follow this, that's actually almost exactly what happened. Illuminaughtii got in hot water for the Legal Eagle situation. 2 content creators came out in support of Legal Eagle, saying this is not true and that she constantly tries to shit on other creators. They provided their evidence. They said, hey, we were shit on and mistreated by Illuminaughtii. And Illuminati's response was to immediately deny that any of that was true and launch into unbelievably unconnected attacks. That's one of the key things about Darvo, is that the attacks are usually designed to draw attention away from any initial allegations. And if you watch the original video, as we did, the first thing that she does is immediately jump into accusing the clique, falsely mind you, provably falsely, of facilitating a pedophile den. And then, of course, she moves into a deranged series of allegations and attacks against Wonder. And let me remind you, of course, Iilluminaughtii, over 1 million views, well over 1 million views. Wonder's response, 318,000. Iilluminaughtii, 1.5 million followers. Wonderstruck, 100,000 followers. Okay. So, this statement is pathetic. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about Iilluminaughtii absolutely and undeniably lying about the clique. And unfortunately, I have some theorizing to do, okay? And I need you guys to understand, this is my theorizing based on a read of this statement in concordance with the rest of the situation, okay? When we watched Wonderstruck's video, now, of course, we should point out that in this entire situation from the very beginning, Wonderstruck has been the most vulnerable of all of the people involved. Wonderstruck has the smallest community. Wonderstruck was taken advantage of when he was 19 to 20 years old and was roped into a bunch of contracts that he signed because he was under an incredible amount of pressure and believed that he had an opportunity to make something in the YouTube world. This is a sort of typical story, unfortunately, in the entertainment world. In fact, it's literally in... Not to make light of it, but this is literally in Disney's Pinocchio. In Disney's Pinocchio, the puppeteer guy, I forget his name off the top of my head, but there's a puppeteer guy who tempts Pinocchio into becoming a puppeteer performer with the promise of success and riches. And I think his name's like, what's his name? I can't remember his name. The Great Stromboli. Yeah, the Great Stromboli. That's his name. And that's that is a tale as old as time. You find a young person who wants to make it in the world, who wants to stand on their own 2 feet. You promise them the world. You rope them into a bunch of contracts and you exploit the shit out of them. Now, when Wonder responded to Illuminauti's video, Wonder had a lot of things to say. Now, most of what Wonder said was backed up with some receipts of one form or another. However, they weren't perfect, okay? Wonder's video, and I mean this in as light as a way as I can be. I need to be critical without being harsh, because I do believe that Wonderstruck was taken advantage of, and I do believe that Wonder was victimized strongly. Wonder's response overshared. In Wonder's video, Wonder went into a deep dive about their dogs, about a situation where the dogs pooped all over the place. Wonder talked about Blair opened the conversation on mental health, which was an incredibly horrible thing to do. I should be clear in this. Blair in her video, Iilluminaughtii in her video, literally divulged and leaked a DM, what was functionally a suicide note for an unsuccessful suicide attempt. She leaked that for seemingly no reason except to try and frame Wonderstruck as an unstable individual. However, in Wonderstruck's video, out of a rational and understandable response, Wonderstruck further divulged a lot of personal information. What I'm trying to say is that Wonderstruck's video was a reasonable attempt to respond to Blair's unbelievable attacks, but also opened Wonder up for even further damage. And that's where I think this is going to go, unfortunately. Wonderstruck signed a number of contracts by his own admission. He signed non-disclosure agreements. He signed non-disparagement agreements. He signed work contracts. He signed car contracts. He may have even signed housing contracts. We don't know the full extent of it. And unfortunately, given that this is an incredibly legally safe and very, very politician-esque statement, this is there are no, in this particular situation, no allegations, no specific allegations are made. There is just the repetition of a narrative, the assuring of the audience that truth will prevail and that her team is working on a response. This is a corporate response. And I believe this indicates that Iilluminaughtii is probably going to take legal action against Wonderstruck. I do not believe that the clique is at threat of being of any sort of legal action, and the reason for this is, first of all, the clique didn't make any major allegations whatsoever against Blair. The clique was very careful in his video. He did not go into personal issues more than he had to. He kept it specifically to what Blair said about him and the allegations that he could prove. Hard evidence. And additionally, the clique is in Sweden, and I do not believe that Iilluminaughtii is going to engage in a cross-ocean legal battle. What I believe is going to happen is that from here on out, Iilluminaughtii will functionally ignore the clique video because the clique video is very inconvenient for her and her narrative. If she even tries to address the clique video, it will mean exposing her audience to further evidence that she lied. The click video, again, was it was about as rock solid evidence as you can possibly get in a conflict like this. The Wonder's video, not so much, unfortunately. Wonder is still young. I believe Wonder is now like 21 or 22. Wonder made a video that ran very long and divulged a bunch of personal information and wasn't amazingly tight about how it was presented. While a lot of the receipts were absolutely valid, and I believe that Wonder was able to establish a sympathetic narrative and a truthful narrative, most of these are not sort of court actionable ones. And it seems like there is a possibility that Wonderstruck did, in one way or another, violate could have, I don't know for sure, but could have violated some of the contracts that he signed while he was working with Blair of Iilluminaughtii. And unfortunately, in America, the contract is very, very powerful, okay? Very, very powerful. People saying allegedly those contracts are not legally binding, please, you have to understand, okay? And again, I mean this with love, but Wonderstruck is a really young and seems like a very naive and good-hearted but naive guy. Just because your dad's friend who happens to be a lawyer says that he doesn't think that that contract is legally binding, that does not mean that it's not legally binding. And acting on like the advice of a lawyer, of a friend of your dad's who's a lawyer who isn't your lawyer is not advisable. But keep in mind that Wonder put all this stuff out on the internet in response to being attacked by Blair, which is understandable and well within his right, but may not have been the correct legal move. there is a very good possibility that at least something that he signed is going to be legally actionable. And it is also possible that he said something somewhere in the length of his hour-and-a-half video that counts as some kind of disparagement, that counts as some kind of you know, slander or something. If he fucked up even once with the amount of contracts he's signed, there's a very good possibility she could get him for this. And that's the saddest part about all of this, is that Iilluminaughtii seems to be on the warpath. This response that we just looked at right here is not the response of somebody who is introspecting. This is not the response of somebody who has realized their situation. Now, there is something that I have to say additionally, which is that even though I believe that Iilluminaughtii is going to target Wonder, and I believe that Iilluminaughtii is possibly going to be able to further hurt Wonder, I also have to point out that Iilluminaughtii is being incredibly fucking stupid right now. Iilluminaughtii is literally burning her own channel to the ground out of obscene levels of controlling instinct and pride. Iilluminaughtii fucking lied. She lied twice in a row. She fucking lied about Legal Eagle, got fucking busted for it. She lied about Click, got busted for it. She lied about Wonder and didn't get busted as hard, but still got busted for it. And she's paid the price. But she's on the warpath now. She's angry, and she's clearly not in the frame of mind where she, or maybe she's not even capable of being in the frame of mind where she acknowledges that she did something wrong. Now, according to literally every person who worked with her on that project, literally every one of them, all of her former members, sorry, I think there's one named Salty who we never heard from, but all of the other members besides Salty, One Topic, The Click, Wonder, and Oz Media, all of them stated that she goes on the warpath. All of them stated that she is incapable of admitting when she's wrong. All of them affirmed that she is basically willing to pull out all the stops to destroy people that she thinks have slighted her. And I think what we're going to see is that Iilluminaughtii is going to destroy herself to go after Wonder. I think this is an incredibly, incredibly stupid, careless, selfish, destructive, and disgusting path of behavior. And I feel very, very bad for Wonder. But I have, I believe that what we will see, and this is my prediction, is that we are most likely going to see some kind of a video from Iilluminaughtii that will be incredibly strategic in what it says. It will be designed probably to bait out further responses from Wonder, and then she is probably going to slap Wonder with a lawsuit. Now, this could be the end of her channel, because as it turns out, you don't win every lawsuit that you engage in. Just because you're angry, just because you fucked somebody over before, doesn't mean that you're going to be able to fuck them over forever. And also, this is all unfolding in the public eye. The intelligent thing for Iilluminaughtii to do, the intelligent thing for her to engage in right now would be to drop this thing forever. Would be to take her fucking licks and tuck her tail and continue. As of right now, Iilluminaughtii still has 1.52 million subscribers. However, let me just show you. Here we go. Let's take a look. Iilluminaughtii has, in the last 30 days, lost almost 200,000 subscribers. That is insane, okay? That now, she still has 150 million, or 1.5 million to 150, 1.5 million subscribers. But I need you guys to truly understand, like, how massive that is. To lose in a single month almost 200,000 subscribers is fucking insane. Especially because those who are unsubscribing from her are active and engaged viewers. We have no idea to know how many of her subscribers are active subscribers. There's basically no way to know that. But losing 200,000 active subscribers can literally kill a channel. It has killed a channel in the past. It has damned channels. That level of subscriber loss is disastrous to a channel. This drama, this insane abuse that she's meting out on other people, the warpath that she's decided to go on, is definitively decimating her channel. And yet, today, we get this response, that she is going to go forward pushing a narrative asserting that false allegations have been brought against her, that she did nothing wrong, that everyone else but her is wrong, that she will be taking decisive action to address this situation. The truth will prevail. This is a lawyered up response. She's lost about 8% of her total subs since this thing. It's devastating. I can't overstate, like, losing that many subs in a single month is insane. It's insane. That's insane. And again, I have to say, the logical, the rational thing to do here would be to acknowledge that you fucked up. It would be to make a public statement that says, hey, guys, I went way too hard. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I apologize to my former co-host. This was really unprofessional behavior. I'll never do it again. Let me make it up to you somehow. And then to move on with her life, making her content. This is the type of action that a petty tyrant makes. The community section. Wait, what are people saying about the community section of her channel? Can you even? Yeah, maybe we should look at it. Can you see? I mean, hasn't she been? Oh, she posted it here too, but we also know we have evidence, that she goes through. But let's take a look at the comments. Let's see the comments here real quick. Blair, just own up to your mistakes, because for you to prove that the allegations are false, it's going to have to be extremely good evidence, which we all know you don't have. Instead of making excuses for yourself, just own up to the mistakes like a mature human being. I will not allow these false allegations to be weaponized as a way to silence my voice, says the person that has done this exact thing to other people. She would need a Phoenix Wright level plot twist for this to turn in her favor. Gotta love the fact that she's pushing these as false allegations. For someone who speaks against corporations a lot, this sounds very corporate. Here's somebody making a joke that's a reference to Wonder's video. Blair, just because you use big words doesn't mean you sound smart. You literally said nothing in this statement. This is a big nothing burger. Silenced voice, you have a massive platform. If you have additional evidence, share it. I went through the Google Drive provided with receipts. I listened to your response videos and the other response videos to you in full. You were called out. Either self-reflect and take accountability for any wrongdoing on your behalf or rebut the claims. As for me, I find it unforgivable to share someone's unaliving themselves message. I find claims of creating an environment dangerous to children to be a serious accusation. There were a lot of mistakes, but the implication of this sanitized corporate post is that you are considering legal action that would actually silence others' voices, and I think that would be a mistake as well. Keep in mind, these are the top, I'm sorting by top comments, okay? All of the top comments on her community post are negative. They are against her. All of them. We haven't seen a single supportive one. Not a single supportive comment. Never once have I heard someone say the truth will prevail and then they actually want the truth to prevail. False allegations. Yeah, I'm not so sure, Chief. During these challenging times, she's acting like it's a natural random disaster and not a clusterfuck of her own creation. False allegations is all the red flags I need. Cut out your scapegoat from this picture, Blair. We don't want to target that. Listen, every story has two sides, but sometimes there just isn't a defense. Looking at Blair's controversy record, yeah, it ain't looking good. That record, accusing dude of botting because he got lots of subs, apparently not knowing you aren't special in terms of corporate casket shenanigans, bickering with the community, something else I can't even remember. Yeah, no guilty or something like that. Go and tank her subs on Social Blade for a week, guys. The fool who shows his foolishness is wise, at least so far, but a fool who thinks himself wise, well, he is called a fool indeed. My problem with this channel is exactly what you have said many times, Blair. I don't care if you're an asshole, just be an honest one. Take your own advice. How many are we down? We've read 20 comments and there's not one positive comment. It's kind of baffling to see someone who talks about manipulative tactics so frequently use the same methods. Waiting for the corporate casket episode about her, referring to Blair. I'm being so serious when I say this sounds like a curated corporate response, which is very ironic. Don't worry, I investigated myself and I found I've done nothing wrong. Here's somebody else. I just got banned from your Discord server after I was explaining the controversy to the dozens there that had no idea what was happening. That's bullshit. I hoped at least some of the accusations were false, but banning me after explaining something makes you seem really guilty. Cut that shit out. This is not just he said, she said. Multiple people have corroborated each other's stories and your response have been genuinely sickening. Have fun doing damage control. This is going to be a black mark on your reputation for the rest of your career. I am confident the truth will prevail, then don't hide anything. It's so sad that in today's world, being truthful and honest is a revolutionary thing to do. If you're innocent, prove it. Stop hiding. Prove the people who made claims about you were wrong. Right now, you're no better than the people you generally talk about. Honestly, just own up to your actions. It would go a long way in winning back some favor with people that have given you countless hours of their time and energy. Imagine having a satirical name about pretending to be in a protected class who avoids responsibility or blame, and then somehow you feed into your own irony and become just that. You know what you did. Be honest. Live by the sword, die by the sword. Sometimes when you are involved, it's harder to see the situation from a balanced perspective. It may be time to step back and take your emotions out of the situation and look at the simple facts. Now, admittedly, this is much easier said than done, but remember, your brain can play tricks on you and perceive situations different from how they actually happened. Everyone is human and therefore can make mistakes. I advise taking a sabbatical and doing what you need to do to remedy this and redeem yourself, whatever it is, whatever happened, whatever the facts are. False, says the person who showed thousands of people someone's mental health situation. Take a drink every time she says false allegations. So, I don't even know how far down we are now. Not a single one. Not a single supportive comment. Not one. And this is from people who are taking the time to engage with their community posts. It's real cool you're taking it so seriously, but I absolutely love that you don't even specify what the false allegations supposedly are in this post, so that anyone who still supports you reading this doesn't know how terrible you are. But hey, they're false allegations anyway, right? So why not be specific and meticulous like you usually are for your monetized videos? Damn! That is an obliteration right there. Absolutely obliterated. I want to find a single supportive one. Not gonna lie, I read this whole post in Trump's voice. It fits his cadence perfectly. Ruin someone else's mental state. It's false allegations, guys. Blair, I'm a longtime fan of yours. I cannot take your side on this one. Here's one. This is gonna be interesting. They're further down. Okay, let's go way down. Here we go. I just scrolled a ton down. Yes, double down. What could possibly go wrong? Let's go all the way down. Let's see. Here's one. You got this, Blair. Hope everything works out for you in the end. Incredible. Here we go. I'm confused. What do her personal interactions have to do with her content? We all have personal lives and conversations we aren't proud of. That doesn't mean you don't speak out against injustice. Let her be human and grow up. I'm sure she's learned a lot and grown a lot from this situation. Anyway, I love her content. There you go. There's the first genuinely supportive one that we have seen. I really like your videos and they help me during lonely times in college, so I'm rooting for you. There you go. There's your 2 positive comments. I don't care what hopeful content creators say about this. I just want more of your regular vids. 90% of your viewers have no clue who those low follower count wannabe influencers are or say. Just get back to make your regular videos. By the way, this is the type of follower. This is the worst type of follower to have right here. This one right here. Just get back to your regular videos. Give me content. I don't care about you or anything. If I got this type of comment, I would be insulted. That type of support is like, it's dehumanizing. Like that, you can hardly even frame that as support. I just want more of your regular videos. Give me content to eat. Give me slop for my ear holes. You are not a person to me. What you do is not a person to me. I don't care about what you do, good or bad. Just give me content. Damn, disgusting. Damn, that's fucking gross. I don't get why there are simps. Even Leftist Mafia have only ever seen her avatar. Oh, her face is out there. There are pictures and videos of her. She posts her pictures and all kinds of stuff. Yes, obviously there's some simps, but honestly, you know, it's not. I don't think these are like that type of simps. Like that type of person is not a simp. That is like a, I am so desperate for entertainment. My brain, I can't sit in silence for any moment. I need your videos now. I need your content now. Feed me content. These are quite a lot of words, but you said nothing. You've had over a month, Blair. Just stop already and take responsibility for once. You're always pushing the blame to someone else. It's time to look at yourself here. I don't know what's happening and I'm very confused, but it won't stop me from watching your videos because I enjoy them. As long as you're not being homophobic or committing an actual crime, I'll continue watching. Hey man, I'm just here for the content. I honestly don't care what kind of person Blair is. The social media era is a disease. You are... No, I must control myself. Honestly, I'm not kidding you. Reading comments like that makes me want to retire. Even though I know that you guys aren't like that, let me just take a second here and say the comments that I receive on my videos have been really, really great, especially recently. I have been receiving an unbelievable amount of really, really in-depth, detailed, and loving comments. But if I was to receive comments like, I'm just here for the content, I do not care who you are, that would make me vomit. Saying this as a former, CoIntel Bones says, saying this as a formerly longtime Illuminaughtii fan, since I'm not sure if anyone else has said it before, Illuminaughtii was harassing creators years before any of this happened. It's only become public knowledge now because it's involving other big YouTubers. But for years, she harassed other small creators who criticized her. Here's a video on it. Oh, I've seen this video. I watched that video last night. I'm not going to react to it because it's out of the scope of what we're talking about here. I'm trying to keep this focused to this specific situation, but I do appreciate the link. This is not her first drama. This is not her first incident. This is not her first time mistreating another creator. But I do think that this is the one we're going to be focusing on now, and I want to keep it. Yeah. Bino the Amoeba, what's worse, a super parasocial viewer or a completely unattached viewer than like the ones we just saw? I think an unattached one And the reason why I say the unattached viewer is even worse than the parasocial one is because a parasocial viewer is like a living person. An unattached like drone viewer to me makes me feel sad about the state of the world. A parasocial viewer is just like, you know, they need to chill and cool down maybe a little bit and maybe disentangle their passions from their opinions a little bit. But a drone, like an empty drone viewer, is like a symptom of like a dying society. It's like people who don't even care about other humans anymore. All they care about is that the video in front of them makes their brain activate. It's like, it's really fucking sad to me. Bribble, wow. Well, I'm glad you were able to catch live. Welcome. I've been in chat for a while, but I've been watching on YouTube since 2020. I remember staying up till 4 a.m. to call into the 10K stream. Finally catching you live. We've come a long way since those days, but welcome, Bribble. Doesn't that mean us imps are parasocial? Everyone is parasocial to a certain degree. We live in the age of parasociality. It's literally impossible. The mass media era has created innumerable parasocial relationships. Not all parasocial relationships are wholly toxic. They just have to be measured. You have to be a part of growing up in the era of the internet is learning how to control parasociality. Just like, you know, learning how to wash yourself, learning how to like live your life, learning basic social skills. In the mass media era, learning how to manage parasociality is a essential life skill. I mean that. It really, really is. Damn, these comments are brutal. I was just, while we were sitting here, I've been scrolling through. What an absolute mess. What a genuine absolute mess. I want to know, what has Iilluminaughtii posted in this time?
PETA.
So wait, Iilluminaughtii has posted videos since then. Iilluminaughtii has posted a MLM video, a Hard Rock Hotel, the downfall of Hard Rock Hotel, an abuse expose about Chris Brown, a vegan cult video, a Panera Bread expose, the 700 Club video, huh. A mac and cheese video? Where's mac and cheese? I want mac and cheese right now. Oh, people are saying that the Chris Brown video comments are deranged? Oh my God. The top comment, the #1 comment on Blair's video. Imagine using this horrific story as a means to shield yourself from allegations. Everyone sees through you, Blair. God, I hope these were all pre-edited. Can you imagine the torture she's putting her editors through right now to pump out all these videos? Nothing like seeing a narcissist end up screwing themselves over because of their overinflated ego. Chris Brown isn't the only person who's worse than we think, apparently. Yucky face. There's still 264 Patreons subscribed to her. Please do not support this abusive narcissist. Chris Brown isn't the only abuser, Blair. Will she really get away with not pretending nothing happened just like that? She is pretty much summing up the awful injustice behavior she had done to her fellow employees and coworkers. Let's see what this timestamp says.
It is continually upsetting to see someone with so much potential and so much talent have such a string of controversies, scandals, and problematic behavior. Unfortunately, we've seen it way too many times in the past, and I don't think it's something that's going to stop anytime soon in the future. I'm continually amazed at the lack of pushback when it comes to Chris Brown, and I'm further amazed by the seeming lack of help that he's received throughout the years.
Is this video recent? This video is from 9 days ago. Yes. This video just came out a couple days ago.
Clearly, there is a lot going on, and while I obviously do not know everything, I do know that there is a problem that isn't being addressed. Maybe it's to protect his career, maybe it's to protect the profits, but it's definitely not to protect the multiple people who have accused him of atrocious behavior or his mental health issues. It's just time to do better. But with all of that being said, that's where we're currently ending the story.
Wow. Wow. That is shocking. Oh my God. I feel bad for the editors that are probably being forced under threat of losing their jobs by Blair to crank these videos out in a flimsy attempt to protect her image. Should name your next video, Iilluminaughtii is way worse than you think. Pandora's box is open. There's no going back for you, Blair. Your behavior is unforgivable. She ain't exactly a Chris Brown, but abuse is still abuse. The fact that she would make a video about an abusive man while being an abusive boss herself is fucking rich. I guess it's only wrong to mistreat people if you're a man slapping his girlfriend, but be a boss who treats their workers like absolute shit and it's fine. No big deal at all. I think I'd rather be hit than have my life ruined by a boss trying to destroy me, but I've only experienced one of those, so what do I know? God damn. I can't wait to hear a perpetual abuser tell me how bad a perpetual abuser is. Damn, bro, her new editors must be grinding putting all these videos all the Burger King they can dream of. Oh God. Holy shit, they're tearing her apart. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Well, okay, everybody. All right. And that right there is all that there is right now in the Iilluminaughtii situation. There isn't any more at this moment. We are going to have to, unfortunately, I believe that there is likely to be yet another hike back to Drama Mountain in the near future. And I am committed that we are going to follow this story because I think it's particularly bad. And also because, unfortunately, I believe that there is a good chance that Iilluminaughtii is going to target Wonder brutally. I think that this is going to get really, really bad. And unfortunately, I think there's a chance that she's going to do a lot of damage to Wonder. Now, it seems that she might also destroy herself in the process, which might be a relief to everyone who isn't Wonder. But I genuinely feel very bad for Wonder, and I am extremely worried about his near future. Wonder seems like a really good guy. He seems like he was taken advantage of by Blair at a very young age, that he was exploited, and that he was roped into basically literally just being exploited for money and possessions in a very roundabout way, but a way that is familiar to lots of people who've had to deal with small business tyrants. We're going to have to keep our eyes on this situation, but we don't know where it's gonna go from here. That's just my prediction, okay? Hunga Master says, if it comes down to Iilluminaughtii suing Wonder, would it be worth trying to help him fundraise for legal funds? We'll have to see when that happens, right? There's no way to help somebody fundraise if they don't want the funds. I don't know what Wonder's situation is like now, but I'm not opposed. I'm not closed to that idea. But yeah. Cointel Bones says, I'd feel bad, but like Tommy Tallarico, some people genuinely just never back down and keep biting the hands that feeds them. That seems to be the case with Illuminati, but then again, this drama is still pretty new and it's the first time she's seeing anything resembling repercussions for her behavior. You might be right that there's no repercussions, but I think the repercussions are already happening, and let's be real, Illuminati is no Tommy Tallarico. Tommy Tallarico was operating on a level of income, money, and clout that Illuminati can only dream of. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the summary of our drama segment for today, my lovely, lovely imps. Please, if you enjoyed this addendum to our previous hike on Drama Mountain, please make sure that you subscribe and press the like button below. I would love to see you come back. I think you're going to love my content. I put a lot of love into my content. And also, please consider telling me your thoughts down in the comments below. I would really love to hear what you have to say. Or if you're a fan, a former fan, a current fan of Illuminati, I would love to hear your comments down below. Please let me know what you think. It means the world to me, and it will help my channel grow. So thank you all very much, and keep on hearing the signal. Now, we got more content to do. That's the end of the Illuminati drama segment. However, we got some bonus content to do. We're going to do some conspiracy content. So don't go anywhere. If you tuned in for the drama, you should stick around for the other stuff, because we're about to do something fun. We're going to laugh a bunch. We're going to go watch some deranged conspiracy content together, and you should stick around for it so you can see what my other content is like. It would be awesome. Wait, there's more live? Yeah, there's more live. There's absolutely more live. We're going to go watch some wild ass conspiracy stuff. Play Pathologic based. Yeah, I'm gonna go live for a little bit longer. I do have a bunch of stuff to do this weekend, but I figure we could do an hour or so of some Conspiracy Mama and laugh and hang out and whatever. I also need to do a quick read of all of my incredibly generous donations. Let me go through all my donations real quick. Oh, it cleared them. Damn it. Hold on a second. Let me get my donations up. I want to go check all the donations. Hold on. There we go. Posadas John says, I'm so mad that I bought her plushie right before this happened. Oof. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I'm so sorry. That fucking sucks. That absolutely fucking sucks. Somebody in chat doesn't know who Wonder is. Wonder is a former employee and collaborator with Illuminati who was by all accounts, horrifically abused and was basically roped into complete and utter life control under Illuminati. Illuminati took advantage of his basically naivete. He was only 19 years old. She roped him into a bunch of contracts, and she ended up stealing everything that he owns and brutally punishing him for leaving the project that they were involved in. Just horrible shit. Star Siren says, please keep up the wonderful and thorough updates. It really helps when trying to catch up. Thank you very, very much, Star Siren, for the $5 super chat. Ken K says, so many excuses. Also, your skin looks good. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Means the world to me. Crab Navy General with the $5 super chat says, you bamboozled me with your praise for the new Zelda, but the sale finally got me to play the latest Fire Emblem, so fair enough. The new Zelda's awesome. I love it. Elibu says, with the $5, Book Talk, have you ever read the Dark Tower books? It's the second most biblical impact on my view of fiction after Lord of the Rings as a kid. I have not read Dark Tower, but I am interested in someday reading the series. I just never got around to it. Cave Boy with the $6.66 super chat. Thank you so very, very much. Sister Rose with the incredibly generous $5.36 super chat. Love the coverage of the atheism Discord. course, would love to talk to you sometime about it since I ended up being at the receiving end. Have a $5 for your good work. Thank you very, very much. J-Dog with the $5.34. Hi, love the content. Did Illuminati get this whole snowball rolling by falsely accusing Legal Eagles editors? Yes, that is indeed what happened. Thank you all so much, all of you super chatters, for supporting me. Now I'm going to do these site donations. We're going to read those out real quick. Mixed Dizzy, as a palate cleanser, here's some hopeful bird news. I'll take a look at that in just a second. Thank you so much, Mixed Dizzy, for the incredibly generous $5. JS Masochist with the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. I'm agoraphobic, so all I really take in of the world is streamed content. Thank you for giving me hope in the leftist sphere having a spine, and also fuck Blair. You're very welcome. Stay strong, and I hope you enjoy what I'm able to put out there for you. I try to keep it entertaining and informative. Thanks for watching. Ya boy the Zooted with the tier 2 sub, amazingly generous. Just found you recently. So glad to be able to catch a stream live. You are so based in Mama Pilled, and your passion is truly inspiring. Thank you so much, ya boy the Zooted. Abner Reigns with the tier 1 sub, thank you very, very much. Gooner with the incredibly generous $15. Your content is outstanding. Death Stranding sound effect times 10. There we go. Thank you for the 10 Death Stranding likes, deeply appreciated. Frude with the 5 tier 2 subs. Holy shit, Frude. Thank you so very much for the incredibly, incredibly generous tier 2 subs. That is amazing of you. Thank you so much. And I believe, here we go. La Brujita with the tier 1 sub. Behold, I joined the Piss Imp army. Lovely to get to see a live stream from you, Demon Mama. Excited to be here. Excited to have you here. Thank you very, very much. And I believe that's everyone. That is all of them. Killer Cammy, thank you so much for joining the YouTube membership. Thank you so very much. Damn, everybody's been super generous today. I'm serious. That's really inspiring. It's been a rough year, and recently I've been receiving a lot of positive comments on my work. And that makes me feel really, really, really good. Here's the bird news. Let's take a look. Aviary researchers say that the ivory-billed woodpecker is endangered, not extinct. That is good bird news! Wait a minute. That is good bird news. A new study from researchers within Pittsburgh's National Aviary suggests there is hope for the ivory-billed woodpecker. In a paper published in the peer-reviewed journal Ecology and Evolution, the group detailed over a decade of evidence they say showed the bird in its native bottomland habitat in southeastern United States. Wow! The ivory-billed woodpecker experienced rapid decline in the late 1800s when the rise of the lumber industry led to habitat loss. That's fucking devastating. Guys, I get seriously bothered when I find out how much habitat destruction goes on and how many like beautiful and wonderful animal types have been driven out of extinction so that we can build more parking lots or sell a little bit more paper. It's so depressing. But this is hopeful. While there have been occasional reported sightings of the bird over the last several decades, the last universally accepted record of the American subspecies occurred in 1944. Still, its persistence remains the focus of debate. The standard evidence for documenting rare birds, especially for documenting the ivory-billed woodpecker, has become quite high. There have been many reports, credible reports, by well-respected ornithologists, but those sightings were not verified, so they're not enough to meet these high standards. But Latta and paper's other authors say there is hope for the ivory-billed woodpecker. Forests that were clear-cut in the 1900s are regrowing, which the team is hopeful will give the ivory-billed woodpecker a better chance at survival. This bird is iconic. It represents fragility and conservation, and it also represents hope for endangered species. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's amazing. Wow, that was really good news. That was really, really good bird news. Wow, that's incredible. Bird W. Oh. That's so cool. All right, everybody. You guys ready to do some conspiracy theory? Everybody wanted me to do spirit science. Oh yes, I know that one. We're not going to do that. I can't do that right now, Posadas John. But I know, it's terrible. Okay, here's what we have to do. We have two options in front of us for Conspiracy Mama, and we're going to put it up to a vote. Mind Unveiled, who we haven't done in a while, or... Wait, hold on. Who do you want to watch? Mind Unveiled or Spirit Science? First time reacting. There we go. Oh, God. All right. Well, that's going to decide that. Oh. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we are finally doing another chapter of Conspiracy Mama, the show where I expose you from a safe distance to the unfiltered radiation of conspiracy theory, YouTube, and beyond. Conspiracy theorists have always been popular in the United States, but they have truly reached unbelievable levels at this particular juncture of history. And let's just say that they are getting really wild with it, okay? There's a lot of conspiracy content out there. There's a lot of wild shit. I mean, on TikTok, just like a month and a half ago, or maybe 2 months ago, a bunch of TikTokers, I'm talking hundreds of thousands of people, were convinced that there were giants in, I think it was in New Hampshire, because some guy posted a video, a grainy video of him driving his car, and he had pointed his iPhone at a mountain, and there vaguely looked like a vaguely humanoid shape standing at the top of the mountain. Now, within literal hours, somebody who lived near there went to that exact mountain and showed that it was actually a radio tower that at a distance just kind of looked human-shaped, which prompted a response that they must have installed the radio tower there themselves to hide the secret civilization of the giants living in the middle of West Virginia or New Hampshire or wherever it was. It is... Conspiracy content is having a rebirth. However, today we are visiting a classic, Spirit Science. Now, Spirit Science is a very strange channel. I have seen one Spirit Science video, but everyone that I have met constantly tells me that I need to watch Spirit Science. I saw, I'm thinking 3 years ago, a single video from Spirit Science, and I said, wow, that is really, really crazy. And since then, I have not gone back to watch Spirit Science. So today, I am going to react to Spirit Science fresh, like a baby born into a new world. Now, Spirit Science reputation, however, has reached me, and I happen to know that this guy goes real sicko mode. Hey, Demon Mama, you need to watch Spirit Science. Yes, I know. That's why we're watching Spirit Science. So I hope you all will join me for another amazing chapter of Conspiracy Mama. In our previous episodes, we have talked about well, let's see. What did we talk about in the last video? We talked about the Irish conspiracy, which secretly posits that that Irish people belong to a primordial race and are actually that Jewish people are actually Irish, which was an interesting one. We watched a video about what are they called? Postcards there were postcards that were popular for a while that had babies all over them, and that apparently proved that in the 1800s, a precursor race was cloning humans after a great mud flood apparently washed away all of society, and the civilization that we live in now is a fake society that was manufactured by cloning babies by a precursor race. We watched a live video of a guy going and exploring a Tartarian ruin, which was a bridge, just a normal, very old bridge. But apparently the type of architecture proved that it was actually the top of a castle and not actually a real bridge. That secretly under the ground, even though he didn't dig or anything like that, there was actually large structures under the ground. And today, oh wait, and we also did the tiny dwarf people. There was a video that very seriously asserted that there was a secret race of dwarf people because of a video that a guy took of a naked guy running through the grass, and apparently the naked guy running through the grass looked kind of funny, and so they assumed that he had to be a secret race of dwarves. I hope you're ready. Let's buckle in. All right, let's take a look. What options?
Hello, beautiful soul.
Yeah. Let's look at it. Secrets of sacred geometry and those who have mastered it. The Flower of Life music video. Consciousness of sound. Heal and transform with music. Want to understand God? Watch this. Oh man, that sounds good. The Principles of Healing Disease, Spirit Science 70. Balance Your Energy, Healing with Ayurveda. Tao Te Ching for the Aquarian Age, Illuminate Your Consciousness. The Breath of Death and Resurrection, Superpowers Just from Breathing. Okay, guys, okay, hold on a second. If there is... I always find it funny that these people claim that they have superpowers, but despite having superpowers, they're still just making YouTube videos. Wait, has DramaMama seen the Spirit Science video about secret occult sex practices? That sounds amazing! Oh God, the hidden benefit of the pandemic. Oh no. The Hunab Ku. The geodesic domes. Where do I begin? Demons hate magic circles. Here's why. Wabi Sabi and overcoming toxic standards. There's so much of this. Let's talk about DMT, the spirit molecule. Oh my God. DMT and the soul of prophecy. Oh no! Let's watch the God one. I want to do the God one. Let's understand God together. Guys, let's understand God. Let's do
Hello,
it.
beautiful soul, and welcome to our special extended video attempting to describe the true nature of God. The truth is, there are just so many ways that God can be expressed and described, because for thousands of years, God has been explored, revered, and worshipped by countless religions and forms of spirituality. In our original episode on this, we only covered a few expressions, and today we will expand our outlook to encompass even more. And so that you know, this episode is actually a bit of a forerunner for a much requested upcoming series about the nature of Christ and Christ consciousness.
Why do they always end up being Christians in the end? Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking weird that at the end of the day, they're like, oh yeah, God has been explored by all religions, but Jesus was the right one.
But in the meantime, if this subject is of interest to you, please check out our brand new 4 Elements transformation, which explores deeply the nature of Christ alongside the Tao and the mysteries of Kabbalah.
This guy's not a Christian? I don't know, man. Sure sounds like he's standing Jesus pretty hard.
The 4 worlds. We'll talk more about it at the end of this video, but now, without further ado, let's see if we can't describe the indescribable. Wait, actually, that's the best place to start. Can we even do that? In the ancient Hermetic writings, Hermes said, the imperfect and impermanent cannot easily apprehend the eternally perfected. Can our human brains even conceptualize the eternal spirit manifesting infinite perfection through all of the dimensions of time and space and establishing the foundations?
No. No. So don't bother. If you come to the conclusion that our brains are flawed and therefore can't understand the eternal, then no, the answer is no, and it doesn't matter. You never will be able to anyway. It's that simple.
Of reality as we know it? Well, let's find out.
Oh! What is this theme? This is a banger!
Now, for many people today, there's a lot of...
Wait a second! That was a I gotta hear that theme again! That theme was a banger! Yeah!
Now, for many people today, there's a lot of simple descriptors.
What a banger opener! He's gonna drop the JQ in 2 seconds, isn't he? This guy's gonna absolutely just start fucking... He's gonna drop the JQ, I just know.
That are often drawn upon to name and describe God. Love, unity, source, all, truth, consciousness, spirit, father, mother, Christ, light. It's unfortunate, though, that sometimes these terms are often used in place of the word God out of fear of saying the word God itself.
What?
It's understandable. With so many concerned about offending others today, many people will choose to remain aloof with their words.
Oh, no! Okay, he didn't JQ immediately, but he did do wokeness. He's going into wokeness already.
So far as saying the universe in place of God, which may not be so appropriate. Certainly, the universe is wonderful, but that's like praising the video game for creating itself instead of honoring the developers. Naturally, some today do believe the universe to be self-creating, but if that's the case, we ought to recognize that the self which creates the universe would therein be the pure beingness from which all things came. And
okay, but then wouldn't that mean that they're not wrong? Why are they wrong? Why are you wrong? He just said there's nothing wrong with believing in a self-creating universe, but you can't call it the universe. Why not? If the universe itself is self-created, the self is the universe. This is a stupid argument. This is what? That's so dumb. This is just him finding a way to say you have to say God because otherwise then I can't preach to you about Jesus.
Back to where we started, just arguing about which label to use. But concerning the existence of God and his nature, according to most ancient scriptures, it wasn't that humans just got together and decided they were going to believe these things about him, but that in most cases, God himself gave us these teachings in some form or another so that we may learn how to be virtuous, righteous, and just.
I don't believe that's accurate. I don't think that most ancient writings argue that a monotheistic God gave you enlightenment. In fact, I think that's a pretty definitively Christian thing. That's like a Christian and Jewish thing. And you know, Abrahamic religion thing.
Yet,
in fact, like the knowledge being stolen is like a big part of the Promethean myth in Greek stuff. So no, this is fucking bullshit.
A common question often arises in response to this. Did we really need God to tell us to be good? Like the 10 Commandments, for instance.
Here we go.
Don't you think anyone could come up with basic rules like don't kill, don't cheat, don't steal? Aren't those just naturally morally intrinsic within our conscience? Ironically, maybe not, because even the word conscience itself etymologically means faculty of knowing what is right, originally especially to Christian ethics.
No, you can't figure out what is right by thinking about things because the etymology of the word consciousness, it used to mean something else. Oh, Jesus, what a fucking God tier argument. Oh my God, I'm convinced. Holy shit. This is bad even for like weird, crunchy, granola, weird neo-spiritualist bullshit. This is extra weird. What the fuck?
Further,
what an incredibly stupid argument. That is an argument that is so stupid that it's like impressive that you would even make it.
a lot of ancient scriptures say that humanity was awash with evil for a very long time, pillaging and plundering each other, worshiping demons, and killing for greed and power when it suited them.
The Bible says that. The Bible talks about that in Genesis, which is why there was the flood. I don't believe that every single religion has that. When he says the ancient scriptures, is he just referring to the Bible? Is he just referring to like biblical texts? Because I genuinely do not believe. Also, this looks like the intro to fucking Dark Souls.
In fact, that's still to some degree happening today. And in this, we might consider, if a child is never taught that stealing is wrong, or are even taught that it's right, will they come around to justice and virtue on their own? Or only once they are caught and face consequences? And if they never face consequences, or only once they are caught and face consequences?
Okay, first of all, is this from a PragerU video? Because that really looks like a PragerU video. And secondly, there are lots of ways that kids can learn something is wrong. In fact, tons of kids learn because they come to understand what their actions do to others. A big part of learning is children coming to understand how their actions affect other people. Whatever, though. Oh, let's go.
Consequences. And if they never face consequences, will they believe themselves to be entirely in the right in everything that they do? From that perspective, maybe we really do need some divine guidance. This brings us to the opening of how—
or any guidance. Isn't this more of an argument for like parental and communal support structures? How do you make the jump to God here?
how God has been described, which is that of law. What this means is that God has been described as a set of rules upon which the foundations of reality are based. We might consider the law of gravity, which we do not physically see, but can identify as operating throughout the universe. This is a really great way of conceptualizing God, especially if we have a more atheistic mindset, because seeing God as the invisible laws underlying the universe helps us to bridge science and spirituality.
Huh? Huh? What are we, how did we get here? How do we get to the Fibonacci spiral?
Just think, if subatomic particles were not held together by any laws, or gravity was inconsistent, would we even have a reality at all? You're walking to work one day and then you're flying through the air because gravity stopped working, but then it turned on again and now you're falling.
I mean, definitively, yes. If you were experiencing that and observing that, you would indeed have a reality. It would just be a weird reality. Actually, it's funny that he referenced video games earlier, but video games do that all the time. Earlier he said, well, you know, that's like praising the video game for being good and not the developers. But video games allow you to experience an alternate reality in which you insert yourself into a character, a virtual reality where the gravity can be turned off. You ever played the game Portal, dude? It'll blow your fucking mind.
That would be pure chaos.
The cake is a lie!
Chaos. By suggesting God is the forces within the field of reality by which all things operate, we provide a powerful foundation to work from for scientists and spiritualists alike. But we must be clear, God can be known through more than just cosmic law. In fact, one of the most common descriptions of God is that of a threefold nature. God is often said to have three key aspects to—
Wait, this is just Christianity again, you bitch! This is just Christianity again, you cheater!
His being, or that we might more easily comprehend this supreme power by looking at it through a lens of three. This is very relative to sacred geometry, something we've explored in great detail on this channel in the past. In the major Western tradition of Christianity, God is described through the Holy Trinity, and in the major Eastern tradition of Hinduism, God is described through the Trimurti, as well as its feminine polarity with the Trivedi. But triune descriptions of God are found in more than just there. In Taoism, for instance, we have a threefold
Yeah, there is no three in Judaism.
manifestation known as Yin-Yang, Wu-Wei, and Tai Chi. And Lao Tzu has also described God with a triad of concepts: invisible, intangible, inaudible. In Greek mythology, we also have the triad of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, who
No. Nuh-uh. Fucking what? This is what happens when you have to bend everything you believe around your pre-existing Christian beliefs. This is what it looks like, folks, right here. This is bending every... Okay, you know that tweet that says, guy who has only seen Boss Baby? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this. Literally what's happening here. Guy who has only ever read the Bible? Yeah, I'm getting a lot of Bible vibes from this. Jesus Christ.
represent the primal forces of creation, life, and death, among many other things.
Wait a minute, that's so stupid. They weren't even the first three gods. There were titans before them. There were beings before them.
Notice the geometry of their staves? Zeus always carries the big singular lightning bolt. Hades carries a two-pronged staff. And Poseidon carries a trident. That's not by accident. And we'll talk more about God and number later on in this video.
Oh boy, here we go.
Even in modern spirituality today, a very common lens to observe a human being is through mind, body.
Do you think maybe the mind, body, spirit trichotomy could have been influenced by the exact same thing that you're bending everything around? That people, that Western societies split humans into mind, spirit, and body because they spent the last fucking almost 2,000 years plus being influenced by Abrahamic religion?
Body and spirit. And were we not said to have been made in the image of God? So let's take a moment to look deeper at some of these triads. Recently, we were watching Dr. Jordan Peterson's biblical lecture series. Very profound stuff. And in the end of his first class, he breaks...
Hannah McGuire with the incredibly generous $2 super chat. Usually a VOD watcher, glad I could catch you live. I'm glad you could catch me live too. Thanks for supporting the show. Happy to have you.
Down an idea cloud of the biblical Trinity, which is an excellent place for us to start in understanding this concept. Of course, we know this Trinity as the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And it's described that the Father aspect is something that we can enter into a covenant with. It responds to sacrifice and prayers. It transcends time and space. It punishes and rewards, and judges and forgives.
How does this connect to the Fibonacci spiral again?
It is also beyond nature, which is very interesting. Closeness with it is heaven. Distance from it is hell. It is also the law, which we have explored already. Now, the Son aspect is completely different.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson has insane reach, even as his brain is literally leaking out of his ears. But I guess he appeals to people like this because he gives them a nice, clean Christian structure that affirms everything that they like to hear all the time about how they're right and every religion was actually prepping you for Jesus.
It is relative to language and vibration, the Word of God. It is the body and blood of Christ. It is the tragic victim and scapegoat and the eternally triumphant Redeemer simultaneously, which can rescue from hell. To the Christian Kabbalists, they would describe the Word of God, or Son of God, to be nested on Tiferet on the Tree of Life. This transition point between formless energy into
Tiferet, transition between formless and form, the equals in E equals MC squared. Bro, huh? The equals? What? No. I think this is what happens when you microwave your brain. Like if you modify a microwave so that you can stick your head in it, I think this is the result.
his substance with form and back again. The Son dies and is reborn, and is the King of Kings and the hero of heroes. And finally, the Holy Spirit
But he's
aspect
also a perpetual victim.
in this Trinity is far more mysterious and is often understood more as a feminine expression of the divine. It is akin to the human soul, the prophetic still small voice, or the spoken truth. It is called forth by music and is the enemy of deceit, arrogance, and resentment. It is known as the water of life and is...
But music is vibration, and music is also language, and language is also vibration. So how is this different than Jesus, who is associated, or sorry, the Son, the equals in E equals MC squared? How is that different?
blinding light that burns without consuming. Now, all of this, of course, is just one of the trinities that we have to explore. So let's take a moment to look at the Eastern tradition of Hinduism. These aspects of God are often described as the forces found working through all things in the cosmos. Brahma is the force of creation in the universe. He is called the father of fathers, the golden fetus, or the architect of the universe. Brahma isn't worshipped so much today, though.
Holy shit.
The idea is that he created everything and then left the rest to the other two. There's also some mythology where he screwed up a bit and got one of his 5 heads cut off.
So, but he has 5 heads and not 3. Doesn't that kind of break your sacred numerology? If there's 2 gods that are worshipped and this guy is no longer in the picture and he has 5 heads, that breaks your sacred numerology just a bit.
There's also some mythology where he screwed up a bit and got one of his 5 heads cut off and is still in the process of redeeming himself, though it is said that the time of Brahma is coming again soon. Then we have Vishnu,
What's that mean?
who is the preserver.
What's that mean? What's that mean? What does it mean that the time of Brahma is coming again?
And protector of creation. This force of preservation is one which keeps and maintains harmony in the cosmos. And then when
Horny. This is a really horny image.
things grow out of balance, Vishnu will incarnate himself into a form necessary to help bring harmony back to creation. As an example, Vishnu is said to have incarnated 9 times in Earth's history, with his last 2 incarnations being as Krishna and Buddha, with a 10th prophesied to come at the end of a major cosmic cycle called the Kali Yuga. This...
Oh no! Okay, guys. Okay, hold on. Warning. Okay, warning about the Kali Yuga thing, okay? Guys, the Kali Yuga, you got, like, I know this is gonna sound really, really off the wall, but okay, just remember what we've been listening to. The Kali Yuga is unironically a Nazi dog whistle, okay? The Kali Yuga refers to like an era of strife in which basically degeneracy will be driven out of the world after horrific nightmares and the rule of evil. There are some similarities to like the end times in the Bible, but that's about where it ends. However, the Kali Yuga is a fixation of Nazi esotericists. They even have a term called "surf the Kali Yuga," which basically is it's basically a code term for referring to a race war that is inevitably going to occur, an uprising, a time of great strife in which degeneracy will be purged from the world. Just so you guys know, if you hear people fucking constantly referencing the Kali Yuga and saying the Kali Yuga is coming, yes, it ties directly into helter-skelter type shit. Yes. Here, I'll give you, I'll prove it. I'll prove it. Here you go. It's even on Know Your Meme. Look at this. It's even on Know Your Meme. In Hinduism, the Kali Yuga is the 4th and worst yuga in the Yuga cycle, a cyclical age of humankind tied to Hindu cosmology that claims there are 4 repeating ages, with each full Yuga cycle equaling 4.3 million years, blah, 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 blah. It is often described as a dark age full of sin and corruption. Down here, it'll tell you. The earliest known use of the phrase "surf the Kali Yuga" was posted by an anonymous user of 4chan's board in response to a comment on a thread about Gamergate complaining about SJWs. I know it's dark at times, but you gotta learn to enjoy it. Embrace being the bad guy. Surf the Kali Yuga. And since then, It is spread all throughout the far right. Here's a Totenkopf, a Nazi symbol. Surf the Kali Yuga. This is a literal Nazi symbol. Joe Rogan's Are We in the Kali Yuga? Here's the Kali Yuga as represented in strong men, good times, weak men, hard times. There you go. Here's a Totenkopf, a black sun, the Kali Yuga Surfing Club. By fucking Ryder Rips. That's the guy, that's the fucking guy involved with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Yeah, if we scroll through here, there you go. There's an altered, look at this one. Here, this is on the Know Your Meme page. A Totenkopf with a black sun in the glasses, surf the Kali Yuga. I wasn't kidding. I wasn't joking when I said that the Kali Yuga memes, while the Kali Yuga is a concept in Hinduism, it's been adopted by Nazis and it's predominantly referred to by Nazis, and it's Nazis who believe that the Kali Yuga is coming now. You see what I mean? Like referencing the Kali Yuga in and of itself is not a Nazi thing, but if you're somebody who believes that the Kali Yuga is now, that tends to indicate your source.
In principle, is very similar to the idea of Christ returning at the end of time. And finally, there is...
Wow, I should have just let it play for 1 second longer. I should have just fucking let it play one side longer.
Shiva, the force of the destroyer. Shiva is interesting because just as he is known as the destroyer, he is also known as the redeemer. Shiva is the force of destruction to that which is old and brings renewal, recalibration, or restoration to that which no longer works in reality. Shiva is often represented as dancing because through him represents the dance of destruction and recreation, which takes place constantly at fundamental levels of existence. This is actually quite significant because the deeper one goes into quantum mechanics, one learns that the waves and particles which make up our energetic reality matrix are constantly dancing together in and out of formation in different patterns. Creation, destruction, rebirth.
Bro, what? Literally just babble. That could have been a line of techno babble from fucking Star Trek, except more boring. Energy moves in and out of our electro-reality matrix in the same way that Shiva summons and desummons the universe from existence.
Birth and renewal. In 2004, this very idea was memorialized at the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, when India gifted a 2-meter tall statue of Shiva for the site. Now, this might be a good moment to briefly discuss the nature of idolatry, and if it's actually right or blasphemous to have literally any of these depictions of God or God's attributes in any particular way. Does God really look like a blue man dancing on a person? A big bearded man in the clouds?
Depends on who you ask, dude. See, this is it's funny. He's accidentally deconstructing his own fucking worldview right here. These Jesus and Shiva are not the same concept. They're not the same person. They weren't a part of some divine lineage. They aren't from the same religion, bro.
Or a swirly circle with a couple of dots in it? It would likely be arrogant of any of us to presume we could describe an image of God. However, if we can understand that all of these depictions are human attempts to...
Okay, 50% of the art used in these videos is like amazing depictions of like lovingly crafted images of gods, and then you get this fucking low ass effort 1990 3D art crap. Why would you put this in your video? It looks like shit. Why?
Describe greater concepts than can be made into form.
I've literally seen like shitty fucking jizz bait 3-dimensional porn that looks better than this.
then we free ourselves from the attachment to those images and can go beyond what we knew before.
Yeah, bring back Vishnu. I want Vishnu back. Bring him back. Bring back Shiva and Vishnu. They looked cool.
You may recall, the first 2 of the 10 Commandments reflect this. Not putting any lesser gods before.
The 10 Commandments aren't in Hinduism. The 10 Commandments aren't in Buddhism, you fucking idiot. The reason why, oh my God, how stupid, how fucking stupid. Well, if you'll recall, the 10 Commandments say that you shouldn't have statues. Yeah, well, good thing that fucking Hindu people don't believe in the 10 Commandments, you idiot.
For the supreme power, nor should we attempt to create images of that supreme power, because it cannot be done. Yet this was even encoded into Hinduism with the concept of Brahman, the unity of the Trimurti, who is also known as the supreme ultimate reality, and is represented by the AUM, 3 in 1.
Dude, come on. Dude, fucking come on. Is this what it's like to be stoned? No, this is what it's like to have an actual brain disease. Being stoned is like, you kind of want to laugh a little bit, and maybe your brain goes off on a little bit of a tangent. This is what it feels like to have fucking mad cow disease.
1, pronounced Om, the sound or word of creation. The link here from Om in the West is the Amen, the resonant sound of the Lord. And as
no, wrong, absolutely wrong, literally just false, literally just fucking false. Amen just means we are in agreement. It is a shorthand for I agree. That's all that it means. Like literally, that's all it is. It was a fucking old English or something along those lines. I don't remember where its original actual, we can find out. Fuck it, we'll find out right now. Hold on, let's find out. Hold on, hold on. Yes, okay, it originated in Hebrew. Amen was also in Greek, and it meant truth, truly, or certainly. It was an expression of agreement, like I agree. It's basically, it's the ancient equivalent of going true, true, true. That's it. This guy, literally, if this guy wants to be consistent, then he would have to find a way to tie the Om to the Amen to the modern equivalent of people going, fucking true, bro. It's the same shit. That's all it meant. I'm not kidding you. Look at this shit. It's right here. You can look it up anywhere. It's an Abrahamic declaration of affirmation, which is first found in the Hebrew Bible. It just means, I agree. It means true, bro. True.
such, the Trinity of the Western understanding of God are said to be produced by the Word of God, the vibration of creation, and we'll discuss this more in just a moment.
This is such a fucking insult. By the way, any actual like theologian or scholar who knows anything about the original Hebrew Bible would absolutely declare this as blasphemy. Trying to claim that like a random word that they said in the Bible to mean like, yes, we agree, is actually a secret resonant tone that is actually God, that the word amen is God. This is worse than idolatry. Oh my fucking God. Curiously,
the Hebrew name of God, Yod-He-Vav-He, sometimes pronounced Yahweh, written vertically,
which speaking is fucking blasphemous. Do you know that like a lot of serious Jewish people will blank out the O in the word God because you're not even supposed to depict his name, even the name that is a name of a name, even though God is not the actual name. You will see G-D. Look like this. I'm gonna put it in chat. Like I knew people in high school who would write it like that. They would write G-D. Oh my God.
Produces an image that looks like a human body.
Huh?
And this is said to simply be the supreme being from which all comes. It looks like a person. As we see in the Bible, man was made in the image of God.
This guy's this guy can't be real. This guy's gotta be a troll. Just kidding. This is the type of thing that only comes from actual madness. Not even the cool type of Bloodborne madness. Just like the I watched too much Jordan Peterson and I was eating radioactive paint flakes off my wall.
This being, though, also is the unity that produces the multiplicity of all creation, which cannot be described or defined. And here's something that's really wild, and possibly the most important thing we've ever discussed on spirit science to date. In the book, The God Code by Greg Braden, he shares that scientists—
The most important thing I ever learned came from a random fucking paperback that I bought at Barnes & Noble, bro. The guy who wrote The God Code.
Studying human DNA actually found that the basic elements of DNA all translate directly to key letters of several ancient alphabets, and in these languages are very—
Do you think that that could be because our modern alphabet with which we named DNA was based off of ancient alphabets, you fucking idiot? Do you think that maybe the reason that the letters in DNA also existed in the past is because our language is literally based off that language and we fucking named DNA based on the language we had, which was based off of old language? Oh my God! Oh my God! Come on! This is so stupid! This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This is more stupid than the Tartarian shit. I actually think that the Tartaria shit is smarter than this. I can't even believe it. I can't even fucking believe it. I'm losing my mind right now in fucking real time. What the fuck?
genetic code spells this ancient name of God. Hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon, the four most primary elements within us, translate to YHVG, which is 3 letters similar and 1 different from the name of God.
Then it doesn't translate directly. And also, how does H equal Y, N equals H? Why doesn't H equal H? Why doesn't H equal H? Tell me, why? I can't. Shouldn't H be H? I guess I haven't done enough DMT, I guess.
This further illustrates that we were made in the image of God, but not as God or equal to God, but slightly different.
This is amazing. This is the most amazing video I've ever watched. I gotta replay this again because we have to follow. I want you guys to follow that line of logic real quick. Let's just try and do it one more time real quick.
Hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and
HNOC.
Carbon, the 4 most primary elements within us, translate to YHV.
How does hydrogen translate to Y? How does nitrogen translate to H? How does oxygen translate to V? And how does carbon translate to G? And also, why wouldn't H translate to H?
G, which is 3 letters similar and 1 different from the name of God. This further illustrates that we were made in the image of God, but not as God or equal to God, but slightly different. In Hebrew, the characters YHV.
Dogs have more coherent worldviews than this. This must be such a painful existence. No, this is an insult to schizo shit. This is not even the level. This is like a level of derangement that goes beyond schizo brain. It is so off the wall. And remember that it always ties back to Jordan Peterson in the end.
G spells and translates 2 distinct words, God eternal and within body. The periodic element here, which sets us apart, linked with the Hebrew letter G, is carbon, where the presence of God is reflected in the invisible and intangible form of the 3 gases, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. The last letter of our name is the stuff that gives us the color, taste, texture, and sound of our body, carbon. the one letter which sets us apart from God is also the element that makes us real in our material universe. Think about that for just a moment. Our very genetic code itself says God eternal within the body. And this same code lives within all humans, regardless of their beliefs, actions, lifestyle, religion, or heritage. And this code also appears to work in the oldest, most ancient spiritual languages.
1563. Hydrogen is 1, nitrogen is 7, oxygen is 8, carbon is 6. What does 1563 mean?
And this code also appears to work in the oldest, most ancient spiritual languages, including Arabic and Sanskrit. The odds that this relationship would occur by chance are approximately 1 in 230,000. And so...
Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, totally, dude. Totally, bro. It's 1 in 36,000, bro. Yeah, definitely. Totally.
Continuing our mind-blowing escapades...
I would love to see... I want to see how he did his work on that one. I really want to see how he worked out that chance. Like, how did he work out that ratio?
Here's another thing that's really curious. That cosmic being in the ancient Eastern writings called the Upanishads is referred to as simply the Self with a capital S. One particular passage from these writings reads, Brahman is the immediate and direct, the Self that is within all. You cannot see that which is the seer of seeing. You cannot hear that which is the hearer of hearing. You cannot think of that which is the thinker of thought. You cannot know that which is the knower of knowledge. This is yourself. That is within all. Everything else but this is perishable. We might find this paradoxically ironic then, when considering if the universe is self-creating, because according to the ancient Eastern mystics, that is indeed the case, and they have identified this self with the pure beingness from which the Trimurti itself comes, called Brahman.
Self equals Aum equals Brahman equals the world equals Amen equals DNA equals 1563 equals YHVG equals the equals in E equals MC squared. I think I've got this figured out now.
Which we also understand as the Om, or the word. Yet here would be remiss to not identify that...
You literally could not debate this person? Yes, you literally could not debate this person. You do not exist in the same reality as this person. I mean that. Your physical body exists in the same reality as them, but your brain does not operate in the same way. There is you cannot, there's the ability to communicate with this person is going to be functionally impossible. And the moment they get frustrated, they're just going to start whipping out racial slurs that they learned from fucking watching alt-right content online.
Essentially, all of these concepts are syncretically linked with Jesus Christ. This is because Jesus is said to have been the Word of God. And so if Om and Brahman are the Word, and Jesus is the Word, then are we not all discussing the same thing?
But bird is also the Word. Oh, so if Jesus is the Word, and Brahman is the Word, and the bird is the Word, tell me, make it make sense, my friend. There's a hole in your theory. Because I've heard over and over and over again that bird is the word.
While we're on the subject of syncretism, if Jesus is the way, and the Tao also translates directly as the way, then isn't it appropriate to consider the deep intrinsic unity underlying such great world religions and spiritualities? And then, since we brought up the concept of the Tao, triune descriptions of God are also found there, with the triad of yin-yang, tai chi, and wu-wei. Wu-wei is not...
This is so disgusting. By the way, everybody, just so you know, this right here is what this is what cultural appropriation looks like. I'm not kidding you. I'm not even joking you. This right here, taking 3 distinct concepts from a religion from another country and forcing them to mean and justify your religion, your Western white person religion, this is literally what cultural appropriation looks like. Not kidding you.
Triad of yin-yang, tai chi, and wu-wei. Wu Wei is non-action, which is a state of perfect stillness, the force of unmoving manifested perfect wholeness encompassing all things. Then we have Tai Chi, which is the force of dynamic action through which all things in creation move and constantly swirl. Finally, there is Yin Yang, the force of balance between that which moves and that which is still. It is when Yin and Yang are in harmony that we find balance within, and through balance, enlightenment. These three together are very similar to the concept of the three states of reality as described by the Upanishads, which are called Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva, which we explored in one of our previous videos on this channel.
Yeah, it's the Pepsi logo. Oh my God. That means Pepsi figured it out. Your only hope is to drink Pepsi. Pepsi, for those who think young.
We can see therein also the principle of as above, so below at work. Just as yin and yang are considered forces underlying creation, they are also forces which apply to us. Lao Tzu even says, all living creatures carry yin and embrace yang. The flow of these vital forces together determines their harmony. In the same verse, Lao Tzu also shares something so simple, yet completely profound, which brings all of these developing.
The guy who could said, this is like Romans going up to people in Scandinavia and saying that Odin the Allfather is actually Hermes Mercury. They're just doing what the Romans did, but in the modern era. Yes, and also it serves the exact same purpose, which is a cultural appropriation, an attempt to unify the entire world behind Christian ideology, specifically right-wing Christian ideology. You think it's like a fucking chance that all of this shit ends up just validating Christianity and ultimately pitching you to go read Jordan Peterson? Nah, these people are all aligned. As deranged as this is, the end goal is the same, a fucking deranged reactionary worldview.
Concepts and our understanding of God together. The Tao created oneness. Oneness created two-ness. Two-ness created three-ness. Three-ness created all things. By this, we may see that whether we're looking at God through a lens of one, or two, or three, or more,
threeness created oneness created two-ness. Two-ness created penis.
Either way, we're not wrong. We simply must acknowledge that, just as we saw with the Trimurti or the Trinity, all things—
I'm so happy everyone's posting peanuts in chat. Peanuts is one of the most underused stickers in our entire chat, but it's one of the best ones. The peanuts sticker needs to be used more. I need to find a way to bring back, to resurrect the use of peanuts. People used to use peanuts more often. It's really one of the best stickers we have.
Are whole and united from the indescribable source. To add weight to this, here's a particular passage from the Hermetica which describes the ultimate wholeness and unity of God. God is whole and constant. In himself, he is motionless, yet he is self-moving. He is immaculate, incorruptible, and everlasting.
Okay, K Cosmonaut is also God tier. We haven't watched, we need to go do, maybe I should do a whole rewatch, a saga rewatch of the Holy Mac, so that we can bring all of the new viewers on board with Holy Mac. Because, man, you guys are really missing out. You have no idea what you're missing with Holy Mac. It's truly one of the greatest things I've ever discovered, and it's like locked off to the OG imps because of when we discovered it. For those who don't know, Holy Mac is a Christian sketch comedy show involving a holy mackerel, and it is one of the funniest things we've ever fucking seen. It is genuinely God tier. It is so fucking funny, and it gets so weird. They have like tribute episodes to Metal Gear Solid, but they're like Metal Gear Solid about Jesus, and it's unironically legitimately amazing. We have a whole bunch of references to it in our chat. We have the Thinky Fish, we have K Cosmonaut. It's legitimately so good. And there's so many. Maybe over the summer we'll do a retrospective on Holy Mac, and then we'll check out the new season, because apparently they released a new season. Way of the Mackerel! That's a real actual episode. where they wrote a song that was called Way of the Mackerel, and it's just a never-ending fucking cringy montage of this guy in a fish suit doing workouts. Yeah, holy cow. Holy cow got Thanos snapped out of existence because of a time travel plot. And then they have an episode where they acknowledge that the last season was really lame and that they need to go into the future by not just doing reference comedy. They also, I'm very sure, by the way, that they actually know that we watch their show. I'm pretty sure I'm the only YouTuber who has ever reacted to Holy Mac. And there was an episode where they make a joke about people on the internet talking about their show, and they use the exact frame that we use for Cosmonaut. This emote, they actually show the literal exact frame that we use to draw Cosmonaut. They use it in the video, so I'm pretty sure they know that we watch them. I bet it would make them feel good if we went back and watched their shit. God, that brings me back to better times. It makes me smile just thinking about it. I still have the masks. I bought an exact copy of the Holy Cow and Holy Mackerel masks, and I wore the Holy Mackerel mask on stream. Yes, it is made by a deranged cult, but nanomachines, Judas, more accurate than you might think. More accurate than you might think. LB says, I'm an imp that goes decently far back, but even I have no idea what any of this means. Maybe we should do it after this. Maybe we should react to one of my old videos. Oh, okay, let's finish the spirit science video. Way of the Mackerel.
He is the supreme absolute reality. He is filled with ideas which are imperceptible to the senses, and with all embracing knowledge. God is primal mind.
There are so many people. You see the people in chat who are freaking out about how good it was? The Holy Mac reacts are literally, guys, it's platinum Demon Mama content. You guys have no idea. Some of the bangers that there's over 600 people watching right now. Back then when I did this, I only had like 30 to 50 viewers, and I'm not kidding you, it's some of the best content I've ever done in my entire life. People were dying. It's the shit that is the stuff that launched my channel, that helped my channel get bigger because people fell in love with my content. Fortnite says the show is popping off. Yeah, the show is popping off. People are, it feels so good, by the way, that people are finally realizing how much of a banger show I put out. Because I do put out a banger show, and we have a great ass time. That's how we found Milo too, isn't it? Not how we found Milo, but it's how we discovered that Milo was doing Christian QVC, which I don't think he's doing anymore because he's working for Kanye West now. Do you guys remember the video game episode where the Christian guy got addicted to video games, and then they had they had somebody animate a Christian version of Legend of Zelda where he reveals that he wasn't holding a shield, a holy shield with a cross on it, but rather that he was reading his Bible? Do you remember that? Trans Girl Lily says, I'm so glad to see your viewer explosion, especially since I've been here since like late 2020, early 2021. It's wild to have watched your growth over time. It's been wild to experience it, and I'm really happy you're still here with us, Trans Girl Lily. It's been amazing. All right, we got to finish this. We have to finish spirit science. My brain isn't fully cooked yet. Let's go.
He is too great to be called by the name God. He is hidden, yet obvious everywhere. His being is known through thought alone, yet we see his form before our eyes. He is bodiless, yet embodied in everything. There is nothing which he is not. He has no name, because all names are his.
Agent Mad Hat says, it's actually amazing. This is the only live stream I visit that has a strong sense of community. That makes me feel really good. I intend to keep that going into the future. We have a lot of longtime viewers. My viewer retention, I have been told by other professional YouTubers that my viewer retention is some of the best that they've ever seen, and that makes me happy. I know that I'm on a huge tangent now that we were reacting to spirit science, but I'm just happy that doing it my way, doing things my way, has actually worked out in some ways. This job is really hard and thankless sometimes, but not when I think about my community. When I think about the fact that there are people who have loved my content for a really long time, that they've made friends in this community, it makes me feel really happy. Genuinely does. Really makes me feel good. CoIntelBone says viewer retention is real. I started watching a year or two ago. I still pop in here every three to 6 months just to see the growth. Oh, well, happy to have you back. Hope you'll come by too. You see some of the great ass content. Anyway, let's get back to the deranged stuff. Come on. All right, I don't want to be too sappy.
Name. He is the unity in all things, and so we must know him by all names and call everything God. This really makes it easier to let the mind settle into the concept, doesn't it? Everything is God. And from that perspective, is there any reason to try and describe God at all? After consideration, it's probably fair to say that the answer is still yes, for it's in our own exploration to understand that we grow closer to that which might be called God, and in that, come closer to embodying these divine attributes, such as love, truth, goodness, virtue, mercy, justice, and so on. But there's another important thing to discuss after that passage, which is the use of the word he when pertaining to God. For thousands of years, God has commonly been described with the pronoun he, though today much speculation exists.
Only in Abrahamic religions. No, there's tons of other gods that don't use he pronouns. Like, what do you? Oh God, I hate this shit.
It's about why that is. If God is actually a masculine being, or if this is a reflection of masculine control structures placed on humanity for millennia. While certainly humanity has dealt with its fair share of controlling structures, there is another simple reason why he is appropriate to use. And this is because the masculine pronoun is often also the gender.
Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. No, this is backwards ass logic. The masculine pronoun is the gender neutral pronoun. That's not fucking true. Man was used gender neutrally explicitly because of patriarchy, because man was considered to be the default, because in Judeo-Christian belief, in fucking Abrahamic belief, Eve was created from Adam. Bullshit. This guy's full of fucking shit. Full of shit. Absolute full of shit. This is using fucking pan-religiosity to justify your own fucking weird gender preconceptions. This is fucking BS.
Neutral pronoun. We see this built into our language today, such as when we say mankind, it refers to all of humanity. But
man isn't a pronoun, you idiot.
But womankind refers to women. This isn't shared with an intention to create a bias or cast division, to be clear,
okay, bro.
but to recognize how our particular language.
I'm not biased. I just think that we should continue things exactly the way that we do, and anything else is heretical.
Has been used throughout history. It's for this reason that one should not be disgruntled when hearing God when referred to as he, because it actually, at the highest level, refers to beingness beyond gender. And now, with that said, there is also a case for observing God as feminine, which comes in a few forms. In the Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu commonly refers to the Tao as the mother of all things. One particular verse reads, "The true source is nebulous and perfect, born before heaven and earth, silent and void, unique and unchanging, cosmically circulating, yet inexhaustible and endless. It can appropriately be regarded as the primal mother of creation." And even in the biblical tradition, primary aspects of God, fundamental aspects in fact, have been attributed to the feminine pronoun, such as the case of wisdom and glory. Wisdom, for instance, was the means by which God created all of creation and is regarded as a feminine quality, as well as often a being of its own, at least poetically speaking. Similar to how Vishnu—
Why did he start playing some fucking David Guetta ass shit? It's like new agey David Guetta.
Vishnu and Shiva are their own beings, yet united as a part of Brahman. And
When's the
speaking
drop?
of these Hindu gods, as mentioned, each of the Trimurti have feminine counterparts, which are known as the Trivedi. The consort of Brahma is Saraswati, who is the goddess of wisdom, the arts, and stream of speech. And together they developed the multiplicity of vibration and sound when creation occurred. The consort of Vishnu is Lakshmi, who also maintains balance, but through fortune and misfortune. Lakshmi and Vishnu are inseparable, just as yin and yang, and incarnate together whenever they manifest themselves into avatar forms. Finally, the consort of Shiva is Parvati, bringing limits to Shiva's destruction and balancing his unbridled passions. Parvati is closely identified with Prakriti, known as natural or primal matter, the substance of everything in reality fundamentally. She is also known as World Mother or Divine Mother, and is closely connected with Shakti, the active divine power through which the Godhead creates the world and displays itself. When we perceive the Trimurti and Trivedi together, or the creative power of God and his wisdom, we ultimately begin to perceive unity and balance between masculine and feminine principles in everything.
I'm sorry, I have nothing to say here. I don't even know what to, I don't even know how do you respond to this part? This is just, yeah, okay, I'll have to take your word for it, guy. I don't even know if any of this is accurate. He's just fucking spouting shit. He could be reading out of a D&D manual for all I know. This guy, I don't know. He could be replacing the word. He could be replacing the fucking cosmology of the Elder Scrolls with just actual gods from Hinduism, and I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't be able to know because he's just going that fast.
Throughout reality. We might also see the union of force and field as two parts of a greater whole, and the deeper we contemplate, the deeper we come to know ourselves even better. And so, in that very pursuit of understanding, the most valuable thing each of us may do.
VCC TV says, when I meet the Godhead, I am real, I am real. Me when the Godhead, the Godhead when the Godhead meets me. I am the Godhead! I am the Godhead! I am the Godhead!
Is take our own time to ask ourselves, how does this help us personally? When any of us take the time to answer that question, we each will personally grow closer to whatever God means to us, and may even discover more qualities of God and ourselves in the process. It's probably safe to say that if we each embrace a little bit more of God, or at least if we have a more atheist worldview, the upright qualities which God represents, we'll all be a little better off, or maybe a lot better off. Yet, we must still remain humble, because at the end of the day,
wait, hold on a second. If this is true, wouldn't the ideal position for any person to be, if you need to represent the traits of mother and father, wouldn't the only virtuous path to enlightenment be to be non-binary?
Yet, we must still remain humble, because at the end of the day, just as Hermes described as we explored at the beginning, God is difficult to comprehend. Another way of saying this was put forth in the opening lines of the Tao Te Ching, where Lao Tzu himself wrote, "A Tao you can explain is not the eternal Tao. A name you can name is not the eternal name." No matter how we may try and describe the infinite totality, it seems we ourselves are a union of three things: infinite spirit, finite matter, and the mind, a mix of both oscillating between these two states of infinite and finiteness in the middle. God must be experienced to truly be known. And for each person, that's their own journey. Perhaps it's also our collective journey.
That's their own journey, but, you know, if you don't follow my journey or Christianity, you're doing it wrong.
Me too. And that might be the best way to describe God. Not with...
Sea Snake Jiri says, by the way, 100%, none of this Hinduism stuff is true at all. Using small random grains of truth doesn't matter here, as the rest is just filled with Christianity. 10 out of 10 cultural appropriation. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't know enough about Hinduism to be able to debunk offhand, but I definitely, but I know Christianity really fucking well. I learned a fuckload about Greek religion. I learned an absolute fuckload about both Taoism and Buddhism. This guy's just bending everything into Christianity. The fucking weird Tao shit that he was doing, where he was like, the squiggle, the dots, and the circle are the 3 pieces that make the Trinity. Fucking bullshit. Just straight bullshit.
Words, but by the virtue of our own inner experiences. It's probably fair to say that almost everyone on the planet has had an experience that could be considered mystical or even divinely inspired, even in the subtlest of ways. Certainly, we may be quick to write off such experiences as coincidences or the like. But isn't there something to be said about what we take for granted being worth more than we sometimes think? And then the sum of our inner experiences collectively, when we see the big picture of what everyone is going through, maybe that could be described as God or the Holy Spirit or the Tao working through us all.
I love how I don't even know how we got here from the beginning. Like, I really do just feel like this has been a pure stream of consciousness with flashing images behind that are like vaguely divine in nature. All this guy did was rattle off random factoids, asserted factoids about various religions, and then ultimately say that it's all basically Jesus.
And to that end, couldn't it be described that humanity is a giant field of collective consciousness vibrating together through the illusion of separation, manifesting a great shared reality field on an upward journey of self-realization, wherein we also do battle with dark forces within us so as to overcome them and unlock the mysteries of the soul, realizing the divinity within, and one day all live together in peace, wisdom, and harmony? It's certainly a fun thing to consider. And with that, thank you so much for watching this special extended edition of our God Explained video. As mentioned, this episode is a forerunner for the new Christ series that we're working on, and we thank you so much for your patience. In addition to this series, we just launched a brand new course called the 4 Elements Transformation, which draws upon esoteric Kabbalah, the Tao Te Ching, and the teachings of Christ in order to help participants purify and transform their lives and become aligned with wholeness.
Is it called Alien Jews? Little Morphine Annie, you're gonna have to tell me what the title of that video is, because I doubt it's called Alien Jews. I have the video with Space Jews. We'll do Space Jews next. Give me Space Jews.
And live a life in harmony with the divine blueprint.
Give me Space Jews.
This course is a new
Jews.
experiment for us in a way, which has launched with a pay what feels right model. Anyone who's called to attend this course and join the community is invited to do so. And we thank you so much for—
Oh no, he actually has a real cult. Oh God. Oh no. Oh God, oh no. Oh no, God, oh God. Here's Space Jews? Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready to do Space Jews. This is a video called The Spirit Science Hidden Human History Movie, Spirit Science 12. We got Jesus. We got Buddy Christ doing a thumbs up with a bird. Oh, I am so... He's also a rapist? Okay, you need to link me something about that. I can't just take your word for that, even though this guy seems deranged. I need to have a source for that. I need to have a source for that. That's Thoth. Get it right. All right, come on, let's do it, everybody. Let's fucking... Oh, wait. Oops, I have the text up that says the Illuminaughtii drama. Well, actually, it kind of fits here. It kind of fits, doesn't it? Spirit Science 1. Here we fucking go.
Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories of the past have been changed.
EvoNews.com, creator of Spirit Science, Jordan Duchnees, admits to rape, and Blake Dyer, member of Teal Swan's team, blames survivor. In 2012, Tori McClellan was coercively raped by the creator of Spirit Science, Jordan Duchnees, When she spoke out, Blake Dyer, a disciple of the spiritual leader Teal Swan and the COO of her company, blamed Tory publicly. Student of Teal Swan, Casey Larson, advocates for Tory and other survivors of sexual violence and explains her perspective. When Tori McClellan told her former friend and self-professed spiritual healer Teal Swan that she was raped by the creator of spirit science, she was greeted with sympathy that later turned into victim blaming and denial. On July 2, 2017, Blake Dyer, COO of Teal's company, Teal I LLC, continued this trend, stating that Tory had poor boundaries and that Jordan was innocent of the crime, despite Jordan's taped confession. In his article, Dyer broke Dukina's anonymity by mentioning his name and credentials in conjunction with this case. The rape occurred as a result of coercion, which is not included in the state of Oregon's legal definition of rape. Thus, because Tory eventually consented, albeit involuntarily, the courts failed to prosecute. In the light of this, Swan and Dyer's victim-blaming narrative emerged. Remedy of this act of injustice requires us to listen to Tory's story and reconsider the way the state of Oregon and other states define rape. In 2012, Dukina's, that's Spirit Science, and Tori were traveling together. While in Portland, Tori shut herself in a room to be alone. Dukina's entered the room and sat next to her. He turned her head to face his and uncrossed her arms from her chest. He removed both of their clothes and initiated a chakra healing in which he kissed each one of Tori's chakras from her head to her vagina without her consent. Tori states, "I didn't want to be touched. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I wanted to be alone." Dukina's asked Tori to have sex, telling her it would heal her root and sacral chakras. Tori said no, but Dukina's continued asking until she consented. Tori cried throughout the entire act, but Dukina's continued until he climaxed. Tori gathered evidence between August and September of 2013 via Facebook. A friend of Tori saved all the information and sent it to Tori in 2015, who presented the evidence to police in July of 2016. The evidence provided sufficient enough that Tori was given an advocate and a detective to investigate her case. After several months of investigation, officers of the Portland Police Department recorded, the Portland Police Bureau actually, recorded a conversation between Tori and Dukina's on February 7th, 2017. In this pretext call, Tori asked Dukina's why he continued pressuring her after her repeated refusal. He replied, "I was possessed." Tori asked by what, and he stated, "Desire, lust, greed, power. The way people were treating me, it was as if I was on cocaine all the time without having even tried it." This portion of the conversation transcribed from an audio recording on February 10th, also in cooperation with Portland police, features Dukina's admission of guilt. "After all this, how do you think I felt that day? Probably like the worst day ever. Tori said, "Try again." Dukina says, "Like you wanted to die, like you wanted to kill me." Tori said, I don't know if I'd go that far. Dukina says, "I wouldn't blame you." Tori said, "How do you think I felt?" Dukina said, "Traumatized." Tori says, "Yes." Dukina says, looking at it now, I can't see very clearly, but traumatized is the answer. If you would have asked me that day with the awareness I had at the time, I would have said, like, I would have hoped you felt supported and loved." Tori says, "Why do you think I felt traumatized after all that day?" Dukina says, "Well, that's what I'm saying. I can see clearly now." Tori says, "But I want to know, why do you think I felt traumatized?" Dukina says, "Because you were raped." Dukina's did not know he was being recorded. Well, that fucking settles it. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Wow, there's people in the comments who used to belong to this cult, the Teal tribe. Jesus fucking Christ. Are we gonna keep watching? Yep. Now we just can be even more brutal to this fucking sick piece of shit. Now you don't have to feel bad at all when you recognize this guy's microwaved brain is ultimately all just a justification so that he can be a giant piece of shit, so that he can manipulate and fucking harm other people. No fucking holding back. We, like the gods of the deep, like the demons that have been chained away, are unchained, and we can fucking slam this fucking fake holy motherfucker. Fuck this guy. Let's go.
Altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we... Over the last few thousand years, we have warped our own history. Our stories of the past have been changed, altered, mistranslated, and completely been misunderstood as we rounded the curve on the precession of the equinox. Modern views of our history account for many things, but completely dismiss many very important pieces in the puzzle. For example, the pyramids of Giza. There is no modern theory that accounts for how these could have been made.
Yes, there is. That's a myth. That's not true. There are actually multiple, very, very valid theories that account for how they were made.
Each block cannot be pulled even with 50 men pulling it, let alone drag it for hundreds of miles and then stack them on top of...
They used... Okay, there's this magical thing called technology. In fact, I even learned in school that they would use ramps and logs. They would take the block and they would put a ramp underneath it. They would slide the ramp up. They would slide it up the ramp onto the logs. They would roll it across logs, putting the logs like this, you know, like this, so you can keep rolling it across the logs. And then you put the logs going up to another ramp so you can slide it up to where you want. Also, they had pulley technology. This guy's an idiot.
Each other 450 feet in the air in such a precise way that even modern technology can't achieve.
Wrong. Modern technology can't achieve it, you fucking idiot. Obviously, modern technology can't achieve that level of precision, you moron. We build fucking... Have you seen the modern... We build fucking random pyramids as art installations, you idiot.
Having it lined up precisely with both Orion's belt, a golden mean, and Fibonacci spiral, and be a primary nodal point of every sacred site on the planet.
Oh,
and that's
yeah,
just one example. Our history is not what
a primary nodal point, guys. Guys, I'm sorry. I was totally wrong. I didn't realize it was a primary nodal point of all the nodal lattice on the planet. If I had known that it was a if it was a primary nodal point of the ethereal lattice, I would have been sorry, guys. How could I have been so silly?
We think many things that we've been led to believe to be true simply is not. This has got to be the biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw...
Sorry, what are the wall of unknowns?
True, simply is not. This has got to...
Illuminaughtii, God, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Area 51, human history. Ah, yes, incredible wall of unknowns, my man.
Be the biggest. The field of archaeology recently saw some monumental discoveries that are rocking the foundation of what we think we know about ourselves.
Sure.
Many ancient cities such as Babylon, Erech, and Akkad that were written about in the Bible and other ancient texts were always thought to be myths because no one could prove they existed. Then, one of them was found. This led to finding another, and then another. Inside one of these cities, archaeologists found thousands of cylindrical clay tablets hidden deep within the earth under this ancient city. The tablets were completely covered in text, written in cuneiform, and tell an ancient story that spans back over hundreds of thousands of years on this planet, describing the history of the Earth and the origins of the human race in great detail.
So you found cuneiform tablets in one city that had myths written on it, and now it has to be the truth. Oh, God.
Now, the first thing we all want to do is just say that they were making things up. They didn't know the history of Earth, and they were simply creating tales to explain where they came from. However, if this was true, how can we explain how they knew so many things about the universe that would seem impossible to know? Not only did the Dogons know all about the distant planets in the solar system, but so did the Sumerians. They described them all in great detail in these Sumerian records. They also knew about the precession of the equinox. That's a tough one for a historian to understand, because it takes over 2,000 years of continuous observation to actually learn that the Earth has a wobble. The Sumerians had this information from day one of their civilization. A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and had put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information about this with us, and his account matches the Sumerian records. Adamus and other...
What? What? Thoth? You were talking with Thoth?
A man named Zacharias Sitchin spent a long time transcribing these texts and had put them all together in his books, but many others have also done the same, and the interpretations are always very similar. Not only that, but Thoth has also shared information.
How did Thoth share the information? Did Thoth post it on Facebook or Twitter? How did he share it? I want to know. I want to see the sources. I want to see Thoth. I want to see Thoth's posts. I want to see the truth for myself, bro. Don't keep it to yourself.
about this with us, and his account matches the Sumerian records. Adamus and other channelings discuss it as well. If you see all of these records and sources, there is a huge connection between the stories. Now, this story spans back hundreds of thousands of years into our past. It talks about Tiamat and Nibiru, the Nephilim, seeding the human race, Adam and Eve, and the children of Lemuria. This portion of the story is really interesting, but not the most crucial to know.
Hey, Lemuria! That's one I haven't heard in a while. Where does Tartaria factor into this?
We're not going to be covering this at this time. We are, however, going to be picking up the story at the end of Lemuria, and discussing the events of Atlantis up to present day. What I'm going to tell you is a mix of what these records say, along with what Thoth has told us for some finer details. Please have your own experience while watching this. I'm not going to tell you that this is fact. I am simply saying, decide for yourself.
Damn, that's a classic. Truth or fiction? You decide. Too loud.
There was a time, long ago, when humans existed at a very high level of consciousness. We were interdimensional, and were very psychic. We communicated.
Wow. True or false? You decide. Is this my fan fiction, or is this real history? You decide, guys. Okay, we're off to a great start.
Through thought and emotion, much like how animals do rather than speaking or writing, which would seem very...
Wait, animals communicate via psychics?
Primitive. We lived primarily on a large string of islands called Lemuria, but there was a consciousness shift. We moved up in consciousness, and the islands of Lemuria sank beneath the oceans. At the time of this shift, a new continent rose out of the waters. We called it Atlantis. Back in the early 1900s, the spiritual path of the United States was similar to what's happening today. People began to learn about meditation and study ancient lands like Atlantis and Lemuria. We actually found quite a bit of evidence that Lemuria existed, and it had to do with coral.
It had to do with coral? It had to do with coral. It had to do with coral. I'm sold.
See, the ocean floor does rise and fall. Coral can exist up to 150 feet under the surface of the water.
What does fucking Thoth think about this? I want to see the citations to Thoth. Give me Thoth.
In 1910, the surface of the ocean was probably higher because they were able to see coral rings heading away from Easter Islands for a great distance. These rings were estimated to be found at 1,800 feet, which means that for them to have existed, they would have had to be much higher and sunk slowly. Probably more important, they also found the exact same fauna and flora from the Hawaiian Islands all the way to the Easter Islands. This is a great distance, but if you look at them...
Reese Tanner with the incredibly generous $5 super chat. I already hated this guy generally on principle, but now I'm personally invested. Spike this cretin into the dirt. Lance of Longinus, the little ghoul. He is a little ghoul, isn't he? I don't know where we're at here. I just lost it. It was something about coral sinking.
Map, you'll see a long string. That string, according to Thoth, used to run along the western shores of Lemuria. It is only on these islands that have the same flora and fauna. Same trees, bugs, bacteria.
Oh, thank you, Spots. That's really kind of you. Are you having a stroke? You have a lisp, or is that intentional? Thoth? It's Thoth, right? That's how you're supposed to say it. I thought he said Thoth. Am I wrong? Thoth. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, it's Thoth. Everybody's saying I'm right this time. The one time I'm right.
Everything. Science can only explain this if there were closer land bridges between these islands at one point. Although we were studying this at that time...
Yeah, guys, science, it wouldn't make any sense, guys. Guys, it wouldn't make... Lemuria wouldn't make any fucking sense if there weren't land bridges between it. The psychic bugs, the Thoth channeling, all that's totally clear. But science would totally lose their shit if it wasn't for those goddamn land bridges.
World War I began soon after, and we lost interest in spirituality in the ancient lands for a very long time.
Wait, hold on a second.
Science can only explain this if there were closer land bridges between these islands at one point. Although we were studying this at that time, World War I began soon after, and we lost interest in spirituality and the ancient lands for a very long time. After the...
he really didn't write that well. That was fucking confusing. Huh?
Thinking of Lemuria and the rising of Atlantis, at first the human race became scattered. We moved to various islands and continents all over the world because we didn't have a home. Yet, we didn't know where to go.
We had the islands, didn't we? We had all those tons of fucking islands to live on, didn't we?
At that time, there were about 1,000.
And weren't we psychic? Why would we be so stupid and not be able to find a place if we literally were psychic and could communicate with each other? There are only 1,000 humans?
At a very high consciousness, more than all of the rest. They were called the Nicals. Today, we know them as ascended masters. The Nicals began preparing Atlantis to be our new home. They projected their energies across the surface of the continent in the form of the Tree of Life. Not with 10 circles, but with 12. An extra on top, on the island of Udal, and an extra on the bottom in the water. There were
Why? Why'd they do it like that? Guys, I don't know. I'm starting to have worries, okay? He said you decide. And I was deciding that this was pretty credible at first, but I don't get why they would have 2 extra balls. That doesn't look believable to me. Maybe if it was 1 extra ball, but 2? 1 in the water for some reason? This doesn't add up.
10 components on the mainland, and even though it extended over hundreds of miles on the surface, it was projected to the accuracy of a single atom.
Oh.
We chose to move to Atlantis because of the Kundalini. In humans, the Kundalini is often referred to as the energy serpent that runs up and down your spine. When activated, it provides an immense amount of energy through all of the chakras. The Earth itself also has a
I want an energy serpent.
Kundalini because the Earth is alive, like an organism, running from the center of the planet to a specific place on the surface. Wherever the Kundalini resides, the people there become the spiritual leaders of the world. The Earth chose Atlantis to be the new energetic center of the planet. After Atlantis, the Kundalini moved to the mountains of Tibet, which is why the Buddhists were the leaders in pure spirituality for the last 13,000 years.
The Tibetan Buddhists have been? Well, they haven't done much with it. If the fucking Atlanteans summoned a civilization and the fucking Tibetan Buddhists just molested children or something.
It was a very pure place. It moved again within the last 10 years, but that's a story for another time. If you want to read more, check out the book The Serpent of Light by Drunvalo Melchizedek. Suddenly, in a single day, the Nicals breathed life into the Tree of Life on the surface of Atlantis. This created vortexes of energy rotating out of each and every circle.
Where are the vortexes of energy in Nepal? I want the fucking, I mean, Tibet, which is Tibet in Nepal? Isn't Tibet, wait. Yeah, it's in Nepal, right? Or it's near Nepal? No, they're near each other. Ah, it's an autonomous region within Nepal. Okay.
Once the vortexes were established, the children of Lemuria...
Hobbit! They live in they fucking live it in...
It began to be called forth. Millions upon millions of Lemurians who had settled all across the planet began to be pulled toward Atlantis. A great migration began. However, the Lemurian body of consciousness had only reached the age of 12 as a planetary consciousness.
Oh, it's about to get really pedo, isn't it? And so the enlightened Atlanteans had to teach the 12-year-olds how to be happy. So they gave them chakra healing.
Because we were right-brained, we were a female species, like a 12-year-old girl. And some of our centers weren't working yet. They had worked with these energies, but only mastered 8 of the 10. Each migrating Lemurian was attracted to one of these 8 centers on Atlantis, depending on the nature of the individual. There, they settled and began to build cities. That left 2 vortexes with nobody using them.
So the 12-year-old girls went to Atlantis to build cities?
Not a single person. These 2 vortexes were pulling life toward them, and in life, you can't have an empty place. Life will find a way to fill it. Similar to if you were driving along a freeway, following another car, and you drop too far behind, someone will fill the place. That's it.
Genius logic! Oh my god! Next level logic! Dude, this guy's brain operates on such a strange level. What a fucking busted ass brain this man has. Absolutely fucking incredible. Remember that time? Guys, remember that time you were driving through like fucking rural Idaho and you moved over to the right lane and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, 9 million cars materialized because you created a vacuum and there were no other cars on the road, but you moving over to the right lane prompted life, the highway of life, to generate and fill the vacuum? Man, I love that. That's one of my favorite experiences ever. Cars find a way. Let's go, guys.
Exactly what happened on Atlantis. Though the Lemurians had only filled 8 of the vortex areas.
Life is a highway. I'm gonna fill it from the vacuum of life all night long.
Mayan records state clearly that there were 10 cities in Atlantis when it fell. You can see these records in the Troano document, which is now located in the British.
Why is this guy, what's this guy doing to this sheep's asshole? I remember that, Demon Mama, but it was after 11 hours of driving west on I-90 and the cars that appeared were shadow creatures. Ah!
Museum. This document is estimated to be 3,500 years old, and it describes in detail the sinking of Atlantis. To fill these two...
I can't wait until 3,000 years from now when the future humans are reading like people's fucking D&D books. We have so much documentation. The spirit sciences of the future are gonna watch an episode of fucking Critical Role and lose their goddamn minds. They're gonna be like, oh my god, Martho the Dragonkin and Flobbits the Hobbit. Oh my god.
2 empty vortexes, according to Thoth, 2 extraterrestrial races stepped in. Not 1, but 2 completely different races. The first race were the Hebrews, coming from our future.
Oh boy.
Thoth says that they came from off-planet, but we don't know where exactly. The Hebrews were kind of like a kid who went through 5th grade and didn't make it, so they had to do that grade over again. They learned all the math, the left brain stuff, but they didn't get the right brain aspect of evolving consciousness, the doing. They didn't graduate to the next level of evolution, so they had to do it again. They knew a lot of things that we didn't.
This is the most racist shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Know yet, and brought many concepts and ideas to us that we weren't aware of yet. Now, if this is true, this would explain quite a few things about the Hebrew people in general.
Oh no! Oh god! Here we fucking go!
They seem to have many sacred geometries hidden within their culture. It also puts perspective on the story of Exodus.
Banger movie! The Prince of Egypt is a banger fucking movie, but it's so funny to use this as a citation. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Perhaps Moses incarnated into that lifetime to free the Hebrews because they were not direct descendants of humans and were being treated unfairly. Or could it be that...
Why does that make any sense?
Moses was visited by an ascended master of the Hebrews who guided him to free their people. Given what we know about...
Maybe... Isn't that blasphemous? He was just visited by God, wasn't he?
Dimensions and consciousness, it definitely puts a fresh perspective on old stories that didn't make much sense. We could
What
talk
do you
about
mean? How did that make any more sense than the old story? I'm sorry, bro. I'm with the old story. The old story made way more sense than this fucking garbage. This is some fucking bullshit.
more, but let's continue for now. There were no problems caused by the Hebrews coming to Atlantis. They actually benefited our evolution. The other race that stepped...
So, I'm sorry, let me get this straight. Spirit science is saying that the Hebrews came from outer space and interbreeded with the 12-year-old girls to benefit evolution.
And caused big problems. These beings came from the nearby planet of Mars.
Oh my
according
god,
to
now
Thoth,
Marsians?
Mars looked very much like Earth a little less than 1 million years ago. It was beautiful. It had oceans and water and trees that were just fantastic. But something happened to them, and it has to do with something called the Lucifer experiment. From the very beginning of creation, everything is simply an experiment. Creation itself was just consciousness creating and inhabiting itself in that creation. There is no divine plan. Spirit can do whatever it wants. Having said...
so he's definitely changed off of this. He's definitely changed on this stuff. This doesn't align with his video that he just made on God like a little bit ago. This is in direct contradiction to what he said before. So he's changed, apparently.
That if spirit decides to cut itself off...
Yeah, he got way more overtly Christian.
...from the rest of consciousness and create a separate reality on its own, it can do that too. This is called the Lucifer experiment. Because spirit is God, it can do this. There is nothing wrong with that. We've kind of been led to believe that Lucifer is evil and the devil. This just isn't true. Lucifer is just another means of perceiving the reality. It is not a unity perception of oneness, but rather a duality perception of two-ness. There's a flower of life pattern for Lucifer as well, but that's a big topic for another time.
Oh my god, we're flying all over the place! Where the fuck are we?
Anytime the Lucifer experiment has been attempted in the universe, it always ends in failure. The species will cut itself off from love and will become incredibly male.
So it is bad then. He just said it wasn't bad, but now he says that every time it's done, it kills everybody.
Left-brained. What always ends up happening is that everyone becomes very greedy. There is no compassion for one another, and everyone ends up fighting until they end up killing themselves. More than 1 million years ago, the beings on Mars joined the Lucifer experiment, and it failed dramatically. Basically, they cut themselves off from the unity of the universe and created a separate reality. When the Martians severed the love bond, they became pure male, logical beings with no emotions. What happened on
It's always really funny once you get down to the base of like, once you filter down, once you sift through, and you see what these people actually think of one another and themselves. Absolutely incredible. Also, terrible Martian designs. These are just the most boring. Why? It's really funny. In fucking the Mars planet where they did the Lucifer experiments with the psychic Lemurians and the Hebrews and the Luciferians, all they could come up with is like these fucking shitty looking Amogus crafts and fucking normal ass tanks. Nothing else cooler, nothing cooler than that. No, nothing creative. You know, you don't have any sort of like weird organo-psychic cannon weaponry. You don't have like these guys, these giant brained floating guys with shrunken little bodies that shoot lightning bolts from the wrinkles in their brain. You know, nothing like that. It's just fucking Amogus-shaped helicopters and normal ass tanks.
Mars was that they ended up fighting. Mars became a battleground. Eventually, it became clear that Mars was not going to survive. They blew their atmosphere away and destroyed the surface of the planet. Nova recently did an episode on planetary magnetics, and they found some interesting things about Mars. The planet didn't have a magnetic system, however the surface was magnetized, implying that at one point it did, but that something happened. Now, we've been discussing
Okay, so something happened. That means it had to have been a war of the Luciferians who separated themselves from the unity and oneness of the universe, aka God, as represented by the universal Amen, aka the Aum, aka the equal in E equals MC squared, 1252426, G equals M equals Y, H equals H, T equals V. It's simple, everybody. It's fucking simple. Fibonacci.
Tetrahedron before, and now I want to give you a brief understanding of the Merkaba. The Merkaba was known in ancient times as the Chariot of Ascension. It is the star tetrahedral energy field around the body. All around the world, there are references to this in ancient texts. When activated to its full potential, the Merkaba, which is both a tool and part of your being...
fucking activated, dude! This guy's been talking about all this bullshit for all this fucking time. This guy's been talking about the Merkaba, the magic triumvirates, the sacred geometry, the energy, the spinal serpent of energy. And what's he doing? Fucking sitting at his keyboard just like everybody else. What a fucking load of shit. You're telling me you've discovered secret echolocation abilities, healing techniques, and yet all you can do is fucking rape people and type on your fucking keyboard like everybody else? What a waste of time. You can have more fun making a video game where you actually get to like simulate superpowers or something. Man, fuck this guy. Man, fuck this guy. So stupid. Yeah, guys, I totally discovered the truth of the sacred geometry. It will give you superpowers. Okay, let me see it. Well, I can't do it right now. Okay, have you ever been able to do it? Well, no. I mean, mostly I just post on Twitter. Great, dude. Nice. Sick. Bro.
Can be used to do the impossible, included but not limited to changing dimensions and traveling through the universe. Before Mars was destroyed, they built huge tetrahedral pyramids. They built 3, 4, and 5-sided pyramids, eventually building a complex that was able to build a synthetic Merkaba.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Can we just look at
Pyramids,
this real
eventually
quick?
building a complex that was able to build
City Face Tholus. MLSKJQOPEDAB 1 2 times the square root of 2 over 2. City Face Tholus. Literal nonsense. Just literal. I could just be saying, like, the thing that I did a few minutes ago is just as accurate as this crap.
a synthetic Merkaba. After a million years or so, it's been eroded, but the proof is there. Now, because the Martians were severed from the Unity consciousness, they couldn't create a living Merkaba. They simply used it as a tool. They created a synthetic Merkaba to travel in time and find a new home. A small group of Martians tried to get away from Mars before it was destroyed, and that place they found was Earth. About 65,000 years in our past. They saw this little vortex sitting there, just pulling in life, with no one in it. They didn't ask permission. Being part of the Lucifer experiment, they just said, alright, let's do it. And they stepped onto that vortex, and in doing so, they joined and changed our evolutionary path. Thoth Thoth's father, Thome, was one of the Nacals who set up Atlantis on the island of Udal. That island, the top of the Tree of Life, was the brain of Atlantis, and on it was a small city called
the fake Tree of Life that had extra circles.
Poseidon. This city is what Plato was discussing when he said that Poseidon bore 10 children, the 10 circles on the Tree of Life. Poseidon...
There was 11 circles, you idiot! What are you talking about? There were 11 circles. Did you forget the one at the bottom? Did you forget how to fucking count?
Was made of 3 rings painted in black, red, and white stones, and it was the symbol for Atlantis. The inner circle represented the Nacals, the middle circle were the priesthood, called the Maya, and the outer circle represented the regular people of Atlantis. We'll come back to this down the road. There were only a few thousand Martians who came to Earth through the synthetic Merkaba. The first thing they did when they arrived in Atlantis was try to take over the continent. They tried to declare war and invade. However, they were vulnerable due to their small numbers, compared to the millions of Atlanteans, and we finally subdued them. We were able to stop them from...
So, hold on, let me get this straight. The big, strong, all-male Martians were outdone by an alliance of bird people, 12-year-old girls, and evolutionary failed Jewish people? Nice. Okay, I think this makes sense.
Conquering us, but we could not send them back. When this happened on our evolutionary path...
Why not? Why couldn't they send them back? The Atlanteans had the... Wait, why couldn't they send them back? The Atlanteans had the ability to create a 12-point energy vortex. Why wouldn't they be able to create a Merkaba to send them back?
We now had the planetary consciousness of a 14-year-old girl.
What? Oh, sorry, they were 14 now. Now they're 14-year-old girls. They're about to age out of his range.
The Martians were an incredibly male species, and also very old. So what you had was a 14-year-old girl being taken over by a 60 or 70-year-old man.
Remember, this guy is a self-admitted rapist.
Man, we had no choice in the matter. The Martians just stepped in and said, like it or not, we're here. They didn't care what we thought or felt about it. Really, it was no different from what the settlers of North America did to the Native Americans. Once the initial conflict was over, it was agreed that the Martians would try and understand this female thing they lacked. This emotional feeling, which...
I don't know if this by the way, I don't know if this translates through to the stream because of the audio settings, but all of the music is coming out of my right headphone. I don't know if this is translating to you guys, but it's like Okay, it's in the video. Okay, yeah. Okay, it does. I didn't know if there was a mix down happening. That means that's actually a good sign. That means I'm hearing the exact thing you are. It just started blasting into my right ear and nothing's coming out of the left except for his voice, which is very awkward.
They had none of it all. Things more or less settled for a while, but the Martians slowly began to implement their left-brain technologies, which the Atlanteans knew nothing about. One after the other, the Martians kept putting out these left-brain inventions until the Atlanteans slowly began to see things through their left brain. We slowly began to become a male species. The Martians...
So the 14-year-old girls became boys?
...gained control, bit by bit, until eventually they had all of the power, as was their intention. The animosity between Atlanteans and the Martians never subsided, not even till the end of Atlantis. They hated each other. The Atlanteans were shoved down and treated like inferiors. It was like a marriage that the female component...
So the 60-year-old men were subjugating the 14-year-old girls, and the bird people just weren't fucking paying attention at all. And apparently the space Jews were also not paying attention.
Didn't like, but the male component didn't really care if she liked it or not. It remained this way for a very long time, until about 26,000 years ago, when the next phase slowly began. Before we continue, we have to talk about polar shifts. See, in the 1930s, Edgar Cayce was channeling information for a geologist when he stopped and he said, "There's something you should know. In the near future, the Earth's poles are going to shift." Cayce was a brilliant man with a very strong connection to...
Oh yeah, they've been talking about this shit forever. They've been talking about this shit for fucking ever.
...dimensions, where he communicated with other beings for the human race.
Conspiracy theorists have been obsessed with a polarity shift, and it just never happens.
Ultimately, it was because of his channelings that the belief system called New Age was created. This is again just putting what he was doing into boxes of understanding, because no one else understood what he was doing at that time. Nevertheless, when Cayce talked, people listened.
The laugh that you heard in the background, by the way, was Fawn laughing downstairs. I don't know what Fawn is laughing at.
Geologists began exploring the possibility of a polar shift, and they found something remarkable. A string of major pieces of evidence came forth and lent tremendous weight to what Cayce was saying, and they have now changed the world's view on the subject. Scientists believed that if there was going to be a physical pole shift, there would also be a change in the magnetic poles. Through studying lava beds, geologists were able to see where the planetary magnetics were when the lava beds hardened at certain depths. They found that the earlier magnetic poles were not where they were now, but in Hawaii. The last shift that took place was 13,000 years ago, and we will get there in the story soon. They did another test and found that it had shifted again 26,000 years ago as well. Scientists also learned that polar shifts happen very quickly. In a single day, the magnetics would do a complete flip, or turn 90 degrees. There's that number again. And within 24 hours, the sun...
90? There's that number again? The 90? A number that appears all the time for all kinds of... Oh yeah, that's one of the things. Okay, something you'll notice about weird conspiracy heads, they will see a number in many places and think that that has some sort of divine significance. Like if you go to the bakery and there's 12 muffins there, and then later on during the day, it costs $12 for them to put some gas in their car, they'll believe that like it can't possibly be a coincidence that the bakery had 12 muffins in a box and that they also had to buy $12 worth of gas. And it must be an angel is whispering in their ear to tell them that the poles are about to shift. It's one of the weirdest fucking things. It's a thing that happens all the time. There's like, if you meet like super hyper, like ultra religious people, like I'm talking not just your average religious person, I'm talking about the people where their whole life is completely and utterly like eclipsed by everything about their religion, you'll almost always find them obsessed with certain numbers with seemingly no string actually collecting them except for the fact that the number appears in multiple places. Like if I look at the playtime on this video right now, the playtime on the video is 14 minutes and 42 seconds, and they'll go, oh, well, I'm 42 years old, which means, oh my God, that must mean that I'm gonna die on the 14th turn of Thoth's astral calendar, which means I'll live to be 86.
The sun would be rising differently than it did the previous day. This shift has happened hundreds of times over the last 100 million years on Earth, But it's speeding up now and happening faster and faster. Now only 13,000 years between each shift. A whole new viewpoint is beginning to be understood. From space, would this not appear as a pulse? Now, there's a lot more to talk about with polar shifts, but I'm going to give you the basics. A scientist named Charles Hapgood was studying this at great detail because the leading theory behind what caused polar shifts was still underdeveloped at the time. He came up with a theory that demonstrated to be possible through various experiments. Through these experiments, they learned that the surface of the Earth, the crust, could slip over the main mass of the Earth, which continues its rotation as if nothing happened. The crust would rotate and spin out of control until eventually it settles again in a new location aligned with the new magnetics. During this time, there are massive earthquakes and tsunamis and devastations that rock the world. Doesn't that sound a bit like the destruction described in the Book of Revelations?
Oh my god.
Now, I don't want to freak anyone out. Besides...
Wow, sounds like you read Revelation once and are doing a Boss Baby on this. Whoa, you read Revelation and now you're backwards projecting it onto other things that you're pulling out of your ass at a rapid speed. Jesus fucking Christ. This is like cocaine for manic bipolar people, like a special type of cocaine that also makes you a Nazi? Yeah, unfortunately.
Casey's account, many other ancient prophecies, including Nostradamus and Mayan prophecies, have talked about polar shifts in one way or another. And modern science is becoming increasingly aware that there is going to be a polar shift in our near future, which is lining up with our consciousness shift, though they don't take that aspect into account. It's funny, actually. A while back, Nova did 2 reports on polar shifts, and both times NASA shut them down. Then recently, Nova released a new video called Earth's Magnetic Storm. That video shows all of the evidence for pole shifts without actually using the words pole shift. It's almost as if a specific company doesn't want us knowing about this and the evidence that's been brought forth.
Yeah, the almighty NASA, guys. Everybody knows NASA has never had any issues with funding. NASA is like an all-powerful entity. They can shut down whatever the fuck they want. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows that NASA doesn't struggle to even get like a basic rocket funding these days. I mean, organization, sorry.
Polar shifts are directly related to the magnetics of the planet as well. Planetary magnetics are supposed to
That's how you know I work for big NASA. I was doing misinformation by accidentally saying the word company. That was planned. I was doing misinformation on behalf of big NASA. Oh, he said company too? Oops.
Like this, but the reality is much different. Our magnetics have been weakening over the last 500 years or so, and
I thought it was me that said company, but actually it was, sorry guys, I was channeling spirit science there. And spirit science told me, I was channeling him and he told me to admit that I was a member of big NASA. This is 100% true, and you know this is true because if you look at the timestamp down here, it says 1624, and as we know, 1624 is the number of truth. So you know that I am speaking the truth right now.
They look a little more like this. It was the magnetics becoming more and more warped that's causing many of the problems we've seen in the last 20 years. Birds follow the magnetics of the planet to migrate, and they'd be ending up in places they shouldn't be. Whales were continually beaching themselves in the 90s because they followed these magnetics, which led them to land where there should have been water. As for humans, you know how on the night of the full moon there are more rapes, murders, and violent crimes than any other night of the lunar cycle?
Hey, did you commit your rape on a full moon?
Well, the moon affects the magnetics of the Earth, slightly. But the magnetics are so warped right now, it's affecting how we think and act as a planet. Our collapse of social structure is related to the geomagnetics of the Earth. Or perhaps it's the other way around. There's one other thing that we need to discuss about polar shifts. They always line up with a consciousness shift. They are interrelated.
Oh yeah?
Thoth lived on Atlantis.
How the fuck do you know that, dude? How the fuck do you know that a thing that happened 13,000 and 26,000 years ago? How the fuck would you ever know that? Oh, did Thoth tell you? Oh, did fucking Thoth make a nice tweet about it?
For a very long time, and he told us that he saw the Earth shift 5 times, watching the sun rise in the east, and then the west, then the east, then the west. This is how to explain why during a consciousness shift at the end of Lemuria, it sank beneath the oceans and Atlantis rose. If the crust was spinning randomly around the planet, many geological events such as continents rising and falling would take place. Now that we have an understanding of polar shifts, we can continue with this drama on Atlantis. 26,000 years ago, we were exactly where we were today on the precession of the equinox. We had gone through our falling asleep phase, and we were about to begin waking up.
Our falling asleep phase? What's the falling asleep phase? What the fuck is that?
At this point that there was a small consciousness shift. We actually went down in consciousness, not up. A piece of Atlantis.
No! We downgraded back to 10-year-old girls!
About the size of Rhode Island sank into the ocean.
This guy's definitely... What is this frame? Ah! Hold on, sorry, I have to do this face. Hold on, hold on. There you go, that's for the thumbnail. There you have it. Hold on, I gotta tell him. There we go. I sent a message to, there we go. Sent a message. There you have it. All right, let's fucking get back into it.
This caused a tremendous amount of fear within the Atlanteans, because they thought they were going to lose the whole continent, like what happened with Lemuria. Because of the consciousness shift, one of the bigger things they lost was their connection to the future. They couldn't foresee big events such as the potential sinking of their home. After about 200 years, this fear began to subside. Now, in both the Bible and the Sumerian record...
So they were just fucking all of the 12-year-old girls were just fucking terrified for like 600 years?
The accounts of Adam, Eve, and all of their children were recorded to have exceptionally long lifespans, like 900 years or so. So 200 years for us back then is like 20 years for us today. We'll explain how we got...
Oh, 200 years, not 600. Okay.
There soon. Things kind of settled for a while, and then between 13,000 and 16,000 years ago, a comet approached the Earth. Because we were living at a high consciousness across all dimensions, the Atlanteans became aware of it before it hit. A great conflict occurred in Atlantis. The Martians, who were in the minority even though they were in control, wanted to blow it out of the sky with their laser technology. However, the Nacals had learned of the comet's true nature, and the Atlanteans...
So wait, what are the Nacals doing while the Martians have armies of little children being slaves for them? What are the Nacals? The Nacals are godlike beings. Are they just fucking chilling? Are they just fucking kicking around?
Protested. They said that the comet was in divine order. They had to allow it to take place naturally. Let it hit the Earth. That's what's supposed to happen. The Martians fought the Atlanteans, but in the end they gave in. The Martians agreed to let it hit the Earth. When the time arrived, it came screaming into the atmosphere, plunging into the Atlantic Ocean just off to the western shores of Atlantis, near where Charleston, South Carolina is now.
The God Comet landed next to fucking Charleston, South Carolina. Guys, that's why the cornbread is so good in South Carolina. It's enhanced by God meteor energy. Oh my fucking God. What? The meteor screamed down into the ocean right next to where Atlantis was, conveniently located next to Charleston, South Carolina. Oh, buy a postcard while you're there. Oh my God.
Now, only that was at the bottom of the ocean at the time. The remnants of the comet are now scattered
No! Charleston, South Carolina was at the bottom of the ocean! The cornbread is gonna get soggy!
4 states, and science has definitely determined that it hit at least 12,000 years ago, if not more. They're still finding pieces today. Although the main portion...
my head hurts now. I laughed so hard my head hurts. We're only 20 minutes into this video? Oh no! I didn't know this video was so long. Oh my God! I think I'm gonna die. By the way, yes, true, as Acelaces says, if you're here and you're having a good time as we react to this deranged conspiracy content, please press like and make sure that you're subscribed to Demon Mama, because I can tell you, we do this type of crazy stuff all the time and it's always wild. Oh. Vontix with the $5 says, Martians, comets, catalyzing change. Is this dude just summarizing Adventure Time? Yes. Yes.
Near Charleston, a few fragments actually hit the main body of Atlantis, crashing into an area right where the Martians were living, killing a huge portion of their population. They were pissed. They said, it's all over, we're divorcing you, and we're gonna do whatever we want. You can do what you want, but we will never listen to you again.
They weren't listening to them. But they weren't. They were dominating them.
We know this whole bit. We've seen it in divorced families throughout the world. And the children? Well, look at our modern world today. We are the children. You can guess what
the Martians were 60-year-old pedophile rapists. What are you fucking talking about, dude? What are you fucking talking about? What is that? What the fuck? When you forget your own narrative that the Martians were pedophile rapists, and you go, well, look at how the world turned out. Jason Ashby with the $11 super chat. You are very good at this. Thank you for educating and entertaining us. You're very welcome. I feel like I'm doing small on the education, but lots on the entertainment now. So I'm glad you're enjoying. He's like, I learned it from watching you. What the fuck is going on? My brain, I'm dying. I'm gonna die.
Martians did next. Their primary interface with the reality was control, and when their anger rose to meet their desire for control, they decided to take over the Earth. They began to once again create a complex like the one they built on Mars long ago to try and create another synthetic Merkaba. If they had succeeded, they would have gained control over everything on the planet. The only thing...
Granting the rant with the $5 super chat said, dude definitely didn't get over his parents' divorce as a kid. Yeah, clearly. Holy shit. Do you think this guy's mom, like, divorced his dad and then married a Jewish guy, and that's the entire backstory of this guy's life, and he's just been coping about it since forever? Holy fuck.
Was around 50,000 Earth years had passed since they had built a Merkaba, and they didn't quite remember how to do it. But they thought they did. The Martians built the buildings in Atlantis. They set up the whole experiment, threw the switch, and lost control. The destruction was immense. In this reality, you can hardly make a greater error than to create an out-of-control Merkaba.
What?
The experiment began to rip open the dimensional levels.
I'll fucking take your word for it, dude. Nobody wants an out-of-control Merkaba. Nobody wants a fucking a Star of David to go out of control. That'd be a disaster.
Higher ones, but the lower ones. To give an analogy, if you took a knife and slit open your stomach, the stomach acids would seep into other parts of the body that it's not supposed to be in. That's like ripping open the dimensions. The Martians almost destroyed the Earth. The environmental disaster we are experiencing today is nothing in comparison, though today's disasters are a direct result of these events. Because of this tear in the dimensional levels, a huge number of lower dimensional spirits and beings were thrown out of their comfort zone and into these higher levels. They were forced into a world that they did not know or understand. To survive, they needed bodies, and began automatically entering into the bodies of people.
Entering into the bodies of the 12-year-olds? Or, yeah, 12, they're back to 12-year-olds, right?
For every human body, there were hundreds of lower dimensional spirits inhabiting them. These beings were Earthlings, like us, but very different, not coming from this dimension. It was a catastrophe, probably the biggest the Earth has ever seen. The reason the Nicals were special wasn't just because of their incredibly high consciousness, making them like guides of Atlantis. They also had achieved what today we call immortality. Let's just say they figured out a way to keep their body healthy and young for as long as they chose, and could choose to pass on whenever they desired it. When reincarnating, they do not suffer the great memory loss that we do when we incarnate. They did it through their expanded consciousness and tantric interdimensional sex meditations. This is how Thoth was.
This entire video is a giant, this entire fucking video is just the writer's poorly disguised fucking fetishes. And his fetishes are the worst, most repugnant ones you can possibly imagine. Because this guy's fetish is about fucking kid rape. Which is no surprise given that he's an actual self-admitted rapist.
A priest king of Atlantis for thousands of years and stayed on Earth until 15 years ago when he gave all of his memories and understanding about sacred geometry to a man named Drunvalo Melchizedek. The Merkaba is formed.
Isn't that the guy who wrote the book?
Out of 3 star tetrahedrons overlaid on top of each other. 2 of them are counter-rotating and the third is stationary. When the Merkaba is formed with the unity consciousness, it is formed internally with love. When it is formed externally through the Lucifer experiment, it does not have that love and can become unstable very quickly. The Martians' attempt at controlling the world took place on one of the small islands in the west of Atlantis. This place today is known as the Bermuda Triangle. It's a
Okay. Yeah, bro.
Triangle because the top of the stationary tetrahedron of the Merkaba is actually sticking out of the water there, which causes a huge electromagnetic imbalance.
Take a fucking picture then. Take a picture of it.
In that area. Many planes and boats have reported to have gone missing there. They just vanished without a trace. The imbalance is multidimensional, and in many cases, these ships and planes have been sucked into different dimensions, never to be seen again. That Merkaba is still there on the seafloor today, but from what I know, it's going to be corrected soon. The Nicals did their best.
Oh, that's good. That's great to know. That's good. I'm glad that Thoth told you it was going to be corrected soon.
To save Atlantis. They sent most of the lower dimensional beings back, at least as many as they could, and sealed up the dimensional tear. Despite this, the situation got really bad, really fast. All of the economic systems.
Asking this guy how he knows, that is like, I guarantee you he wouldn't actually be able to give you that answer. It would literally be this came to me in a dream. Except it didn't come to him in a dream. He just ass-pulled it on a moment's notice. And then said it was from Thoth. If he could even give you an answer at all.
Systems collapsed. Financial, social, and all concepts of how life ought to be completely broke down. Everyone on Atlantis began getting sick with weird diseases, and the entire continent went into a state of survival. Life was no longer about living. It became about surviving until tomorrow. It was a literal hell on Earth. The Nicals had no idea what to do. They were children compared to the events that had been thrust upon them. So, they prayed. They prayed to the highest levels of conscious life in the universe, asking for help from anyone who could hear them. The problem was reviewed on many high levels of life.
The fucking Justice League? Is the Justice League supposed to be... Batman is a part... Okay.
Why I'm drawing is the Justice League, because the 11th and 12th dimensions are completely incomprehensible to us in our current state.
Oh,
What they told us was this.
I see, okay. Okay, that totally makes sense.
We were going to fall. We were going to hit rock bottom, level 1, the lowest place we possibly could be in the universe and still survive. Also, we were changing polarity. We were no longer a female species, so we were starting from square one as a male species. And finally, and this was the shocker, we would only have 13,000 years to return to Christ consciousness. Normally, it takes hundreds of thousands of years for a species to get to Christ consciousness.
Christ consciousness? Oh my god, wait, that's the video he's doing now. 11 years later is a video called Christ Consciousness. So there are some through lines. Some things have remained in his brain.
We had to do it in a fraction of the time. If we didn't, we would not survive. This has never happened before in the universe, ever.
How do you know? How do you know it's never happened? Who told you that, huh? Thoth?
Thoth, who was the priest king of Atlantis at the time, learned that they would have to perform this experiment on themselves. They received instructions from the highest levels of life and they went on their way. Thoth proceeded with a being named Ra and Aragat, who were previous kings of Atlantis, and began the experiment. To understand what they did, we have to talk about consciousness grids.
Oh god.
A planetary grid is an etheric crystalline structure that envelops the planet and holds the consciousness of any one species of life.
What are you
This grid
talking
does
about?
have an electromagnetic component associated with the third dimension, but it also has a component for every dimension as well. These grids are geometric, of course, and science will eventually discover that there is a grid for every species in the world.
Trust me, bro. Science is definitely about to figure this out.
Each of these grids have their own geometry and are unique. There's not another one like it, just as the species itself are unique. These grids give off light as well, and from space they can be seen as the source of the bluish
That's just literally fucking wrong. This is just light bouncing off the atmosphere. As it turns out, the atmosphere is made out of stuff. The atmosphere has stuff in it. It has fucking molecules in it, and those molecules interact with light. It's as simple as that. Oh my god.
Glow around the Earth. What Thoth and friends had to do was create a synthetic Christ consciousness grid, allowing humans to ascend to Christ consciousness in a very short time. But first, let's talk about the science behind the grid. Perhaps you've heard of the 100th monkey experiment. Over a span of 30 years, scientists were researching a species of monkey called Macaca fuscata on an island in Japan. They were providing the monkeys with sweet potatoes by dropping them in the sand. The monkeys liked sweet potatoes, but they didn't like the sand and dirt so much. A few monkey children figured out that they could wash their sweet potatoes, and some of them taught the technique to their parents. Only a few of the adult monkeys did this though. This went on for some time until one day the monkeys who actually knew the technique hit critical mass. And bingo! The technique started spreading faster than it did before. Monkeys started learning it really easily across all of the Japanese islands nearby as well as on the mainland. They knew that there had to be something that wasn't yet understood about how a species is connected to itself. So what did we...
What? How do you come... What?
We tried it on humans. A research team made a picture out of human faces. About 100 faces hidden within a single picture, but at first glance, you could only see about 6 or 7. They did several surveys with a few hundred people in Australia and said, alright, find the faces. Most people could only pick out 6, 7, 8, 9 or so, not many more. After that, the research team went to Britain and aired the picture on a closed cable BBC special that was shown only in England. They showed where all of the faces were, every last one. Half of the research team, which stayed in Australia, did the experiment again with new subjects. And lo and behold, people were just naturally able to see more faces. After this...
What did he say this was called? I'm sure it's just an... I'm sure it's pure chance that this is just fucking pareidolia. I can't find anything about this. I can't find fucking anything about this. If anybody knows what the fuck he's talking about, Google monkey collective consciousness. Wait, hold on a second though. Hold on. Here we go. The 100th monkey effect is a hypothetical phenomenon in which a new behavior idea is spread rapidly by unexplained means from one group to all related group once a critical number of members of one group exhibit the new behavior or acknowledge the new idea. The behavior was said to propagate even to groups that are physically separated and have no means of communicating with each other. Since it was popularized, the effect has been discredited in many cases of research. 5 citations. One of the primary factors in the spread of this concept is that the authors quote secondary, tertiary, or post-tertiary sources that have themselves misrepresent the original observations. So you mean like this guy's doing? So in truth, what happened is a bunch of monkeys figured out how to wash the food, and then they taught it to other monkeys, and eventually enough monkeys adopted it that the other monkeys, by peer pressure, started doing it. Nothing about psychic transmission. Where's the face one? Where's this fucking face thing? There's nothing about this face thing. The original research? Oh my god. So did he just make up the face thing? I can't find anything about the face thing. They said people afterwards said that they claimed that the monkeys adopted it, but the original researchers did not. If you go, that was one of the things I just read on here. Hold on. Hold on. Here we go. Here, I can show you. It says it right here. The original Koshima research was undertaken by a team of scientists as a secondary consequence of 1948 research on semi-wild monkeys. The Koshima troop was identified as segregated from other monkeys and from 1950 used as a closed study group to observe wild Japanese macaque. By the way, no citations for huge portions of this document, unfortunately. While studying the group, the team would drop sweet potatoes and weed on the beach and observe the troop's behavior. A paper was published indicating the first observance of one monkey, Emo, washing her sweet potatoes in the water. The study does not indicate a catalyst ratio at which point all of the Koshima monkeys started washing sweet potatoes, or even a correlation to other monkey studies where similar behavior started. To the contrary, it indicated certain age groups in Koshima would not learn the behavior. The story was further popularized by Ken Keyes in his publication of his book, The 100th Monkey. His book was about the devastating effects of nuclear war. He presented the 100th Monkey effect as an inspirational parable, applying it to human society. See, none of this has to do with the psychic shit. In many cases, the research since it was first popularized, the effect has been discredited. One of the primary factors in the spread of this concept that many authors quote secondary, tertiary, or post-tertiary sources that have themselves misrepresented the original observations. Separate papers make mention of, from 1960 onward, similar sweet potato washing behaviors were noticed in other parts of the world. However, this is not directly attributed to Koshima. Claims were made that a monkey swam from one island to another where he taught the resident monkeys how to wash the sweet potatoes. No mention of the other behavioral improvements are made and no indication of how the monkey swam. The Koshima monkeys cannot swim. Therefore, although the question must be asked how the swimming monkey learned the sweet potato washing behavior, if not from Koshima, no indication is made as to where the monkey learned the behavior. Except for, so people made up the part about them psychically transmitting it, and also they left out the fact that the monkeys in the initial experience spontaneously figured out how to wash the potato as well. Because as it turns out, monkeys are smart enough to go, I don't like the sand, I'm gonna wash it in the water, anywhere in the world. As it turns out, monkeys can just learn that shit. Okay, let's get back to this thing before my brain melts.
Experiment, they knew that something definitely connects us all, and the field of
fucking raccoons wash their food. Are you fucking telling me that the first monkey that ever figured out to wash anything was on an island in Japan, and since then it's been fucking psychically transmitted via the geodesic metros electrosphere web? Is that what you're trying to fucking tell me? You're trying to tell me it's more likely that one monkey in 1950 was taught one monkey in 1950 spontaneously learned how to wash a potato and then psychically transmitted it to all other monkeys in the world and raccoons too, for some reason, and no monkey ever washed a potato before 1950 when that one monkey figured it out? And it's all because of the psychosomo electrogo nexus? Man, shut the fuck up. These people are fucking broken. This guy needs help, clearly, given that he's a rapist.
Is learning more about it daily. It's mass consciousness. In Lesson 11, I showed you the 3 levels of consciousness. Each of these levels have their own consciousness grids around the planet, and our second level grid is based on squares and triangles. Many governments of the world, especially the Russian and US governments, were studying our grids back in the 60s and probably earlier. When mapping out the grid on the planet, you find little military bases on many of the nodal points of the grid. There are tons of these bases way out in the middle of nowhere, like on little islands like Guam. This couldn't be a coincidence that these government powers place their bases right—
Yeah, there's no other reason why you might want to have a base on your territory in Guam. No reason at all, guys. No reason to have a naval base on Hawaii, the territory you control in the middle of the Pacific, an ocean of incredible strategic importance. No need at all. Nope, vehicles don't need to be refueled. Nope, nothing.
Where the little spirals came out of the grid. They were trying to take control of the grid, because if you control consciousness, you control what we think and feel. Of course, there was another organization that had its hand in both of these governments, and still do, and we will discuss them soon enough. This grid is visible through astral projection as well. 13,000 years ago, it began. Thoth, Ra, and Aragot were to create a global complex that was able to build a synthetic Christ consciousness grid over a 13,000-year time period. The first thing they did was to fly to a place which is now called the Giza Plateau, but back then it was known as the land of Chem. It was also a rainforest back then as well, not desert like it is today. First, they created a grid around the planet fourth dimensionally, and then began to construct it in the physical third dimension. They went to the male energetic axis of the Earth and constructed a complex which today is called the Solar Cross. These men were sixth-dimensional beings at that time.
So true!
And were living at a very high level of consciousness, so whatever they thought happened instantly. It was that simple. According to Thoth, he built the Great Pyramid.
What a horrible way to live. Wouldn't it be terrible if everything that you thought happened instantly? Like right now, if you were to think about your penis getting cut in half by a razor, it would just happen immediately.
Not the Egyptian king Cheops. Thoth says that it was built 200 years prior to the pole shift and built very quickly.
Hold on, I have that ability. You are now manually breathing. You are now manually blinking. I have the power of Thoth.
These pyramids were aligned precisely with both Fibonacci and golden mean spirals emanating from out of the solar cross. Interestingly enough, Edgar Cayce also channeled that the pyramids were constructed in this way. The pyramids were also found to be built from the top down. The stones on top were placed first, which has baffled researchers ever since. Every time more is learned about the pyramids, we move further into dark on understanding how they were formed.
Joke's on you, trans girl Lily. I can always feel my tongue sitting in my mouth because my tongue is split. I wanted it that way.
If what Thoth says is true, well, that explains everything. From there, Thoth and friends constructed an entire network of temples and structures along this grid fourth dimensionally, placing them on nodes on the new synthetic Christ consciousness grid they were creating. All of them were made with Fibonacci or golden mean spirals, and all of them were mathematically referred back to the solar cross in Egypt through the Great Pyramid. The creation of all of the sacred sites on the planet were no accident. It was a single consciousness that created them all, from Machu Picchu to Stonehenge to Zaghuan. You name it. There are a few exceptions, but most were created by a single awareness as part of a unity.
So Leas, I give you the attention span to do your college homework in a timely fashion. All you had to do was realize that I have the power to unlock your mental faculties, but you will now find it incredibly easy to do so because you want to complete the truth is you want to succeed at college because succeeding at college will make you feel more satisfied in your life. You will have a much easier time going forward because you have realized I have reached into your mind and unlocked the Nexus node that made you realize that college homework is something that you actually appreciate. Even though the act of college homework is not always fun, the act of achievement is fun. You are going to have fun and have a better time. It's easy. It's that easy.
Consciousness grid. Although the Great Pyramid was done all at once, many of these ancient structures of the world were made fourth dimensional.
Sorry, I completely forgot where we are now. Didn't he say something about people thinking things into existence?
And slowly dropped in frequency until they manifested on the third dimension over a long period of time. Richard Hoagland's research brings this forward, but he wasn't the first either. They showed how one sacred site is extrapolated from another to another to another. A hot topic of discussion right now are ley lines. These are simply geometric relations between...
Hot topic. Interesting choice of words. Interesting that you would say that it's a hot topic of discussion when there's a hot topic in my local mall. How strange.
Between sacred sites. Archaeologists are now finding these huge connections between major spiritual sites in the globe, and now we know why they're connected. These sites had to be built physically so that the Christ consciousness grid could manifest. In a way, think of the physical sites as the wiring of a giant wireless electrical system, and then it needs about 13,000 years of continuous energy flow for it to actually turn on. And just so that you're not left in suspense, yes, the grid was completed. It came to life and is now active, though not really used. Congratulations, Earth. We actually survived. Not only has Thoth told us this in person, but he's also written it down in the Emerald Tablets. These tablets were left in the Great Pyramid thousands of years ago. There are 12 tablets in total, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and corrosion. Their atomic structure is fixed in place, and no change can ever take place. In that respect, they violate the material laws of ionization.
Where are they? I want to see them. Let me fucking see them.
These tablets share a great wisdom, and you can read them at over 100 different levels of consciousness, and you will always understand them differently. If you're interested in this stuff, you should definitely consider reading them. As you can probably tell, Thoth plays a pretty large role in what happened.
Maurice Doriel, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. This is it right here. Truth, certainty, that in which there is no doubt, that which is above from that which is below, and that which is below is from that which is above, working of the miracles of one thing, as all things were from one. Its father the sun, and its mother the moon, the earth carried it in her belly, and the wind nourished it in her belly, as the earth which shall become fire. Feed the earth from that which is subtle, with the greatest power. It ascends from above the earth to the heaven, and becomes ruler over that which is above and that which is below. Wow. Dude, super advanced. Wow, I feel super enlightened, bro. Also, this doesn't actually seem to be a real emerald tablet. The tablet states its author as Hermes Trismegistus. I want to see a picture of it. It's an imaginative depiction. Nobody has ever seen the real one. They've only seen translations. So apparently all of these things that he's saying, nobody's ever actually seen them, even though they're apparently invulnerable, can't be destroyed, and disobey the laws of physics. How convenient, everybody. How fucking convenient.
Most of this information comes from him. Thoth also provided most of this information about the flower of life and its geometric relationship to consciousness with us. And this stuff is tied in—
Octavia says the tablets go to a different school, you wouldn't know them. Yeah.
Intimately to the geometry of the universe. Considering the quality and quantity of information that he has shared, it makes you really start considering that this next part can be true.
Oh
the
boy,
Great Pyramid has a legendary missing capstone. According to the Emerald Tablets, deep under the Great Pyramid there's a room called the Hall of Records. This room was not built by Thoth and long predates the Atlantean civilization. Within the Hall of Records is the capstone of the pyramid, which is 5.5 inches high, solid gold, and completely holographic image.
Okay, then go get it. Then go fucking get it, you loser. You have super abilities. You say you can, like, intradimensionally transport. You think you can't go fucking 50 feet underground to grab the solid gold image of the Great Pyramid? Go get it, you fucking loser. Show us.
Of the Great Pyramid. It has all of the little rooms and everything. However, this leaves us with a 24 square foot piece of the Great Pyramid that's missing. If what Thoth says is true, that missing piece actually belongs to a very special airship that exists on Earth. And the way to the airship is through the Sphinx. The Sphinx, according to Thoth, is not 12,000 years old, but dates back over 5.5 million years on Earth. Deep under the Sphinx, about 1 mile down, is a round room with a flat floor and flat ceiling. Inside this room is the oldest synthetic object on Earth. The object is about 2 city blocks in size. It's round like a disc and has a flat bottom and top. It is also only about 3 atoms thick, except for a pattern on the top.
How fucking convenient, bro. How fucking convenient that it's only 3 atoms thick so you can't see it. It exists, I promise. You just can't see it, though.
Top and bottom, which looks like this. This pattern is 5 atoms thick. Thoth says that it's powered by consciousness, thoughts, and feelings, and connects with your own living Merkaba, which means that it becomes an extension of you and your own energy fields. The ship is also intimately connected with the spirit of the Earth, and is the protector for the whole planet. Thoth built the pyramid the way he did to fit with the ship. When on top of the Great Pyramid, it creates this image from above. The disc ship has a circumference equal to the perimeter of the Great Pyramid. As we discussed in Lesson 11, whenever
it's 3 atoms thick. What the fuck?
That ratio appears, life occurs. This ship can only be used by the purest of souls. See, whenever we approach the point in the precession of the equinox where our poles do these shifts, we become very vulnerable. Things often degenerate, and while things become chaotic, there are often other species who wish to take us over. This has always happened, not just with us, but with all evolving consciousness.
How many other species?
Every time
how many other fucking species are there?
Takeover seems imminent, a very pure person will find their way to the ship and raise it into the air. The Earth and Sun will connect with that person and give him or her great power. Then, whatever that person thinks and feels will happen. And think about it. If consciousness is the prime...
Whatever you do, dude, whatever you do not accidentally think about your penis being split in half by a razor.
Primary core component of the entire planet does...
Whatever you do not imagine all of your fingernails peeling backwards in real time.
Does it not make sense that it would have its own defense mechanism? This defense is an airship that...
Whatever you do not imagine that a potato peeler is making its way around the inside of your assholes, peeling off the outer layer.
Plugs into the Earth and the Sun, allowing the Earth to have protection. Our takeover event actually already happened, the same year the Christ grid was activated. The year was 1989, and we...
Whatever you do not imagine that a very tiny alien finger is sounding your penis. And it's very cold. It's ice cold. It's colder than anything you've ever felt.
We were having some troubles with the Greys, a race of ETs who were slowly plotting takeover due to a previous scuffle we were having. A very pure woman in Peru made the ascension process into the Christ consciousness grid and found the ship. She tuned it to the frequency of the fourth dimension, where she raised it through the Earth and into the air, and manifested a situation for the Greys to leave. Within a very short time, the Greys began getting sick, and remained sick for as long as they stayed here. They have been forced to leave for now, and we are once again safe. The ship is a warship in that whatever race
that's literally the plot of War of the Worlds, you loser. That's just the plot of War of the Worlds. Shut the fuck up.
Trying to take over, the person will just think them away. Think up a situation and force them to leave.
I'm sorry, guys. Okay. I'm sorry, everybody. We are at 7 hours and 14 minutes of stream. My head is throbbing at this point, okay? I love you all very, very much, but I can't do any more spirit science tonight. But in the future, I will absolutely be doing spirit science again. My lovely imps, it's time for us to go our separate ways. If you enjoyed this Conspiracy Mama segment, make sure you press subscribe so you don't miss the future content. I'm going to be doing more Conspiracy Mama content in the future. Thank you all for all of your support. Thank you for all of your love. I am literally stumbling over my words as I try to do the outro. That just goes to tell you how bad my head hurts from this fucking shit. That said, I laughed really hard and had a good time. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful night. And remember, do not fucking die. I'll see you all very soon. Good night for now.